PUBG Nations Cup Thailand 2022. Argentina. Australia. Brazil. Canada. China. Chinese Taipei. Finland. Germany. Indonesia. Japan. Korea. Thailand. Turkey. United Kingdom. USA. Vietnam.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hey, Bangkok!
Bangkok ikut zo!
Kalian sudah siap ke Bangkok?
Vamos a Bangkok, pa.
Hello PUBG Esports fans.
Hello PUBG Esports fans.
Xin chào các bạn fan hâm mộ PUBG.
PUBG 的粉丝，你们好，我是
สวัสดีแฟนๆ PUBG Sport ครับ
Olá, fãs de PUBG Esports.
Cuối cùng thì sau 3 năm
La PUBG Nations Cup está de vuelta.
Vom 16. bis 19. Juni.
We're going to be competing for 4 days.
절대 본방사수 하세요.
16 countries from around the world participate in this competition.
Argentina.
USA,
Finland,
Indonesia, BP,
Deutschland.
Japan.
Australia.
ไทย
Canada,
Team United Kingdom.
Brasilzão.
Vietnam.
A Nations Cup 2022 será mais divertido se todos estivermos juntos.
Etkinliğin gerçekleşeceği yer Tayland'ın Bangkok şehri.
This time it takes place at Icon Museum, Bangkok, Thailand.
このようなオフライン大会に参加できる日が待ち遠しかったんだ。
So please fill the stadium with your Souch.
มาเจอพวกเราได้ที่ไอคอนสยามกรุงเทพแล้วเจอกัน
听到 PUBG 会想起什么呢？
Of course, it is the Pick'em Challenge.
比赛预测仍在继续。
Pick'em Challenge. Kalian bisa memprediksi juara PNC 2022 nanti.
Ihr werdet Deutschland picken, richtig?
Bạn sẽ bầu chọn cho Việt Nam đúng không?
Argentina, carajo.
如果投票给我们中国队的话，你一定不会后悔。
เป็นเรื่องพวกเราใช่ไหม
Bekle bizi Tayland. You're gonna pick us, right? Better.
Hey PUBG fans, this is Luke12 and I'm competing with Team Australia at PNC this year.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, my name is Flood. I am an Australian PUBG player playing under EU United.
Every player on the team has come into this event with one goal. We've been preparing our best to improve day by day to make sure we're ready for when the games start.
Obviously Tickleton, Luke, myself and Monty, we're all very good players. I think our strength is absolutely just raw firepower. We're all very, very good with DMRs. So I'm quite confident we're probably the best DMR team in the competition.
I think we are the most dangerous team, and any other team in this event should think twice about opening themselves up to us, because chances are you're getting put down.
Let's go, Aussies!
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
Olá, fãs de PUBG. Meu nome é Sparking, sou do time Brasil e é um prazer conhecê-lo, fãs de PUBG ao redor do mundo.
Participar de Mundial sempre foi um sonho e agora ainda mais participou de Mundial e representando o país, nossa senhora, é uma sensação indescritível.
Eu já tive em 3 mundiais diferentes, mas esse aqui sempre foi o meu maior objetivo, que era representar meu país, a minha bandeira, a minha seleção e representar o Brasil. Você não vai se arrepender de votar no Brasil.
Um dia a gente pensou em ser inimigos, hoje não pensamos mais, estão todos no meu bar e eu sinto muito mais confiante, porque nossa equipe parece que se tornou a equipe mais forte do campeonato.
Os 16 times que estão na Nations Cup, a maioria dos players nunca jogaram juntos, então acho que vai ter muito time sendo muito criativo, muito time fazendo coisas que nunca fizeram antes. Então esse campeonato tem tudo para ser um campeonato incrível e muito legal de assistir.
Comparado com o desempenho da última Nation 2019, nós faríamos algo totalmente diferente da última vez.
Bangkok! Eu tô indo para Bangkok, o Brasil está indo para Bangkok. Eu vejo a hora de jogar Nations Cup na Tailândia.
Olê, 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 olá, é o Brasil que vai ganhar.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, this is Shinboy from Team Canada.
This is Keenan from Team Canada. Nice to meet you. Our current mindset on Team Canada and atmosphere is really strong. Been friends with Finna and Shinboy for a long time, and it's been a lot of fun to get to know both Adam and Coach Dids.
So in PNC 2019, Team Canada got third. We're looking to do their last performance proud. So we're definitely looking for a top 2 finish. You're gonna vote Team Canada for the pick'ems, right?
The weapon I have prepared this time is the M416, and the strategy us on Team Canada have been practicing is winning games.
Hey Bangkok, we're going to Bangkok.
Alright. Hey Bangkok, we're going to Bangkok! Oh my God.
Hola fancitos de PUBG, soy Sichen de la selección de Argentina.
Hola Bangkok, nos vamos a Bangkok, pa.
La PUBG Nations Cup está de vuelta.
Siento que todo el esfuerzo que vengo haciendo hace años al fin dio sus frutos y nada, y muchísima felicidad por mí, por mis compañeros, por representar a mi país. No hay nada más lindo que eso. Así que vamos a tratar de dar lo mejor y volver con la copa a casa.
Yo creo que la fortaleza del equipo es que individualmente los jugadores son muy agresivos y muy dedicados en los entrenamientos y tienen mucha hambre de gloria.
Vamos a la selección, papá.
¡Vamos Argentina, carajo!
La Nation Cup está de vuelta.
다 죽었다. 진짜 미치겠다.
Hey PUBG fans, this is Luke 12 and I'm competing with Team Australia PNC this year.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, my name is Flood. I am an Australian PUBG player playing under E United.
Every player on the team has come into this event with one goal. We've been preparing our best to improve day by day to make sure we're ready for when the games start.
Obviously Tickleton, Luke, myself and Monty, we're all very good players. I think our strength is absolutely just raw firepower. We're all very, very good with DMRs, so I'm quite confident we're probably the best DMR team in the competition.
I think we are the most dangerous team, and any other team in this event should think twice about opening themselves up to us, because chances are you're getting put down.
Let's go Aussies!
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
been many a year since we were last here, but finally, after 3 long years, we have reached our destination yet again. It's the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. We are back to crown ourselves yet another world champion here when it comes to all of these nationalities internationally. My name's Kalaris, your host here, and joining me at the analysis desk to break everything down as the day goes on for our pre-show, especially, we have Toffees as well as Avenger. Toffees, it's been so many years since this desk has come together.
It's nice, the classic trio back again. We're here to watch some of the best players, all the best players in the world, throwing down, and we're live with an audience. I'm super excited.
Definitely, Martin. It's been, well,
it's been too long.
For me and you, it hasn't been.
No, yeah, but for this to happen, it's been too long, right? And it was extremely exciting last time.
Yeah.
And when they announced that we were talking about PUBG Nations Cup is happening again, and I'm like, I just remember it as one of the most exciting events that we were able to witness.
No, indeed. Of course, as we were there in 2019, we watched as Korea came so close to trying to eke things out. However, it was not to be for them. And I think we have so many strong nations available here this time. Toffee's around. Exciting to see how all of these guys are going to be playing things out. But let's talk about the overview as it does stand here so far. Every day we are going to have ourselves 5 matches, total of 20 matches, Toffees, and we go to the good old Erangel Miramar.
Starting out at Erangel, wrapping up on Miramar. It's the classic 2 maps, classic format. Kills are going to be incredibly important, especially with the fact that a lot of these teams, this is almost like an open qualifier with the best players in the world in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Going for those kills, getting those points can be a very big deal.
There's so many teams that are going to be kind of wild cards, right? Because it is rare that, first of all, there can be no more than 2 players from the same team.
Yes.
And that's going to be changing things up. It's going to be hard to see as well, but of course, a huge prize pool as well.
No, indeed. Of course, we do start things off with $500,000 worth in prize pool. First place would be walking away with a base of $100,000. However, all important, we have our crowdfunding to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big takeaway is $100,000 for first is awesome, but then you add to that, people at home are going to be adding to this when they get the skins, when they contribute, and it means that prize pool is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But here are the 16 teams that are taking the field today. It's exciting.
Yeah, of course, these teams, we have some of the best players. 9 of the top 20 most earning players are here representing their nations. We have some of the best and probably the best players around the world representing their nations here, and it's extremely exciting.
Yeah, true. It's the ultimate exhibition,
exactly.
I think it's fair to say. Of course, we have all of these players coming in from around the world who play for the biggest rosters across the entire world. But this time around, they are representing their countries, and it's very exciting to see how they're all going to gel together here on the stage. But gentlemen, before we get to what's going on here in the studio, in the arena, let's check out what else is going on here as a whole.
Yay! Hi all of the fans of PUBG from all over the world. Now we're at True Icon Hall at Icon Siam. And now we're having the competition, world competition that we're waiting for 3 years. Oh my goodness! On the main stage there are activities. And the main stage, we're having lots of activities the whole year in this side. And this side, you can see, and if you have anything that you got, you can show here, show your skill on PUBG on site. You can come and join all of activities and show your skill, what you got in this zone on PUBG on site. And I would like to tell you that there are lots of the people, and I want to invite more and more people to come here. And apart from that, there are all the things, all the gadgets for those who are looking for all the gadgets. There will be like keyboard, headset, earphones, and those equipment that will help us to achieve our victories. And we also have like all the things as well. More than that, we also have the merchandise. That this merchandise will sell those t-shirt team, or if you would like to buy the team, the t-shirt team, you can buy and you can put it on. And all the things that you can buy will be all the things on the merchandise station. We would like to, it's really like interesting. The hosting of the event will be 4 days, but now let's talk to one of our visitors that come to share and support the team that competed today. Hi, what's your name? My name is Rock. Konhin and Pipan, they're not like involved to each other at all. So what are the things that you would like to talk about? Which team that you would like to support? Of course, it will be Thailand. Okay, Thailand. So, what do you expect with the game? The game, it's supposed to be the most tempting one, fighting until the last minute, last round. Really? Is it that so? So which zone that you like the most? Well, the zones that I like the most will be the zone that the people give the signature, like the esports player give the signatures, and the gadgets or the gadgets. Also, I like everything. So, do you miss the team and what do you want to tell them? Well, alright, I think you guys can do the best. Just do the best. And I believe in you. So, just be the best competitor and bring the winning to our country. Okay, so I think that you guys want to see the real competition. So, let's go back to our arena.
That's right, great stuff as we take a look now at our overall power rankings coming into the tournament. I think one thing is fair to say, ultimately, we know that some of these teams are coming in hot, coming in strong, and this reflects that.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at that top, I'll even expand it to the 5. Those top 5 are all incredibly strong teams, but for me, I've got my eyes on Australia. When I look at that, Martin, they're in 4th on the power rankings, but 2 of their players are in the top 5 when you talk about things like fantasy points, and they, I think, are going to make a big run for this.
And also Monty, he's been undervalued if you look at his power ranking performance. I think you could easily have had Australia in first place or second place, so no doubt. Then also power rankings, remember, it is from Twire, it is these rankings from previous performance put together. It's not how they've been competing so far.
But this is interesting in itself. It's a breakdown of where we're sat in terms of our players. And of course, good old Tig. He always ends up at the top, Martin. He's not bad.
Yeah, you know, he is one of the most well-respected players out there right now, and he's obviously been dominating, been playing extremely well. Also one of the guys that puts in the most hours constantly, trying to improve himself, trying to improve his team. And I just think, you know, from playing with him as a member that usually don't play with him now from the Team Australian guys, they're extremely proud to play with him, extremely proud to represent their nation.
I mean, they call him Big Tig for a reason, because that's what he does. Big moves, big numbers, big plays. And on top of that, you saw on that number, top 7, 3 of them are from Australia.
Yeah, very, very powerful roster indeed. Alongside that, of course, you've got teams like Finland, Martin, showing up quite a lot there. Very, very powerful themselves.
Yeah, I actually heard from a lot of the teams that are talking about it. A lot of the players on the teams, they actually have Finland as one of their favorites, so expect them to do extremely well. But then again, they can only do better than last time.
All right, well, let's talk about, of course, Fantasy League. You guys over at twire.gg can join in on the Fantasy League as it does occur. And you've got just about 40 minutes to be able to do that before that first game starts. The rules are simple. You've got $100,000, and you can pick across that all the players that are playing today, and then you can choose yourself 4. You can either go for 2 big star players and blow a lot of your cash on that, or you can go for a more balanced team. We are also playing alongside Toffees. It's an exciting time, and here's the system, how it works.
So obviously you get 2 points for each kill, 1 point for the sort of damage over 100, 5 points for that survival, and then of course this is a big one that people don't take into account. Dying before 10 minutes is a -3, and as someone who's finished with negative points before, I can tell you, pay attention to the potential hot drops, because that can really take a team down.
Yeah, I was actually worried because you've been trying out different strategies when we have these, and I actually see that we have 2 or 3 of the same players on our team. So I'm kind of worried that, have you jinxed my whole team now as well, or are we just going to win together? That's going to be interesting.
No, I always end up on top, guys. That's how it works out. I'm sorry. But let's take a look at how the casters have picked so far as we get things going. We have Matrim, Toby, Xenox, and Paperthin representing. There is a few repeats here, I think it's fair to say, Toffees.
Yeah, I think and that comes down to value players. When you guys at home are looking for high upsides, Monty's a great example here. We're going to see him continuously on these rosters. He's middle priced. He's relatively unknown, but he's playing with 3 players that will almost guarantee a deep end game for him, uncontested drops.
And enable.
Yes, they're going to enable him to pick up a lot of points, and I think that's what you want to look for. If you're trying to win this Twire, it's find value players to put with maybe 1 superstar.
Yeah, I really like the strategy of having, you know, maybe 1 superstar and 3 value picks, which is what I've been going for here. Norins, home turf advantage. Just came out of PCS APEC, did extremely well, and then I built around what extreme value pitch am I looking at? I'm looking at Monty. Australia's going to do well. Monty was their cheapest player. He did extremely well in APEC as well. Michael did not play in PCS, but he was so cheap, and I know he's able to play at the very top level, so I had to pick him as well. Then Mexi, very consistent, of course, coming in from Finland. So it's a bit all over the place for me, but I'm having high hopes for Endurance.
I've gone for the same strat. If you look at my South Korea pick as well as my China pick, Lash K as well as XXX Lu, these two in general, they might not be the big hard hitters of the team, but you know that there is going to be that enabling factor around them, which is fair to say. Now let's take a look at how everything's gone at home. Who has been picking those big picks? And right now, some big standouts in the lead, Martin.
Yeah, I actually didn't think that Ixlev, being 38,000, was going to have 46% on the Fantasy League pick. That is very high. But then again, then we see Loki. Korea's going to likely do well. He only was 22,000, but 45% picked him. Michael in there for 16,000, 44% picked him.
Can I give a big shout out to the coach of Australia for getting number 5? 20% of folks have picked him at the 10,000. So I guess maybe you guys know something I don't.
They think that Monty's going to get sick and he's going to be replacing him.
Maybe.
That could happen. No, but it's actually looking at all these, you can see they're going for the same strategies out there, right? You're having a very high value pick, then you're having your builds around. You're going to have these middle or low cost players that you're going to build your team with and hope they do well.
I mean, Loki's one of those picks, right, where it's kind of quite a standout, but as we continue on here, I think it's fair to say we've got Team South Korea coming in, and Loki is one of their guys. He is a guy that is on Damwon Kia, hasn't had the most amazing year, I think is fair to say, but ultimately, Loki's power.
I mean, it may have been a Loki year for him, but at the end of the day, you know he's going to put up big numbers. He knows how to play, and he's going to get things done. Now, my question when you talk about South Korea is the way that they picked their team is a little bit different than some of the other regions. They did it a little bit more by committee, and I'm curious to see how that affects them when it comes to playing here.
For me with Loki, like, this guy has so many decorations on this show. Literally one of the most decorated players here. And the pressure that usually comes in from playing on a nation like Team Korea, I think he's going to be able to pull the guys down to a more ground level and say, all right, guys, we got this. We're going to be full focused. I'm not too much worried about his individual performance because I'm sure the rest of the guys on the team is going to be able to perform very well.
Yeah, definitely so. We've got to see all of our other players getting ready and good to go into our day number 1 as well. There's some big heavy hitters we haven't even gotten to talk about. Teams like, I mean, technically speaking, Brazil has a bit of a tricky history when it comes to PNC 2019, but it's a very different story here, led by Sparking in 2022.
They've got a really strong team. They've brought some new players on. They've been playing together a lot. They've said that the team that they have here is Sparking considers the best possible combination of Brazilian players, and they think they're in a great position. You've got Haven, who looks really good right now. I think that this is a team that could surprise a lot of people.
We've got many things to talk about as well, of course, before we get into it. We also have the Pick'em Challenge, which is going on in-game right now. We have our Twitch drops, and if you're watching every single one of the games cumulatively, you can earn yourself a guaranteed 30,000 EP, Martin. That's a lot of EP.
Yeah, and the pick and go as well. You can play bingo against other players. The integration there on Twitch, make sure you sign into that. And then you'll be facing it off versus 9 other people out there watching.
Yes, and you actually get some, I think, EP for that as well.
If you win.
Yeah, you only have to beat 8 other people. Not everybody in Twitch chat. No. Just 8 randomly chosen people.
You're safe.
So hopefully you get some bad ones.
You'll be okay. And also, as time goes on as well, we do have voting coupons that are going to be shown.
There's one
right now. So go and redeem that, and you can get yourself a new voting coupon as well to be using in-game as time goes on for that Pick'em Challenge. There's so much going on, Martin. We're excited to get this going. The 16 teams, we've been talking to them for a while. It's been great to get their thoughts coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. I had the pleasure of being here a couple days earlier, along with some of the players, talking with them, and you know, they're extremely proud to obviously represent their nation, but also extremely excited to be here in front of a crowd playing PNC 3 years later since the first one, which was also extremely high.
Yeah, no, indeed.
And I think one of the coolest things that I've found when we look at this tournament is this is not just a showcase of players. I think this is one of the first events where coaches are going to play a really big impact. The fact that there's a lot of players who don't normally work together, coming together, a lot is going to depend on these coaches. And we have a lot of coaches who are returning from 2019, who are players themselves, who I think are going to do a good job of, melding those individual players from different teams together.
Guys, would I have picked anyone else other than the UK? I had to. Come on.
Yeah.
I had
Nice.
to.
Of course.
Well, I mean,
It's coming home.
I picked the US.
It's coming home.
Yeah, you picked the US. I picked Australia. I had to go with them because
They're good. They're good.
Tiggleton and the guys, they're good. They're looking like they're going to be uncontested, but it might change a little bit on Miramar. So I actually talked to Tiggleton and Flawed, and they're like, ooh, if somebody comes close, we're going to make sure they don't come anyway.
It's a scary thought indeed.
Oh.
Here is the Pick'em Challenge so far.
That is crazy.
China has a massive favorite coming into this from the crowd, and you can understand why. You've got members from New Happy in there, you've got Ike's left in there as well. A lot of people look at him as one of the very best in the world.
Absolutely, and I think that's the thing. When you look at that team, to be honest, let's call a spade a spade. They're also playing with some advantages. They're not here right now. They, because of travel restrictions, had to play from home, which some would say that lack of travel. There are teams who've traveled across the world right now that may be a little bit slow to get started. But the reality is China is also just really good. These are the best players.
They're coming straight in from winning PGC with 2 of their players and their coach and their IGL. And then, hey, let's grab the best player from Petrograd Road that just won the last PCS as well.
Exactly.
So his form is fantastic. I'm sure these guys are going to do extremely well. And not having them in the top 4 is not happening.
And I think one thing to say about PCS 6, especially in Asia, for me, the gap has never looked bigger between China and South Korea. South Korea was in second here, Toffees, but China took the first 5 or 6 spots in that tournament. They look scary.
I mean, that's the thing, is they do look scary. They have been strong the entire year. Nothing is going to change here when it comes to that. And the only question mark that I have is right now they are potentially contesting Argentina for Los Leones. That may slow down sort of that rock rolling down the hill a little bit, but if they start strong and they wipe out Argentina, I don't know if anybody stops them.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world already. It is time. We are getting PNC 2022 started, so hold on to your seats. The action is about to begin.
dirty when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like Yogi. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You victims can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. I backs to the wall, but they got no me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. I backs to the wall, but they got no me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
สวัสดีค่ะขอเสียงหน่อยแล้ววันนี้ไหนใครมาเชียร์ทีมไทยบ้างขอเสียงหน่อยแล้ว น่ารักมากๆนะคะวันนี้ต้อนรับทุกคนนะคะต้องบอกว่ามาพร้อมกับแรงกายแรงใจเต็มที่มากๆวันนี้ก็ขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวกันหน่อยแล้วกันนะคะก็จะอยู่กับแพนนั่นเองค่ะตลอดการแข่งขันทั้ง4วันนี้ก็เชื่อว่าหลากหลายท่านนะคะเราเตรียมพลังใจกันมาอย่างเต็มที่เลยวันนี้ทำให้เต็มที่นะคะเดี๋ยวเราก็ได้เข้ามาอยู่ในพื้นที่แห่งนี้กันแล้วต้องบอกว่ากับการแข่งขันนี้นะคะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งขันชิงแชมป์โลกครั้งแรกในรอบ3ปีนะคะซึ่งเดี๋ยวเราจะได้มาต้อนรับนะคะกับผู้เข้าแข่งขันที่พร้อมจะร่วมสู้ศึกชิงแชมป์นะ Battleground ที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดในโลกในปี 2022 นี้นั่นเองนะคะกับ PNC 2022 เอาขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับการแข่งขันนี้กันหน่อยค่ะวู้และในตอนนี้นักแข่งของเราก็พร้อมกันแล้วดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกับตัวจริงของนักแข่งของเรากันเลยดีกว่านะคะแล้วก็จะได้มาร่วมปรบมือต้อนรับเขากันด้วยนะ Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our players from the first countries, that is USA!
That's right, it's time for PNC 2022 as the players now make their way to the stage. First off, Team USA.
This is going to be an incredible team to watch, made up of a brilliant 1-2 punch, H-Win and Shrimzy of the Sonics on one side, and the iconic duo of Sharpshot and Kickstart on the other, makes a team that is going to be fierce. They're playing a Sonic system, but with a coaching style by Gunner that's known for excellent timing and understanding where their opponents are at all times. Somehow, through some magic, they're going to get Pachinki and Picado uncontested, opening the door for them to rise to the top. They believe in themselves, and the only thing they fear is fear itself. The USA looks really good at this event.
Actually, a star-studded lineup, of course, here as we see them staring down the barrel here as the starting team here entering the arena. Exciting to see how they're going to fare coming into the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited because we have Gunner that is sharing all the important strategies to a team.
And next is Argentina!
That's right, next up Argentina going to be making their way to the stage here and formidably going to be led by Silzen, and we know him, Martin, as one of the absolute cream of the crop when it comes to these big tournaments.
The most decorated player. He has been at every single major tournament since PTI 2018. He was also representing his country in 2019.
Yes.
He has so much leadership and experience that I'm not fearing anything from these guys. And also last time, they got 9. I'm quite sure we might be able to see them in the top 8. I'm really looking forward to see what the Russians are going to be able to prove here, especially Martinson.
Quite honestly, a calm, cool, and collected head as the leadership for Silzen here. Top is excited to see what they can do.
I think a lot is going to come down to leadership in this situation.
Yes.
We talk about leadership being important here. Silzen, above all, is going to have to show his veteran status. if Argentina hopes to rise above the challenges in front of them.
As you can see here, just moments from the previous PNC by him as well as they come into this tournament. It's fierce competition. It will be a hard-fought battle for them overall, but excited to see how they're going to fare here on the international stage.
เอาละค่ะประเทศถัดมานะคะ and here with us เวียดนามปรบมือต้อนรับเวียดนามด้วยค่ะ
All right, we have Vietnam now making their way up as we have a combination of being United and Cerberus.
This should be an interesting team to watch. Hisaki will be doing the shot calling, but they also have a returning player in Sabao. He was here back with the team when they placed 4th in 2019. Their coach also has that experience from playing here in the past, and with YM Cut and Cloris joining that list, they should be putting up very big numbers. That said, they are going to be up against a challenge because farm is where they want to go, but they're not going to go there alone. Argentina has been sniffing around the same drop spot, and they could find themselves contested, and that may set a very hard transition for them.
Might be difficult, but BN United and Cerberus, very well known on the stage, and let's see how they're going to fare.
และสำหรับประเทศถัดมานะคะ next team Japan
All right, let's bring them on, and we say arigato to Japan as they now make their way here to the stage. And Martin, as a whole, you've got Shiva leading this roster. What are you thinking?
The synergy of having 4 players that where 2 of them play on the same team. It's going to be extremely impossible coming in with a coach Sinve, played in the last Nations Cup. He's going to be able to keep them calm and collected once we get into this. Last time, they did get 11th. I think that it's going to be around the same for me in terms of my personal experience, what I think we're going to see them at, because I think we're going to have a rough time against these teams here. We have some really hard-hitting nations.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for Japan, I feel, where they come from a region where you're having to compete against Korea, having to compete against China constantly, but these guys are veterans, they know what they're doing.
When you look at the list of accolades compared to some of the other teams, it's a little short. If they can get past those nerves, I think they could stand up and get a top 10 finish.
เอาละค่ะประเทศถัดมานะคะ and next team Turkey
All right, it's one of the power regions coming in from Europe as Turkey will be entering the fray here, and we're very familiar with these ones, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. 3 members from BBL coming in. It's going to be incredible to follow these guys. Also, first time representing their nation. None of these guys have been here before, not even the coach. It's going to be really a proud moment for them coming into this. You know, Smash, Quetpa, Onur, all from BBL, joined by Esquire from Howl. It's going to be amazing to see if they're going to be able to step it on. I think they're going to be able to have a better performance than last time. They got 12.
Yeah.
And this time, I'm putting them in my top 8.
And don't let the list of accolades from Esquire fool you.
No.
There might only be 1, but he really impressed at that PCS.
For sure. And also Lyron, last year, previous years, he's one of the top players coming into Turkey.
และประเทศถัดมานะคะ and here we come Australia
All right, it's one of the big favorites, Australia making their way. You can hear the crowd as well. They're excited to see the Aussies coming from down under.
Aussie, 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 watch out for these guys. I expect them to be big time. Last time they played here in 2019, they got 14th place. I am expecting a top 3 finish from them. With names like Tiggleton, Flood, and Luke 12 on the roster that are household PUBG names, expect big numbers, but that's not all. Monty, one of the biggest up-and-coming players out of Australia, and the idea that these players have played together for years. It's easy to go, oh, Monty's new to this, but he's not. He's been playing for more than 5 years. He's played with these guys. They know each other's style, and I expect them to perform out of their minds.
As you can see, they're having fun with the crowd. They're taking the shoes off. The shoey goes down. Amazing scenes here from Thailand.
และประเทศถัดมานะคะ next let's meet China
I've got to recover from that shoey, but don't worry because we have arguably the biggest heavy hitter coming in. China is backed by a lot of the public out there, a lot of the pundits out there. They come in as one of the absolute favorites.
More than 1 million votes, and they got more than 76% of the votes. They are by far the favorites if you look from players pick-ems and everything. We're coming in here with the winners, 2 of the winners from PTC 2021 with their coach as well, and arguably one of the best players coming out of China as well, Ixlef Petrogrov. They just won PCS 6. This roster is so potent, and I'm sure everyone else is going to be respecting the server.
This is not the kind of China that breaks easy. These guys are going to break everyone around them. In fact, I heard teams, when they heard where China was dropping, decided to go elsewhere without even trying them. They have that much international respect.
Quite honestly, they're going to have a target on their back. If somebody sees them in the kill feed,
และประ
they'll
เทศ
go
ถัด
after
มา
them.
นะคะ and next team Canada
All right, it's time for the Maple Leaf. Canada now. America's top hats, is that what you call it?
Not publicly.
No? Okay.
I'm excited to see Canada play. The Maple Leafs are going to be bringing a lot of action as they get out there right now. They got 3rd in 2019. I do think it may be a fight to get back up to there again, if I'm being completely honest. But Keenan and Shinboy are young guns. They know how to play. They go out there and fight. They've got Finna, who is kind of an old guard, a bit of a more, patient player. And then the leadership of Adam, I think, really will take him to the next level. They said they're going to play slow. They're going to look for openings, and they're going to manage the game the best they can. Communication is key.
A nation proud of competition and a nation proud of their hockey lineage now making their way to the battlefield.
They also said they'll be chugging syrup before each game
Perfect.
to make themselves stronger.
Keep them fueled, good to go.
and next we have United Kingdom
Martin.
Woo!
Lads, it's time for United Kingdom.
Did you read my notes? This is literally the only thing I have written on this. I have United Kingdom, lads.
Perfect.
Obviously, we know these guys very well. They come in from Europe, and these guys, they're one of my top picks, honestly. I think they can go into the top 4 easily. They got 15th last time.
Yes.
By the luck of a stroke of a luck. And we have some players here, obviously, that have tried it before. Michael was here last time. Bad was here last time. And Miraku, that a coach, was also here last time as a player. So these guys have the experience. They have tried this before. And with this power roster, looking at Bex coming in from Baseland, extremely potent. If you ask some of these players out here, Bex and Bad is probably 2 of the most mechanically gifted players at PUBG.
And when you talk about success in an event like this, it comes down to experience. 2 returning players and the leadership of Bard, it's hard to argue with that performance potential. I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table.
and next coming Chinese Taipei
That's right, of course, we have Chinese Taipei now making their way to the stage. And of course, we're very familiar with some of these guys over at GEX.
Yeah, for sure. It's 2 players that are playing together, but also Leo that formerly played there as well.
True.
So these guys are going to have a lot of synergy walking into this. Also, Leo played here 3 years ago, has the experience. I'm not worried about these guys at all, but I think 7th last time was high for them. I have a hard time seeing them in the top 6, but they could be in the outskirts there on the top 8.
Times have changed. It's going to have to be a big challenge here for them to rival some of the teams that we've had here.
I think that they are regional powerhouses, but this is not a regional event. At the international level, I agree with you. I think they may be punching up a little bit.
Let's figure out how they're going to fare as they continue on. Let's see if we can get some more breakdancing, maybe.
For sure. That was sick.
That was awesome.
Unfortunately for the IGL of Australia.
and next here with us Indonesia
All right, let's get Indonesia coming in as Alter Ego and Team Extraordinaire players going to be making their way now on, and I think this is one of our underdogs to try and push forwards into the fray.
Absolutely, but the power of red and white never fades. RDK
True.
is going to be calling the shots. The team is unified behind him. He tells me that they have been playing together and training together. They have a lot of faith in themselves as a team. For the whole year, they've been trying to play together and focusing on sort of building that skill level. Will it work? I don't know. They do have uncontested drops. That's going to open the door for them to maybe move up to the ranks. That said, I do think that this is going to be a difficult event for Indonesia.
Yeah, Dark Horse for sure. I'm not too worried for them though, because the synergy you have from being able to play 4 players from only 2 different teams, you're gonna have a lot of benefit from that from the get-go.
And next we have Finland.
All right, in blue and white. Some call them Winland. Some say it's easy for Trillatavatan because it's Finland now making their way forward.
Yeah, last time they got 16, so it's only going to be an improvement.
It can only go up from here.
It can only go up from here. But looking at this roster, we have 2 players from Heroic. They got second at PGC, and I talked to Mexi. I talked to these guys, hang out with these guys a lot, and they said this is the perfect roster to bring here. They were hoping for this exact quadruple, and they're hoping to bring it home, of course. I don't see a hard time for it happening if they hit the ground running from day one.
Yeah. We got Paige, a powerful emerging IGL calling the shots for this team. And then on the other side, we've got players like Mixie who have been here since PUBG has been here. These are veterans who understand the game, and most importantly, they know how to win.
And they have the crowd support as well here as we take a look back at PNC 2019. As you say, Martin, didn't have the best run there, but there is no way this team gets 16 here this time around.
Absolutely no chance.
Coming up, Mixie. This could be a world of hurt here, and there we go.
And next is Team Germany.
That's right, Deutschland is now going to be coming onto the stage here, and we have quite the roster coming in. Some veteran power coming in here, I think is fair to say. Some newer in terms of the overall stage.
You know, they got 5th in 2019. Do I think they're going to get there again? I think it's a tall order. They do have returning talent in Chris as the coach to sort of keep them on track, but it's going to be a challenge. That said, they do believe, they've said to me, we may be the underdogs, but no one should underestimate the strength that we can show. Soccer is going to be their shot caller.
Yeah.
He specifically said if we play our game, it doesn't matter who we play against. But the reality is, 2 of these players, if you look at those stat sheets, they don't have Tier 1 experience. They have not played on LANs before. Their biggest challenge, Martin, is going to be fear, it's going to be nerves, and it's going to be getting past that.
Yeah, nerves, and also you're here to represent your nation, and if you don't do well, it's going to be a hard time for them. I think that could hurt them now that we're at the very big stage here.
Next we have Brazil.
All right, one of the favorite flags for the fans as we have Brazil now making their way on, and their fans in general are voracious. So excited to see how they're going to fare here with the leadership, of course, Sparking. Whoa.
It is going to be awesome to see Sparking, VHC, LFP, and Haven taking the field. And they specifically told me, I said, what do you want the world to know? And they said, Brazil will not drive by this year.
Amazing!
Yes, they are.
Yes!
They are going to be a little more aware. But this is going to be a fascinating story. Their strategy is to play safe and gather info. And another fun fact, Haven, one of the biggest up-and-comers out of Brazil, didn't even pick up PUBG until 2021. He was playing PUBG Lite. These guys have the right attitude, the right level of excitement, and I think that a lot of people are sleeping on Brazil.
Fantastic scenes here, great stuff. Happy to hear they're not going to repeat the infamous moment from 2019, but it's a far cry from that roster. A very, very powerful one indeed.
And next, here we come, Korea.
Oh yes, South Korea, one of the biggest powerhouses in PUBG history, is going to be representing as well. Again, a star-studded lineup, I think is fair to say.
And the home of the nation of PUBG. They have a lot of pressure on them, but also a absolutely stacked lineup here. Undoubtedly, we might be missing someone if you're looking at it from the previous years, but no, this is the roster that we bring in. There's a lot of fans that obviously, can we bring in better players? No, I don't think so. We're looking at this, you can see the accolades.
Yeah.
The list was not long enough. There could be twice as many things listed here for all these players.
And I think fair to say, where Korea is right now, as they are ready to go, Inonix is the new PO of South Korea.
I like that. But that's a lot to live up to.
Yes.
I think so is second place in 2019. Korea does come in with a heavy burden on their back because it is an expected nation and expected fans and high expectations for performance.
They expect excellence only from their players.
Thailand!
And the crowd goes wild because Thailand is here as our 16th, certainly last but not least, roster. We are going to have them coming onto the stage now here. The home turf advantage, perhaps?
I mean, you got to give a little bit of love to the home team. There's always an advantage when it comes to that. They got 6 in 2019. Their shot caller, Will Jankulov, he's going to be joined by the rest of the guys, and they are facing challenges. They had Puchis on the team originally.
Yes.
He got sick, and Puchis got replaced by Belmont, and that is going to be tough because this is the first time here at the warm-ups that this team was able to play together.
But they still have 2 members from Day Trade, their coach from Day Trade, just coming out of dominating BCS 6 APAC.
Even Day Trade is here.
Day Trade is here. The problem I have is both of their drops are contested. Chinese Taipei and Korea will be mixing it up with them. So this is the home team, but they need a lot of support.
Yes, they do, and thankfully there is a lot of support here for them in the arena. And that is our 16th
เอาละค่ะ และนักแข่งที่ดีที่สุดจากแต่ละประเทศรอบโลกนะคะได้อยู่กับเราที่นี่ในสังเวียนแห่งนี้กันแล้วนะคะกับการแข่งขันนี้ PUBG Nations Cup 2022 และสำหรับในช่วงนี้
once we're started, once everything's rolling, then the players are laser focused.
เริ่มเกมได้เลยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับสำหรับนักกีฬาที่มาแข่งนะครับก็ขอให้เป็นทัวร์ออฟไลน์ที่สนุกทัวร์หนึ่งเลยนะครับแล้วก็ไทยเราเป็นเจ้าบ้านก็อยากจะแสดงศักยภาพให้เต็มที่ครับ
Kesempatan nggak semuanya bisa didapetin lah sama player-player dari Indo. Bersyukurlah bisa menjadi salah satu wakil dari Indonesia.
選ばれると思ってなかったんで選んでくれた選手の分もすごい強い気持ちで頑張ろうと思ってます。
Takım olarak da Türkiye takımını şampiyon yapmak tabii ki istiyorum.
Estamos muy orgullosos de representar a nuestro país, vamos a dar lo máximo, vinimos a dar todo, a dejarlo todo en la cancha.
其实他们也是蛮有经验，因为世界赛他们都有去打，我觉得对他们来说不会有太大的困难。
어렴풋이 기억나요. 저희 19년도 장춘체육관에서 입장할 때 그 함성도 컸고 다시 한번 느낄 수 있을 것 같아서 굉장히 기대가 되고 있긴 해요.
The opportunity to compete against my teammate is extremely exciting and hopefully place better than Team Australia. So
there's definitely a level of excitement. I'm just really excited to kill one of them, hopefully, in game, so I can smack talk them afterwards.
My personal opinion, Team UK, they Smart, my teammate from Liquid, so I'm expecting those guys to do good. If I see him, I'm gonna knock and flush him as fast as I can.
No, that's not happening. In his dreams, maybe.
Team Brazil, they've got sparking and they've definitely got some underrated young talent, but I don't think they're one of the teams on the top of my list.
Shinboy, você vai se arrepender muito de ter falado isso. Quando eu te ver na próxima vez, eu vou te mostrar o troféu.
bọn em sẽ chạm mặt. Tự tin thì em có thừa, nên là em nghĩ nếu mà việc đó cũng có thể sẽ diễn ra lần nữa.
Hey Sapao, I know you guys got the better half of Team USA last time in 2019, but this time we're coming for you.
I mean, my first reaction when they said that they wanted to come South Georgia Pole was like, absolutely not. Like my pride, I don't want to let them walk on me, no chance.
也会努力完成粉丝们的期望，为自己的赛区取得一个好成绩。
So of course we won't win, but I would say like as long as we stay in top 3, everyone is going to be happy.
한 번 더 기회가 온 것 같아서 꼭 잘 살릴 수 있도록 하려고 합니다.
I want to show people that like Germany has the strength to like be like one of the best teams in the world.
All right, 16 teams look to pull the sun from the sky and make themselves stars as we begin the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. It's all about this, crowning yourselves the world champion and making yourself known. We continue things on here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage as we're getting geared up for the first game of the day. My name's Kyle Laris. I've got Toffees as well as Avenger here on the analysis desk. Toffees, it's an exciting time.
Pull the sun from the sky. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
And I think that some of these teams will be putting up some beautiful plays as well. We're looking at USA right now. I gotta be honest, when I got on the plane to come here, Australia was my pick to win. When I talked to these guys and learned how they're gonna be playing and the system they've been training, I had to change it to USA. I believe in what they've got going on. I think they're gonna be a very, very strong team.
And it also looks like they managed to push someone out of their loot spot,
Yeah,
so they're not going to beat Hot Drop.
You heard in that last segment that Vietnam was going to be pushing back against them. Apparently, Gunner says he threw a little bit of shade during scrims and said, do you want to finish 16th or have a chance to win? And allegedly, they haven't dropped them in scrim. So maybe they come back and live up to their words, but I don't know.
That's exciting. That is exciting. But what also kind of reflects in what we just saw before here, Martin, is that there are these already, before the tournament's even begun, those inter-team rivalries due to the fact that you've got FaZe members playing against each other. You've got Sonic's members playing against each other. So those kinds of dynamics only happen here on the stage at PNC.
Yeah, I loved when we heard from Mexi. He was, you know, I'm going to find him and I'm going to flush him. Obviously talking about VAD, Liquids, and you hear from VAD, no, it's not happening.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's get it going then. It is game number 1 about to begin here as we head over to our commentators for all the action as we start on Erangel.
Thank you so much, James, to the boys on the desk. Match, and we're here. We got the players behind us. We got an amazing crowd up in the stands just in front of us. I am so excited to be here.
I've been waiting so long back on land. You can see everybody's here, and this was just a crazy event last time that it happened, and there is so much going into it. There's so many different stories that you can be looking at, whether it's teammates versus teammates. Hot drops were a big thing in 2019. Looks like this is going to be calming down a little bit more this time around. But that said, I feel like the teams all around are significantly stronger this time.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously you have 2 more years of developing your skill within the teams. It's going to be amazing regardless. As there's talk about a lot of hot drops during scrims yesterday, most of it sorted out.
That's usually scrims, right? It's trying to figure out where people are going to go and then they work it out.
Exactly. I like to think, though, that there might be some of it coming back during the first couple of games. We don't want to see it down the line the first couple of games if you want to get that extra punch in there.
See, that's different. See, you're like, we don't want to see it down the line. See, I want to see it at the end. I don't want to see it at the beginning. I want to see it whenever it's like, oh, we're a couple points apart. Let's drop each other.
One thing is for sure, though, Matchroom, we have got some of the absolute best players across the world playing
100%.
this tournament. You know what? Without further ado, let's go straight in to game number 1.
All right, and here we go. Kicking off everything, going to be coming up next to Severny, making our way straight down. It's just going to be the west of Snova Island. So, looking at everything, pretty much everything's going to be available except for our eastern paths. Might have to hop in a vehicle and make a cut across.
I was just going to say, I mean, starting off the game with a plane path this far west, when you look at the grand scheme of things, there are so many more split drop zones available far east. Game 1, you usually like to think simple circles, simple plane paths. This is arguably, on Erangel, one of the more tricky plane paths to start things off with.
See, you say that, but over in the Americas region, it's like the first circle is going to be 95% water. That's been the name of the game. We even had that happening on Miramar, of all things. So, but that said, I do have to give a shout out to America's boys coming through here, specifically America, who is going to be in the center of this one, going to be making a drop right on Pachinki itself. I am quite intrigued in this Sonics play style coupled in with everything. Oh,
We're getting full commit. We talked about the potential. Maybe it wasn't all sorted during scrims. And of all the places in the world, Fairy Pier is where we're contesting. We're hearing the crowd, obviously.
They're invested.
Big favorites coming into this one in terms of crowd enchantment. Thailand, please come out on top, because this roof would be completely blown off.
I know. We're pretty close to the audience over here, and
We're
I don't want to
sitting
see
right
what would
next to
happen.
them.
How this goes. All right, shifting through, you can see a lot of teams just making the quick run in, trying to grab weapons as quick as possible, trying to spot. Circle goes super far to the north. This fight now has to end so fast.
You called the water circles. Well, you're given
Dude,
one
I'm
right
telling you,
off the bat.
just happens.
Is that an NA circle? Is that what it is now? I mean,
It's
we
just
got Canada
everywhere.
up there, right? It's almost as if they were used to. They knew what was going to happen.
Oh, see, it's the northern teams playing in the north.
Exactly. Sitting up there, ready and waiting for things to come. Obviously, for a little while, it's going to be quiet up north, but down south, gun's been found, loot along with it, helmet, Kevlar of Endurance, got himself both a shotgun and a Vector in hand. Not exactly the worst layout for an up-close fight here.
Yeah, but nobody's wanting to make a move. You can see down there on the mini-map, it's going to be kind of split up as we're looking, and it's going to be Taipei that's going to be north of it, and then Thailand to the south. We talked about this. This is going to be one of these fights that needs to end quickly, so that way you can either get loot or rotate, because they got a long ways to go.
Yes, and I'm looking at Xavier on your minimap in the bottom right corner right now. He's the one. Go get the car. At least have it for backup, so if something goes wrong, they can bail. I'm curious to see, though, with Thailand being the one pushed down towards the water side, if they get that first knock, maybe a player from Taipei overstepping. If they get that one knock, do they hard commit to it, or do they still hesitate?
I mean, look, nobody's got any ammo to work with.
No vest on SQL.
This is, we were kind of talking about this coming in. It's been a while since we've been on land, and I'm kind of curious if we might see land jitters starting to show back up,
For sure.
especially in a first round hot drop. That's going to be a lot, and you know Thailand has so much pressure. You're talking about with the audience sitting here. They don't want to be the team that makes a mistake here, but they're the ones that are kind of gate kept out.
Exactly. Leo on the roof here, trying to see if he can spot any Thai players flanking around. UK in the meantime, no worries. They got all military to themselves. They'll rotate on over. Should be all right to make their transition on through. No one's in Milta. They have, honestly, pretty clear-cut path up north for them. No issues around shelter. Could potentially run into teams once they make it into this kind of Yasnaya area of the map. But for now, all is looking good and dandy for the UK boys.
You saw one of them running with a shotgun. I think it was Vard, just putting a priority on trying to get into position.
Yeah.
Still just some scouting going on. I don't know if we've seen anybody actually spot each other at this time, but the lines are starting to get to a stage where they should see. Looks like Chinese Taipei is stepping back away from this one.
Go for
the cars. Go get the vehicles, get secured. This isn't. Don't go for a kill point here. You just don't need to take a fight this early, especially the fact that both these squads are so underlooted.
Worst thing is, I mean, for Thailand, now they don't fight, so they don't get the points. And there are only so many car spawns around this area of the map. I mean, if they get all the cars and dip, Thailand, obviously, I mean, phase one not going to be the biggest issue, but it's going to be a while before they make it into that north side circle.
I mean, this is going to be a trek coming up from them, and there are a couple of opportunities that they can run through, but yeah.
Boat rotation?
Could be. I mean, just off the get-go. There's options.
Yeah.
Whenever we're looking at this, Canada has gotten control over the area west of Severny, and there's a lot of water in there that they can make a use with that one.
Sure.
Turkey making their way into the circle right now, as well as we're starting to see the migrations come into play.
You know what? I mean, even though we did get that first shot, I'm kind of liking the fact that we're almost 5 minutes in and no kills. Again, you talked about land jitters. You don't want to be the player that comes into a LAN event, maybe for the first time even, sits down, 1 second into the game, you're out of it, and you just get to sit back for the next 30 minutes going, well, that sucks. At least for now, everyone's getting looted, everyone's getting ready to rotate, so glad to see everyone on their feet, at least getting their feet on the ground before Chaos falls.
Australia, I gotta say, if you did not pick them, you should be pretty worried. As you saw coming in, even whenever we're looking at the country intros, doing like the combined shoot together, these guys have been playing together for so long. This is a highly synergized squad.
They're so in sync that they had the excessive energy to make a choreography for the intro show. I mean, that's how much energy they've got. They're bringing to this. Luke getting himself looted on up, of course, far up north side. Not the furthest rotation for them to make, but then again, when we're coming into, they only had so many scrims against one another. So as good as you might be as individuals, as one team, it's the do we know what we're running into? Do we know what to expect from every single opposing team? And with the amount of games they've had to play against one another, I would say no. You have ideas, you have just ideas, but with the tricky playing path, with the tricky circle to start things off, it's going to be a guessing game for much part of it.
And yeah, that's what I love about these style of events. There is so much pressure on the IGL system because you have got to make so many on-the-spot calls. That's just, I mean, you can't expect how these teams are going to play. And with that, you have no idea on what's going to be happening, especially when you get a far northern circle like this. It's just going to lead to more and more potential chaos points.
Exactly. Looking down towards the southern bridge, kind of splitting off north and south Georgia Pole, could potentially become a bottleneck of teams running into one another. There are a few teams in that area right now, but fortunately for the most part, teams have kind of managed to avoid each other here early on. Still, we have Thailand all the way down in Ferry Pier, not made their way out of there just yet. And again, I mean, I'm starting to think the boat, at least for part of the rotation, is a play here.
Here's my concern, though. Thailand, I don't know how much information they have on their position. We're just looking at them off of the map right now, so remember, you guys got the map stream. Keep an eye and a track on your teams if you're rooting for your specific country or a specific squad. We did see Taipei move to the north. Thailand is still looking like they're scouting around very slowly. Korea, coming into this point, have themselves a ton of vision. And this is a squad you don't want to give too much information to, and they are already going to be getting it.
Yep, Anonix up on the hillside, making sure that he can get every single bit of info obtainable, and he got a lot of it already. Looking down towards Severny, I'm a little worried that we do still have Australian players coming into Severny now. Would you have heard it, or is it the unfortunate timing of the rotation? Seems like they're committing harder to the west side, though.
Here's the problem. Yeah, whenever we look down around Georgia Pole, man, there are so many teams. We've got China coming in over here. USA looks like they're running a touch of a split. Vietnam's already coming in. I mean, it's going to get to a point where the tension is just mounting slowly and steadily. Loki taking a couple of bullets, but he should be able to find. No big deal. That Shaq's got a lot of support that they can run with. The rest of Korea can also probably support him from the low ground off that position. But again, traffic jam still holding up around Georgia Pole.
And you know what I like to see? It's Japan getting those shots in early. Japan, arguably one of the more passive countries in general. I mean, when we talk Japanese playstyle in PUBG, Japanese was the team during scrims to kick Canada out of school and apps. They 8-0'd them, back-to-back games, 4-0'd. They're coming in with a different amount of force. And now, Ming Ming, you got to dodge and weave to survive this one. One more attack from H-Win. Could be the first player out, and he does get it up.
USA
H-Win
gets it.
finds one. The flush not guaranteed so far, but Ming Ming running into an American ambush early on.
Should be able to get the res, though, so not going to probably see that first blood, but you can see Xlip not wanting to put too much into this. This is kind of a complicated way to go into this res.
He might have to move the car in order to even sit in there and get the res.
He can just do the sweet spot.
Exactly. No, he's gonna reverse it off and get the res. Ike's left, obviously, when we saw during the start of it, he was picked by so many, almost half of everyone has Ike's left on their fantasy team. There's a reason for that. He is a beast. But now let's see here, Fischer, full speed forward, thinks he's all safe, but Germany ready and waiting.
Payne's waiting. This trap could come off at any minute. We are seeing the rotation.
Shots fired.
Side of it. Payne's now starting to unload. Tries to line it. Does get one of them down. And that's going to be Fischer. Knocked off his vehicle, quickly flushed out of it, so it's going to be Argentina, the first one to lose a member in this game.
Yep, Germany holding on. How many more will they let through, though? Martinsen already made his way forward. Silson trying to make a run forward. Alia down by the shoreline as well, trying to get away. Seems like they will be able to get away, but damage done early. Argentina down to 3.
Germany picking up the first kill and the first points, all considered. I know a lot of eyes are drawn to them to see what they can try to do in this, because a lot of X factors for that squad.
I think for Germany, I mean, this is exactly what they should be doing. Germany might not be the best, I mean, up close against one on the 4v4, so if they can find the kills early, if they can find 2 or 3 kills before really going into that first, like, we have everything to risk with this fight moment, then they should be all set. We're seeing on the map now as well, Thailand finally got themselves some vehicles. They're going to go, I guess they must have left Pachinki at this point, right? Let's get some more loot in there, because there must be enough for us to share.
Yeah, but even then, this is just going to be more and more of a problem as the circle does contain moves in, keeps Severna in play. This is pretty much the way you had to expect the circle to go, though, but that means that almost all territory for our teams that are on the outside, most notably, like whenever we look at Taiwan, there's nowhere to really go, but Canada now having to hold up against Australia, who's coming in from multiple angles.
Calling the bluff here, realizing it's not going to be a full team by any chance. No way 4 people are sitting in there. Australia calling it early. They are committed to this one. Nice nade, no damage found, though. Flood had the right floor, but unfortunately wall blocking off the damage.
doing a good job of holding out right now. Canada having to dodge all the Molotovs that are coming in. Keenan has gotten hit, and it's just going to be slow and still attacked up, but Keenan does manage to drop a nade right on top of Tiggleton. Pushes now, starting to come through. It's going to be a knock on the other side of it. Now Shinboy trying to find the angle for it, does get knocked, and that's going to be the end of that fight.
Back to back, you say that, but look at this Canada coming in. The cavalry is arriving a little late, and I think it's going to be too late for it to have been fortunate for Australia here. Tiggleton got knocked way out of the compound. He was in the open, and fortunately, there was no response from Canada fast enough to kind of come and help out. An issue now being the position that the remaining two split players from Canada went from has now been taken over by Finland. So fast in response, and Canada essentially has nowhere to play from now.
I do want to point out Finland did steal one of those kills. Yep. So kudos to them for keeping an eye on what's going on around them at the time. Australia is also going to get the res onto Tiggleton out there. And, I mean, this is just going to be the nature of the beast from here on out. It's just going to be predominantly hill fights. This is a very open area of the map. Well, I say open. It's not very clustered with buildings. This is about finding dips, trees, whatever you can find to try to work around.
I love the hard commit from Australia, saying, you know, there's no way there are 4 people sitting in that compound. You shot at us, we know you're there, we're going to hard commit to it, and they pay the price. Canada down to just 1 player as they tried to see if they could stay alive through it. Not going to happen. They had the circle, they had the position, but they're the first ones really to take casualties.
It's just the way Australia wants to play this. We know that they are a hyper-frag-heavy team, and they can play aggressive here. Again, they've got the synergy, they've been playing together, they know exactly what to do. And whenever you have the killing capability of that squad and then have the communication already established, that is going to be so painful for everybody else around them.
Let's see, and Onyx looking to see what he can do, looking to see if he can spot more people, of course, harder when you're sitting down inside shooting range itself. Make sure no one's on those open hillsides, because if you're caught in the open, it's going to be hard to find cover when you're down in the lowlands.
Yeah, this is coming in just no information at all. So this is going to be a lot of take a couple of steps, see if maybe shoot at you. Yeah, as you're pointing out right here, leaned over, pointing out to me, it's going to be no meds for Nerds even at this stage. And he was the guy that opened this up.
7 bandages coming in late to this one. If this circle goes away, I mean, you're at a point where Thailand, you've got to force a fight with somebody. It's got to be up close, because, I mean, fighting a Nog at 300 meters won't get you their meds. If you want to stay alive through it, if you want to be able to take some damage at a distance and fight on, you need those meds.
But I do want to point out, Thailand did get in the circle before Chinese Taipei, and while they do have the vehicles, it's going to be USA that has a firing line over here. That's going to make it difficult for Chinese Taipei, as they are going to have to cut into the north, and they are going to have a hillside that they can stop at. But there's no information, and no matter how they come into this, they're going to be bumping into a squad.
Yeah, I was going to say Taipei, they potentially might just backfill Thailand if they continue to go east around this one. Let's see new circle. Just a second away from popping. Where are we? Going back up north. Okay, so playing cash on the southern side of this one. All the teams south and southeast will have to find a way in, and I'd like to think, because of the valley out west, Matchroom, the approach here's gotta be straight south in the open.
I'm kind of curious on how Korea is going to handle this. Are they going to regroup based off the way that they're positioned out? That's such a greedy hold right now. But the problem with it is everybody's coming in so fast, they don't really have the time to regroup in a safe fashion.
1 Nog player in Korea, and they will get swarmed. Teams know that that is one of few hard cover positions that you can potentially fight for, or have multiple teams in. And you can see here, Korea, they understand the situation there, and they know we have to hard cover. Adam! Denying Payne's steerage. Munchie going to be the one to find the flush, with no points for Japan. But let's see now, Japan remaining players trying to hold up. Keen goes down, Smash goes down, return Lyron out from the building, finds one as well. Japan in trouble. They held strong early in the open, but now they're getting run over.
There is just everybody flooding in from this angle right now. Japan's trying to hold up a Turkey, all to the fence, and it's going to be Japan, the first team eliminated. There's still fire coming for Turkey, though, as it's so many angles.
They knew they had a team right next door. They waited for the perfect opportunity to take the fight. Now they
USA
do. America out right after. Vietnam on the hill down below. USA thought they played backs free, looked down towards the shooting range area. As soon as they turn around, Vietnam instantly there.
With this Thailand still have to make their move into it. Korea trying to bend up. Takes a shot at Argentina, but it's going to be long-range shots coming out from Canada. And luckily, we're going to see Korea continuing to defend, but the hills back behind them are going to have 2 teams still looking at shooting range.
Exactly. Korea doing a great job at kind of holding everyone at bay, preventing them from accessing. But, of course, eventually what's going to happen. Argentina now 3 down the bunker below. Nothing but needs a spot to play from. Let's see Xiaoyan. What can he find from here. Shoots over towards Felix, not going to get any damage in. China, that's Ike's left knocked. Teddy able to find one. I don't assume there's going to be a flush all fit giving in the building.
This is such a, like, they're so hard right now. Indonesia can't really move. They've got China on the other side, but they're kind of gatekeeping out China's position. They do have Chinese Taipei that made the dash into this area just to the east of what we're looking at, and that's why we see Indonesia kind of, I guess, hunkered off in this spot. So Indonesia looks like they are eyeing the China side, but I mean, which way do you go? No matter which way you try to come out of this, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Exactly. I mean, Indonesia needs to be well aware that they have an entire team sitting up in plane crash, just ready and waiting. If a knock comes in for them on either side, they got to go. Let's see now. In the meantime, Thailand,
Loki.
Full speed forward. I'm seeing 4 nades. I am seeing 4 nades on Loki. And if that dip is famous for one thing, that is collateral damage of nades, tearing teams apart. They're sitting close. 1 or 2 good nades could be the downfall.
And Onyx has some damage coming at him. It's going to be Seoul that takes it, though. Steps away from everything that's going to be going on. Argentina is still pretty close to the north, so that's why Lash hasn't been able to move. Nurens is finding a path into this, just using those hills to the outside of what's going on. Nurens taking the shots in, and that's going to continue to force Korea off. While Loki is in a good spot, he doesn't have the clearest toss, and it's going to be moving the circle over to UK's favor.
These circles get worse and worse by the second. Out into the open. Only Finland will have cover. Remember, this is cover Finland took away from Canada early on when they opted to leave, so really reaping the rewards of a smart early engagement of that one on the Finnish side of things. But down towards the southeast shooting range, now completely out of it. Thailand, Korea, you will have to fight for an entry point to the circle. There's no other way around it. Thailand, you can't wrap south around. That's going to be suicide. And for Korea, you got to take this fight.
You said it. Everybody wanted to play this slowly. You don't want to take those early fights. You're at this stage. You don't have a choice anymore. Australia can kind of loop around, but Thailand, Korea, they have to try to find some way to go, and it's just going to be trying to hop in a vehicle. Gets the shots in, but Lash now looking in, trying to cover his teammates to the south of this. And, I mean, Korea's doing a great job on holding, but they need to move.
The nades starting to come in now. They're within range. And the first one. Belmont falls down. More nades, same area. It's going to be Haisaki, the IGL from Vietnam, able to get the flush. So a lot of kills stolen here early on. Everyone. Full attention here. Game number 1. No one starting off slow.
Oh, I have missed the rumble of nades and land.
You
it just feels good out here.
You can feel it in your feet.
China trying to make the move in, and they're very aware that they've got Indonesia. Taipei still stretching out and should have the northern gatekeeping position onto them. I mean, it's just a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment for so many teams.
China are not ones to be beaten around the rosy here. They will, I mean, they don't risk, like, they're just not afraid. They know that they have an entire team in front of them, and they will run to them. They will take the fight if they have to. Norrens does go down to blue. Yankov now down to blue as well. Thailand will fall.
There we go.
We knew the fight had to happen eventually, and Korea prevails.
Korea still has to make their move, though. China trying to make a move of their own, coming up right next to Brazil. Shot's going to come out from Haven, who's got himself a beautiful position. Gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock.
Indonesia wrapped around them. That might actually pay off. The issue is they're going straight up towards UK, and they might enact this one. Now the issue is, though, China playing with just one car and trees for cover, but there's so many teams with angle on them. There's no way they're going to stay hidden here. They're getting torn apart.
Doesn't matter power rankings when you've got to fight your way through so many squads. China, the definite favorites, but right now they're the definite favorite to eat a ton of nades and damage. Now, just Lou up looking around, and there's nowhere for him to go. You can see Brazil has just beat it in. Indonesia did get that position ahead of him, just like you're talking about. And we're actually looking at Vietnam now stretching back into Chinese Taipei. That might take some shots and at least reveal some type of position, give China some way to recover.
Brazil haven't been on the west side of this for quite a while. Gets an angle once more, does go for the shot. 3 kills coming the way for Brazil as China falls out in 12th play. They tried to play the valley, but there's simply too many teams up top dealing with them.
It's so open in the north, but it is so hard to make that rotation. You can see Korea does manage to get themselves a foothold inside the zone. They've got a dip to play. They do also have Germany that's pretty close, but the circle shifts away from them, going to the west, favoring Indonesia and UK.
Magnetizing on the valley, one of the hardest areas, in my opinion, to have an endgame fight on Erangel. Let's see Korea. They've made moves already. They've stood strong. Somehow they're still 4 alive, but this one might just be too much for them to handle. They're doing all what they can, though, in trying to get out of here. Damage coming through every single time Vietnam peeks on over. You can see the bullets are instantly flying their way.
Third, fourth party going to be all over the place, especially for the squads that are trying to come down from the shooting range hillside. I mean, targets galore are happening right now, but we can actually see UK and Indonesia are starting to get in range of each other and have started to damage each other out. They're fighting for that center spot. This means that the teams on the outside could have an opportunity. Korea hopping inside of a vehicle. They've just got a clown car. They're sending it out. Vietnam taking some shots. Doesn't get enough to knock one just yet, but where do they go? Rolling right in, right next to Turkey.
Kjotpat trying to throw one forward, bounce off a little bit to the side, not going to get it. They were standing right on top of one another. Could be absolutely insane. That one comes down. Loki, first one to fall, and Onyx down to half HP. They are in trouble. Korea, they are still alive, but they still have further to go. Turkey sitting over the top, holding on. Argentina now coming into this one too.
Trying to leapfrog this. What is Argentina going to look at? You can see just jumping in the vehicle and Onyx trying to get away, realizing this could be bad. Argentina, are you going to look at Turkey? Are you going to look at Korea? Because everybody over here is still fighting to make it inside the safe zone, and there is nowhere to go.
Everyone fighting for space. So far, United Kingdom, the one sitting inside the circle, but on the side, on the southeast, the fight's been happening so far. The last 10 minutes straight, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. Indonesia knows before, but now his peaks on down, fights one with Seoul. Instantly there to respond.
Trying to fight their way up this one. Vietnam takes a massive amount of casualties. Korea might have the opening for this one to try to run through. Only one member up for Vietnam at range, but it's going to be Argentina. Sells trying to go for more, but Argentina goes down. Korea fighting tooth and nail to make it into the circle.
They are fighting half the server at the same time and somehow still alive through all of the 7 kills for Korea as they continue to fight their way forward. Ketpa, only player left alive for Turkey, peeks forward, doesn't get an angle.
Don't stay there, Turkey.
How are they still 4 alive?
They are just murdering the entire world to get inside this zone. UK did take out Indonesia while this is going on, so do have a strong spot. They are running a separated position at range, but you can see it's going to be Australia that's running one member up in the north and the only member that's really up there.
Right now, I mean, Korea, they're going to be running 2 solo players. If they deal with them both, look at the HP of Loki. They have nothing to work with. Solo Loki, 30 HP between them. I don't know if they missed Ketpa, if they just said we got to go to the circle and then take the fight, but they got snakes on both sides. One bullet is all, 2 bullets essentially to take down 2 players. Haisagi, again, IGL from Vietnam peeking all over. Finland from behind! Ketpa sneaking up into position, not going to find it. Now Haisagi peeks on over. Spotted 1, Molly comes forward 2.
Just trying to get away from point now. He's already revealed himself, knows the fact that he's going to have to do a run through a wide open position, trying to use the hillside to at least get some distance, but it's going to be Finland at range that's taking pot shots. On the other side of this one, you can see Taipei now starting to make a move into Brazil. Brazil on the gate-kept position right now, and are going to have to try to move through them or Australia to the north.
Flash is going to keep them blind for a good while. The effects peeking on over. Everyone's been fighting. Well, honestly, with the exception of Finland, they've been able to sit tight and come up for a good while. Everyone else, you can see the Mets, you can see the heals. They are running on fumes at this point. Everyone trying to stay put out here in the open.
Should be noted, Vietnam has been doing a great job on murdering as they make their way in as well, picking up 18 kill points. But Brazil also trying to stack up more, realizing where Chinese Taipei is, but they have to run through a wide open field to try to get there. Haven trying to go for a flank point, looks in, gets the spray in, and there you go! Well played.
Haven, up and coming superstar, showing up here in game number 1. 5 kills already, adding the Brazil total up to 7. Top 6 guaranteed as well. And here comes Korea. Full speed forward, bumping into each other. Oh no! You don't want to do that. Logan full speed forward, takes the gun. Oh, the car! Taken down by the vehicle. Still one alive. Vex goes down too, and they all fall.
The nades! Vex just dropped the nade right on top of him. Lash trying to crawl his way into this one. Haisaki at range looking in. Korea does manage to at least stabilize and get one of their members back up.
The fact that they survived just with 2 out of that one, wow.
Australia, though. Australia's still so strong, and coming into this, in this area, they are going to be able to feast off of this.
No reason for them to rush anything. They know that they have Brazil down towards the southwest. They know that the UK inside the circle. But if you grab enough control up here on the hillsides, if you spread out and take that entire ridge, you have all the vision in the world to pinpoint exactly where you want to go next circle. In the meantime, Haisagi, no smokes remaining. He could use a few of them to get down this hill.
Brazil hopping in the vehicle. They are going to make their way to the edge of the zone, but not entirely inside of it yet. You can hear long-range shots is Lash.
What's going to happen eventually?
I mean, he had to run into a bad spot, so Haisaki does eventually drop. And now we're looking at a hillside that's just going to be all kinds of violence on Australia's side. It's going to be Brazil making the push into that. Just few options. They have to come in through here. UK is pretty close, but they really can't do too much on their angle that they're playing from. So This is really about, can the 3 for Australia hold back whatever Brazil is trying to bring?
Look at the utility on the Australian side. I mean, they had that early fight against 2 of the players from Canada, but other than that, they've been sitting tight on the north side of the circle. Still got plenty of vest, plenty of utility, helmet, all in good standing here. Only one nade from Monty. There's 2 players down behind the rock just below. He finds a perfect nade here. That's 2 out of Brazil in an instant.
Oh, there we go. Luke does drop the nade on top of Haven. He's going to go down. The other members are spotted. Oh, and there goes the vehicle as well. Deny anything. Circle does pop UK's favor as well as this firefight. That means Australia can stretch down into this. They need to make a move in. Taking the shots in, and Brazil finding themselves in some trouble. But VHZ does get a knock onto Luke in retaliation.
And not until now is Finland going to be forced to make the play out here. If they read this right, if they know the fight on the hilltop is going on right now, that is where you push. You go up, you claim control, you take him out. Soul continuing. They are playing from a shack, and they're still finding knocks across the map.
Leans out, gets some damage, and that's going to buy more time for Australia to get the reses that they need. Finland's got a free path into this, really.
Yeah.
They've been doing a great job on controlling the territory just to their west. Nobody's been allowed to come through there, so they know it's open.
Very curious I was to see if Finland was going to wrap north around or try and play the lowlands here. I think they're just, right now, I mean, they're backfilling. They're taking their time. They want to see if a potential fight breaks out, because if something happens uphill, they will make the northern wrap. Issue is, I'm not sure if they're aware that UK sits in the position that they do. We saw them hesitate to push up towards that shack, and I think it makes perfect sense that they hold back at least for a little while longer. Let the other teams fight one another and have a perfect third-party opportunity yourself.
There's just so much vision in this circle whenever you see people moving in. Third and fourth party, we talked about it a little earlier. This is going to be so big at this stage. I mean, look at what we're looking at for the circle itself. Trees, a couple of dips. Just like you were saying, the first team that takes the shot, we're essentially looking at a game of chicken, is going to reveal themselves, and that's just going to set up a domino effect. Australia, though, could benefit from that a lot. This is a squad that can just turn and fire and start to spray stuff down.
Definitely. How long will UK remain out of combat here? I think it's the deciding factor as to whether Australia or Finland
is what they're trying to do. They don't want nothing to do with what's happening around
Halo,
them.
sit tight and let the other teams with 4 players still alive fight one another. The issue is, with the pathing into this circle, I'm not sure exactly how UK avoids confrontation, but looks to me now like Finland actually eyeing down towards the south.
This is interesting because we have Finland that's going to be looking at Korea's shack with 2 members in. We've got UK's shack that's to the northwest of that. It's going to be Australia looking in. So we're almost looking at 2 independent fights.
They know exactly where both those two teams are. And I was just going to say they just need a knock. They need some sort of entry. But right now, all the gates are closed by the respective guards. And right now, if they can find the double vehicle explosion coming up as well. Damage coming out now, Flood over the top, shooting again. Keep in mind, UK doing everything they can to remain as tiny as they can. They don't want to do anything here. They want to pop up at the very last moment to get as much damage in as they possibly can.
Here's the big thing. Circle favors Australia. They've got the high ground. They're just going to be looking at fish in a barrel coming in. LFP is the hopes for so many squads right now. If he can like creep in and maybe just distract Australia, maybe these other teams can find a way into the circle.
If Luke peeks south, which is shooting, I mean, they gotta anticipate somewhat of a flank from the southern side. If LFP can find him in the midst of doing that, that could easily open up the north side, because they will have to commit one to go down to get the rest, and then all of a sudden you're in a 2v4 against Finland, or potentially a 2v2 against the UK.
Here's my thing. We saw Korea fight their way out of a no-win situation. They shouldn't have got out of that.
Multiple times already.
Finland is looking at them, and they have control on this, and by every regard, Korea should die here. But I mean, what miracle can Korea try to make here? They've got to cross a road that's going to be just full-on open terrain. They know it. Finland's prepped on it, throwing it in, and it's going to be Brazil on the other side. Double teaming up into it now. Finland trying to make the run in. Are we going to see LFP make the push into Australia, or is it going to be just enough to distract? A couple of shots are coming out from him, and now it's going to be Finland looking down into Brazil's direction as well.
Page falls down as Blood finds one. Damage done towards Finland. The rest should be possible here behind the rock. There's, again, Finland, plenty of utility to work with. Will have smokes up. Cover, circle moving in. Slow to HP for LFP. Can't find it. Wanted to, didn't happen. Brazil fall in 4th as the climb uphill begins for Finland and a potential win this game.
Here is the fight right now. UK is hiding out in their shack as they should be doing. They're just trying to survive, get as many points as they can. But Australia looking down at Finland. These 2 teams have owned opposite sides of this hillside for so long. Finland doing a great job in controlling everything to the west of Severny, moving in. Meanwhile, Australia has been walking their way through squads to try to find the right approach into this one, and now finds themselves looking down into Finland's approach.
This game ends on UK. I mean, this game literally ends on their shack. You can see the mollies being thrown now. They knew there was going to be people around. round. Vard is prone outside, though. The X-ray might not give that away that easily. The outside, but Fader finally, Nate coming in from Diggory, finds one. Don't take anything for granted. You have the utility, use it wisely.
I love this. You can see that Finland is trying to use the Shack to give them the cover to get into the circle and deny everything from Australia. Australia's trying to separate out, trying to find new angles, get the sprays in. Flood does get the knock on Mixie, and now it's getting a little bit spicy. Monty does go down as well, as it's going to be a full-on firefight. T-Bone caught in the middle of all of it, but it sprays every section of this map.
T-Bone still prone, dodging and weaving as best as it can as the nades continue to come in. 3 alive. Australia still with a chance to get a rest if they can find time to get it. T-Bone mollied up on forward. Do not want to allow for anyone to play this Shack. Flood just exactly able to avoid the molly from behind. The other side, T-Bone spots one. Now they know there's one just on the other side of the car.
Going for the spray and finally does go down. United Kingdom is eliminated, but it's going to be full-on members finding it out. Flood going for the spray and 2 members of Finland on the opposite side trying to defend up. Are we going to see Australia on the side flank find the angles for it? They are trying so hard, but Diggory trying to hold it up, but it's going to be Flood that gets a knock on a page. Now, just Diggory up, fighting on one side of it, sitting at 7 kills, but no! It's going to be Australia that picks up the first round.
Australia all the way from down under. And they grab themselves win number 1.
I mean, are you really that surprised that Australia managed to make up the first round? This is a squad we were talking about that is just so ridiculously strong, and that's exactly how they want to play. Find an area where they can just see everything that moves, and suddenly they own the entirety of the circle, and every person that moves is just a point waiting to be had.
The power of the Shui in the intro show is what granted them
strong,
that
man.
one. I love Finland's playstyle for this one, though. Very, very, very hard-fought one for them for that one as well.
Well, you're seeing like the different countries' playstyles entirely. Like that is 100% Finland playstyle. Like, okay, we're gonna make the super logical approach over here and do this and work their way out. Australia's like, we're just gonna kill everybody in this area, and then Korea's just like, we're just gonna make magic happen.
With that said, guys, let's now hop back over to the desk and let them break down game number 1.
That's right, thank you very much, gentlemen. A fiery start here to PNC 2022 as we head all the way north. But it is the boys from down under that get themselves the first win. Joining me, Toppies as well as Avenger. Australia, is it any surprise some of our powerhouse teams here, Toppies, come out to place all guns blazing?
You said to the boys from down under, but it's not a surprise that they come out on top. These guys are pedigreed, they're incredible players, and they played this match so well. Martin, I thought Finland had this. The Australians had to keep rotating around the outside, but managed to keep finding ways to get in.
And it was an extremely hard circle as well. We're starting super far north. Our plane path was rough as well.
Definitely so. If we take a look at the highlights coming in here from our top 4 teams especially, and we take and see just how they did play. I think something that you point out most importantly here, Toppies, is the fact that Australia, edge-heavy play, going for that wide rotate on the north. We see a lot of teams rotate around that way. Definitely worked out for them.
It did. It worked out really well for them, and honestly, it was a little bit of a blessing from Finland. Finland originally had a 2-2 split where they held their compound, and they held that north, that sort of beach cliff area. They collapsed early, which is a smart move, but that opened the door for Australia to slip in, take the cliff, and then play out of it, and I love seeing that heads-up awareness.
And completely open circle here towards the end. Australia, you had to change your pick to USA. I don't know why you did it. I stayed with them. It was Australia. But on the other end, my pick for fantasy roster, Monty, died.
And overall, as you can see here, analyzing exactly how things have already gone down. It's only 1 game in out of the 20, but they're very keen to keep their foot on the gas pedal. I think it's fair to say there's no elation, there's no super hype moment there for them at the end, but they are able to create the hype with the way they play this game out. Going up against Great Britain as well as Finland, no small feat in the positions that they were in, but quite handedly dismantled at the end.
Absolutely, and I think, when you talk about United Kingdom, they're up there as well, 4th place. They played very, very cleanly into that late game, but we talked about it when we were sitting in the green room, maybe a little bit late, Martin, on bringing their splits together. Finland crashed, got their 4 together very early. UK felt like they were dragging a little on that.
Yeah, so in general, this area is extremely hard to get together if you're playing in this valley here. The high ground that Australia was able to have for a long time worked out perfectly. They actually also got an important circle shift that they were able to defend from Brazil, which got picked apart from multiple other directions.
Yeah.
And that ended up being extremely important for Australia. Keeping Fall Guys alive as well, being able to take the fights on multiple edges too.
Also worth noting, Korea, yes, they went out in 5th place, but you saw on those numbers they were in 2nd because those guys know how to take a fight. PUBG is not always about just getting that chicken dinner. It's about making the most out of every moment. Korea proved in this game that they can do that.
No, indeed. Of course, we are playing on the super settings. Every kill will matter in terms of those points coming on in. And I mean, guys like Lash K doing really good for himself there. Who would have picked him for one of their fantasy picks? It's pretty good there, Martin. Not too bad.
Yeah, I like how we're starting out with already after game number 1. We're talking about the fantasy picks. It's extremely important. We are here with some of the best players, and they're here to prove themselves. This very late game here, we're talking about this Western shift for Australia. They keep the high ground. UK laying low, forcing Finland to make the plays. Losing makes in the shack for the push.
Finland's going to be mad about not winning this one, though. I mean, they were dropping on this side of the map. The circle favored them on almost every single shift, and it just came down to that end. We thought we'd see maybe a 4v4. It didn't quite pan out. I think UK in the middle really caused a lot of teams to have to make some hard choices when it came to moving around that edge.
Martin, do you think that UK, obviously they had that 2-2 split, but it's difficult to get together later on, and that's kind of why it slowly falls apart?
Practically impossible. Once you have so many teams from both high grounds looking into the valley, you can't change it. The leaderboard here, though.
That's right. Big points coming in. Australia starting things off hot. They're used to the heat. It's hot here in Thailand, but 17 points go their way. South Korea looking to put themselves on the mark too with 14.
11 kills. I mean, that is what Korea is good at. They're going out there and looking for fights. By the same token, just outside the top, Brazil did the same thing. But this is Flood. He looked good in game. He looks good in the photo. And he put up a massive amount of work. Over 1,000 damage for his team, 3 kills. He's becoming a linchpin that's going to hold this team together.
The cool thing about this is it's 1,123 damage that converts to the 3 kills. It shows how much is also going the way of the rest of his team here, Martin. So very good synergy overall.
Yeah, for sure. In general, the way they were playing, they were being so aware, making sure that they were Fall Guys live. They were playing passive until they had to push, until they had to sweep the edges. And obviously, having known Flood for some while, he's a very young guy, but the amount of experience that this guy has, you can already see here in game number 1, playing for the first time representing his nation. He's putting in the effort.
And you can tell, I think you could feel at that moment, there was a few knocks on Australia. They worked really well together as a team. When I talked to them, they said, we've played together, we know each other, we've been around on the scene together for a very long time. And I think you saw that in game number 1. There were no jitters. They were very confident. They made some very bold moves. They protected each other on reses. It was a very strong game for them, just like it was for Korea. Remember, they didn't finish in the top 4 in terms of placement, but they did because they found the kills. They looked for the fights. These guys are legends.
And of course, it's now time to get their game faces back on. We're ramping up for game 2. It's not going to occur just yet, but one thing's for sure is that South Korea here, Martin, definitely coming out to play. They've got a lot to prove after effectively leading the charge the entirety of PNC 2019 up until the very last game where the championship was taken away from them.
It was wild. And also, it was funny how we saw in the interview with Anonix, is like, I vaguely remember Nations Cup 2000.
Okay.
He forgot about it happily. He doesn't want to remember because that was a tough loss.
I think that was a little tongue-in-cheek, right? Because the reality is it hurts because you never have a championship taken from you. You lose a championship, and that sits with them, and you heard them say in the interview, it's a second chance.
No, indeed. So doing a lot of work in this previous game, but how will they fare going into the next one? We do have 2 more Erangels, and then we'll have 2 Miramars after that. But Team UK was just there, but we're focusing on good old Finland. And is it any surprise, Martin, that the UK and Finland, with heroic members, liquid members, phase members, is able to come out so strong early on?
You know, just this first game here, we're looking at some of the favorites already doing well. Australia, Finland, Korea, United Kingdom, China had a rough time, but they did. In general, these 4 teams that we saw in the top 4 are literally 4 teams that we're expecting to end up in the top 6.
But I think to juxtapose Australia and Finland, Australia, they play together, they pub, they know each other. Finland doesn't have that time. I talked to them earlier, they said, we mostly scrim with our own teams. We don't have a lot of experience together as a group. That didn't seem to matter here. They were making strong calls. Paige clearly knows what he is doing, and that team was responding very well, very quickly to those calls.
I think they were keen to get on the road together, though, right? I mean, they've literally just played a tournament with each other in Europe to try and get on that same page. What, it was like a week and a bit ago here, Martin?
Yeah, 3 days before they started traveling, they won a tournament, a small tournament. But I'm not too worried about how much time they've had together.
Of course.
I'm sure the micromanagement skills that Paige is going to have, an experience that he can lean onto from Mexi, they're going to be completely calm and collected.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they found themselves a decent spot in a compound up towards the north, and were biding their time as the circle eventually shifted away from them and they had to move up that position. But by the time they had to move here, Toffees, Great Britain, who could have been their gatekeeper, was down to 2, so it was a little bit difficult for them. But gentlemen, I'm getting word that we are ready for game number 2, so let's head over to the commentators once again. It's Erangel, the Grassy Pastures.
This time around, way kinder, but first area of the map we're flying over, very clear. Taipei, Thailand, have you sorted things out, or are we committing to this one again?
We'll have to see. Looks like we're seeing a jump out from both squads at roughly the same time. Might be a committal in. Looks like Germany's
They're out of the plane.
Yep. Committal's coming back. I think that we're going to at least see another awkward drop next to each other. Leo is at least going to go to the crossroads.
Get a car.
Yeah.
Go get a car. Find yourself some sort of safety on the other side, and we'll see what happens from there on out. Everything else looking quite good and dandy. Everyone spreading out accordingly. We didn't see a whole lot of commotion on the middle and north side of the map before either. And hopefully for Chinese Taipei and Thailand, they get things sorted out on the southern side by at least the end of today, I would say. I'm looking at you, Match. You're giving me the devil eyes here. No, continue.
Look, I firmly grasp where I stand in this whole hot drop situation, and I like this. Thailand is at least going to get the shots in, scare the range, and I think that's going to be about as much. This is going to be the modification that we're going to get. I do believe that if we're going to see any more hot drops or contested plays, we might get one in Miramar coming up here in a little while, but after that, I think it's just going to be, are you going to try to keep anybody out? And hey, this circle feels kind of familiar.
Do you think Canada is going to 2-2 split north this time?
I have no idea. We'll have to see.
At least they learned that if they do and they start shooting, people will punish them for doing so.
The big brain play would be send everybody to that same compound and only have 2 people shoot, so it looks like it, and then whenever maybe Australia comes in, set up a trap.
Guys, go hide in the bathroom. We'll set it up perfectly. Okay. We'll set it up.
Play old school PUBG. Just get a shotgun and hide in the bathroom. It'll be fine.
I mean, that's also kind of new school PUBG these days.
It is true. Huh?
It's as if we're going like all the way around and we're back to where we started. Shotgun's very, very much a factor.
Oh, why we
Adam finding an early one. That's of course a replay, I believe, from last.
I feel like we're about to come in and just watch America get destroyed here. Yep.
That was brutal. They came up the hillside, Vietnam ready and waiting. We saw a lot of the last game. We saw Germany do it as well. I mean, a lot of gatekeeps, a lot of preps, and to me, when you set up the way that they do, you can only do this if you've done your prep in knowing what are the, how do they usually rotate into this? What do they do? But you never want to set up a gatekeep and have nothing happen. So Vietnam, they set up, they waited, and it paid off.
This is going to be kryptonite for USA's team. Whenever we look at how H-Win likes to shot call, and especially Gunner and shoot to kill, or their shot calling style is always very progressively. Like, we know somebody's going to be here at this time and somebody's going to be here. This is the priority spot, so we're going to approach from this area. Whenever you have Vietnam just kind of being in a spot that they don't expect, that's going to be what ends up destroying USA, I think, more often than not.
I think the observers really want to have melee games, and I'm not against that.
You sound like you're against melee games. I don't know what you're trying to bring
melee
here.
games.
What are you trying to say? You don't,
I don't know.
Look, you're calling me out because I like hot drops and melee games, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's I'm all for the chaos, but at least let them get settled first. But
this is
I feel like
PUBG Nations Cup. This is all about the fun, celebrating the players, celebrating the viewers, and having crazy matches.
We're still waiting for the island endings on Miramar. Those are still to come.
See, I want to see a far southern island Miramar game.
That does.
I know everybody always wants to see the eastern ones and everything else like that. Those, like the firefight, usually ends as people are trying to go down that hillside to the island itself. It gets crazy when you see the southern island.
They do get pretty wild, no doubt about it. We saw Finland there for a second. I like the way that Des broke it down. I mean, their early on rotation, going in and taking that compound from the 2 players from Canada that left. incredible heads-up play. The rotation out of it, we saw them being hesitant. We saw them initially go up the hillside towards Australia going, we don't like what we're seeing here. We simply do not have the info to make that aggressive push going down south. They've then found the kills on towards Korea, but when they tried to wrap down that way, there was just nothing for them to find.
Well, we often talk about momentum in games and how it's important because once you start feeling like you're in the groove, once you start feeling like you're finding out what your win conditions are, I'm worried for this lobby because this is a strong performance, while yes, didn't win, for Korea, who definitely is going to feel much more like they can take the firefights that they want to after what happened there. And for Australia, because Australia came out and felt like they just didn't get challenged in their approaches in a way that I would say was very scary.
Yeah.
A lot of the other teams had to contest with things that I would say are extremely problematic. Australia just kind of handled what was thrown at them and was perfectly fine.
Yeah. No worries on their part whatsoever. A little blessed with a lot of circles going north in their favor, because if they were the ones to go into that valley, that would probably have been the same downfall that China ran into. But let's see now, everyone slowly and steadily getting rotated on forward. Leo, Scott's Kidex, we saw, I believe, was one of the American players riding side by side with an Indonesian player as well. Here they are, Teddy, Srimsey, riding along one side. Is Teddy gonna cross? Knowing that they just went over? Nah, he's stopping for info. Smart play. And they're actually turning around.
Oh, but
America.
it's USA on the other side.
Ready and
too,
waiting,
yeah.
and Sharpshot is up close here too.
Yeah, they were coming in, and he just cut right in between them. How much are we going to see a commit coming off of this? I don't think that USA wants to push in for this. 1 point for potentially losing your members in a rotation like how they died a second ago isn't worth it.
True. I mean, the American team here felt the danger of running into a gatekeep now, trying to set one up, although not as committed. Leaving it again as they saw the Indonesian teams erupt further towards the rest. In the meantime, China seems to me like they're doing the exact same thing. And Ming must have heard the vehicles from Chinese Taipei as they're coming in that direction.
Yeah, this is an interesting gatekeep that we might see happen right on Georgia Pole's western ridge. That doesn't get too much love too often for firefights, but see the Turkey already trying to hold up is going to be Japan that just decides to send in, and that's not how you want to start it. Polly down early off of it. Can we see at least a retaliation knock and trying to see if they can find an approach? It doesn't look like they're going to come into this easy.
They caught Turkey to split the idea. It's great for the needed damage, and they need it now. First one falls down, 2 to fall, 1 on each team. Lion falls, Polly does unfortunately as well, but Ketpa is here now, and Smash is the eye in the sky up on the hillside above. 3 from Japan inside the same building here. They are in trouble once these nades start coming in.
Are we going to see a connection off of it? Trying to get away. That's not where you wanted to go! Problematic Japan, who is getting control over that, quickly in trouble. Trying to fend up Shiva with very few options to play from, now outnumbered in this firefight, getting spotted and goes down. Japan eliminated. Well played from Turkey.
Stands strong. I'm not gonna lie, while this did not look good for Japan, I love the aggression. Essentially the same style play that we saw with Australia earlier. They know it's a split, they commit to it. Unfortunately, they crash the cards into one another, one goes down. But if they had been able to get that first knock fast, that could have been their position to play from.
There is a massive learning potential for players that are coming into this to take stuff back to your region. If you just sit and play passively and you're like, oh, well, I've got a spot in the circle and I just want to play for points, but I'm afraid I might not win the firefight, but hey, the circle favors me.
Yeah.
You're not going to learn much. That's something you can already learn. Instead, try to see if you can take some of these firefights, especially in the earlier sections of it, and see what you can get. More often than not, you see teams that are like in 16th place on the last day saying, well, I guess we need to fight now, and that's just way too late.
And one of the things that makes it even better for me is that it's Japan that did it. Again, I mean, I looking at the teams playing here, looking at the rosters individually and what they've done in their respective teams during the various PCS tournaments, Japan in general is just, to me, I would say arguably the most passive country in all of PUBG, throughout all time of PUBG. They play incredibly
I remember
passive.
the early EU.
Yes, okay, there has been moments, no doubt about it, but I'm just going to say, coming in 2 games in, seeing them pull up the way that they just did here, that's a different Japan than what I'm used to seeing. And even though it didn't go their way this time around, I don't want them to stop trying, because they will succeed eventually.
You say they play passive. I always felt that they played, for lack of a better term, scared. They were always afraid to take a firefight, so always leaned into that safety option. I think that this is the right way to play it. See if maybe you can get something out of it. Try to work on your teammates and your firefighting skills and see what you can get out of it.
Yep.
This is an interesting modification coming up from Australia, though. It's going to go ahead and get Severny.
Here comes Chinese Taipei once more. They were up here
Oh,
before.
no.
They turned around. They
That's
drove
not the way to
away.
go.
Now they went. China, they must have left by now, right? No, they have not. Ming ready and waiting. Xiaobian ready as well. Here comes the first car. Cross savior. Headshot. Instantly falls down. Second car around the side. Mao Rush goes down too. Ming does fall. Leo is out of the car trying to take the fight, but they're already in a 2v3 situation.
This is just terrible for Taipei. There is nowhere to go. Look, every single angle is covered, but it's just going to be picking them up as they go. Yan Li, very few options. Are you just going to hop in a vehicle? Ixlif's already going to spot it out. I mean, what are you going to do, Yan Li? The only thing that I do like about this is Taipei is at least dragging this out. And
So smart. So smart.
Like it. I
Hold
like
the
it.
angle. You get the first peek because of the 2 steps of high ground advantage there. Very smart hold from Yan Li.
This is actually coming back to really screw over China because Yan Li is putting in some work. The blue zone's coming in. China still has to make a move if they were to win this one, and Chinese Taipei is fighting this one back.
Chinese Taipei will fall down, but 1 kill does come their way. Ming should be pretty safe. There's no one, as you can see in the bottom left side of your map there, no one making their way towards this fight. So 3 will stay put, but nice engagement. For China to sit tight, to stay around for this long. They heard the cars early. Then when Chinese Taipei left, I thought, great, that's going to be China moving, right? They sat around for that much longer, knew they were going to be coming back, and it paid off.
Now we're taking a quick look around. Surprise, surprise, this circle also very familiar to what we saw last time. So the only thing that has changed is the modifications and rotation. Korea is coming in. Shooting range did that pretty well last time.
Yeah.
But to the north of this, Australia is still holding down Severny. That means the fact that we are not going to be able to see Finland go into that position. Also, Canada is caught up on Finland, who is now playing Australia's side.
Exactly. Things getting wrapped around a little bit, of course. Making better playing path for the majority of teams also makes for a little variety in the entry points to the circle. Thailand still 4 alive, no damage done on their part so far as they make their way further up north, further towards the circle. They already have Escalucia up in that area of the map, and now Michael taken down by Luke as Australia try and wrap out and see if they can spot a little more from Severny.
I mean, there is just probably a good 300 or 400 meters around. I would say Severny, you just don't want to go near. It's just you come into that area, you see the firefights, you see people get shot from so far away, and they're just like, nope, just not even have it. Like, Vex is going to come in here, and they may stay here for a little while until the next circle, but that's going to be about it.
We talked about before, playing scared, or at least, opting not to take the fights. We've seen twice now in this game already, Argentina backing off from potential fights where they could sit tight and kind of take on the team pushing towards them. They backed out of the crossroads, they backed out of southern side Severny when Australia pushed in as well. Now they're sitting up on the hillside. Still a good position for them, but we're reaching a point where Argentina, if you keep backing off, you will have nowhere left to run.
What confuses me is last time the southwest of this circle was packed, and it destroyed so many teams. But this time, everybody's coming into the southwest again.
Yep.
Nothing learned off of it is we're going to have China that's over here, Thailand's going to be over here, USA, we have Indonesia as well as Germany, all holding down this position, and it's just hills in this area and massively open valleys.
Exactly. And issue with the southeast side of the circle, or east in general, is that if you don't have cover already, pushing in from there with no info, because you're pushing uphill, you're playing in the open. And it's absolutely terrible. You can see, even for China, before now, they won't have info. Xiaolu already out of his vehicle. Bellmother's up close. Does he go for the shot? Prone's down. He doesn't have all of his teammates here to help him out. So understandable that he wants to get them at least a little bit closer before shooting Janko. They're ready and waiting as well. They hear him just over the hill.
Playing this one patient. I like it. Listening for the footsteps, trying to figure it out. Nurens is trying to flank back behind this one. And he could find the angle. Nurens actually opens up at range. And good connection coming up out of this one. Thailand feels like they've got an opportunity. See if maybe they can grab more of it. Now starting to make the foot push into close range fighting.
There's a team you want to take down early. You do not want to have China on your side of the circle coming into the latter stages of this game. So fend them off, push them off. Janko goes for one more. Unfortunately, can't quite find it, so Ming will be able to get out of here alive. But China, 2 players down, 13 minutes in.
Here's the problem, though. Finland, here's what's going on, as well as USA. This is going to be a problem for China as they're losing places to go, and Thailand starting to find their footing, continuing on this path.
Holy, that headshot, I'm not even sure if he expected to get it. It was like a fadeaway headshot, unscoping as it came in. Circle. Back towards shooting range once more we go. Korea Again, I mean, wide split for them inside the range itself right now. Curious to see if they're going to group up more and potentially allow for a team to at least play the walls outside, or if they're going to try and maintain the split the way they have it right now. USA making their way towards the circle as well, I want to say, but they've also hurt these nades, and there could potentially be a third-party opportunity for them. Again, these dips, we know it, Matcham. One nade for Loki. It could be all he needs. It could be all he needs if he places it right.
If he can get into position. This is so hard to throw from. Your teammates have got to cover. Looks like they're trying to find this one. Soul looks like he might be coming up to try to provide some support.
They need more nades. They need more nades.
Yeah, don't throw yet.
There you go.
Get a position. There you go.
He needs more nades.
Coming
I love
off
it.
of this one.
Oh, and they're both throwing them too.
Double up coming out. Gonna toss on. Flood actually gets stuck right in the pocket. Connects onto one. How's it gonna come out after this one? There's nowhere to go. It's just a red zone right on top of Brazil. And Soul moves in and Brazil is out.
Just like that. Brazil wiped from the server. Out they go. America trying to come into the valley next to shooting range to see what they can find. And what they find is Germany. They're trying to make a play down the hill, but America ready and waiting. Now Canada. Having heard this, there is one knock on the side of America, so they will come up close and they might just be able to get a third party in of their own.
We're going to see this move come in, long-range shots. You can see Kickstart trying to position the vehicles. Long range, Korea does have vision onto this and is looking into Canada's side. This is bold coming out from Canada. They might lose members for going for this, but they want it. Double up nades coming in again. They're going to land, but they're going to go too far and not connect onto Shrimzy and Kickstart.
And that's the info that America needs. Let's spread out a bit more,
USA did get the res, by the way.
Yep, they got one up. They send it instantly back down the hillside in Canada as well. This was their chance. This was the opportunity to go up, use the element of surprise. We now have to play it tighter. They are in their two-way split once more, and they do have, I mean, China's still yet to really make their way into this circle on the other side. Sharp shot, though, in the meantime, caught in the open. And Onyx not gonna give him a chance to get into safety there. Rest might be, no, not gonna happen. Not possible. Chaka taking out. Damage comes, though, from up on the hillside.
This is just a proper moves into here, and good shot's going to connect off and gets the flush, but it looks like Vietnam trying to get a flush of their own. And Onyx making them work for it, though. Got the jukes in, even went down. Going to go ahead and finally get picked up there. This is going to be pretty contained over here, as Vietnam does have Indonesia that's close to them, as Turkey as well, but I mean, no clear threats, and so they can kind of just rain hellfire down on everybody in the low ground.
Exactly. One of the big Achilles heels of shooting range is if the team up on the hillside has nothing to worry about from behind, every single time you move from barrel to barrel, from wall to wall, they will be shooting at you. Exactly what we saw there as well.
Look at this, though. We've got circle going in, Korea holding down shooting range, Finland is going to be in the bunker that's just to the north of them, and Australia is going to pretty much have all of the north. This is going to be really hard to move into, because even if you have to come in from the south, you're going to be going up against, we see Vietnam that's holding up?
Yep, Vietnam sitting tight. Turkey's going to be able to make a play up in their direction. Thailand, I think a lot of this is going to fall on Thailand. What is going to be their approach? I feel like, unless if you take cars, wrap west around straight into essentially both China and Canada, you have to wrap northeast. You got to play for the hill. You got to see for how long you can maintain control. Bring in your cars as well for the eventual Hail Mary downhill, should the circles not keep coming your way. Then let's look towards shooting range. Well, speaking of Hail Mary, they knew they were going to have to go eventually. Vietnam didn't want to stay on the hill. They have hard committed to making their way inside of shooting range itself.
They don't even want the outside wall. They're just going full blast, double barrel right up into Korea's defended position. And now, while Korea had a lot of control over this, they're having to counter move around what Vietnam is doing. Issue is, Loki's flank position is real strong.
And the main, the issue with sitting in shooting range is that now Korea allowed one team in. That means they have to focus them, and that really opens up the door for a third, maybe even a fourth team to try and kind of take a piece of the pie of what is shooting range. Shinboy spots Ming Ming. No way he was going to get out of there alive. In the meantime, Xiaopian trying to see if he can make his way up along the plane crash crater. Anywhere to go, still quite a distance to the circle, and I feel like the days from China kind of counted here. Still 42 alive, a long way to placement point. Can do. Loki spots one over the top, knowing now that Vietnam is right next door.
He is in a very precarious position this far forward, realizing it now that he's been revealed, trying to move back. Haisaki not going to let him get it too easy. He's not going to have a clear sight line again after this one, so play it slow. Now, Indonesia coming in. Looks like they're going to be coming along Turkey's line, as Turkey did move out of their position into this point, but this is fairly surrounded. They've got Thailand on the other side of it, and you're just going to have to bully your way into it, but Turkey's already held up in the spot, and Turkey Oh, you needed to get that one.
I love that we see Indonesia kind of silent pulling up on Turkey, but they're just sitting there with their scopes. Hey guys, we know you're coming. I mean, there's only one spot you could fill in from here. Issue is Thailand is off on the side, and now they're up to charm in. Question was, who were they gonna engage? But Turkey! Before we even get to say it, they fall down. Indonesia, nice back-to-back from Neil and Kid-X, and now Thailand know they're gonna be the next one to have to fight. Norins, few shots landed, will back off here. They still have a Chinese player left behind them.
I was about to say the same thing. Thailand can't get too caught up in this, otherwise China could come up back behind them.
Yes.
The question is, how aggressive do they want to play it? We saw them whenever they had a basic position beforehand. They are not afraid.
There he is!
That's going to stop them in their tracks and now have to be very aware of the threat that's going to be back behind them.
A double headshot on towards him earlier. He said, Janku, nope, not this time. I'm going to get back on you. Finds him, takes him down. Thailand now down to 3. Belma still needs to make his way into the circle. And Nate is going to be right on his feet and he falls down. No way he's going to get back up. Circle once again shifting into shooting range. And Thailand in trouble. Norins falls down as well. I thought Thailand was going to be able to make a play now that Indonesia kind of wrapped in between both them and Turkey. But by Thailand helping out Indonesia and dealing with Turkey, they end up paying the price too.
But it's China back behind them. It's causing such a big problem. Australia feels like they've got a plan. This plan might be a problem, though, as if they roll into the same dip and they're going to find a whole bunch of bodies and vehicles that have been exploded there, might stop them in their tracks. This is actually a sneakily strong spot to play from, but looks like we're seeing China continue this push in as they should. I mean, let's be honest, China hasn't had the best opening rounds here, but are still sitting on 5 kills. So they have an opportunity to continue to pick this up. Now walking in, spots it, gets another knock. And while Thailand, man, they were in a good spot, it looks like China's just going to come in and mop it up.
Xiaopian, even though he's a solo player left alive, he's not holding back. Gets another adds to it. 5 kills for Xiaopian, 6 for the team in total as he wraps further forward. Unfortunately, Thailand will fall. The power of the solo from China too much for him to deal with. And he just continues. There's no fear whatsoever. Lob those nades forward. See what more you can find.
What do you got to lose at this point? Might as well try to make something out of it. You know that you're going to have to fight your way in. See if you can get some points on 2 life, though. So just bumping into a rock and tripping is going to be a problem. Canada making a play over to USA, though. Good defended up, and it's going to be shots exchanged. But Shinboy finally going down from Finland off on the side A.
Yeah, a little bit of help coming in from Diggory. Unfortunately, the shots needed to find the knock. Initially will get the flush going towards USA. Those 6 kills for the American team so far. We're in a decent position out towards the west side here. And with the circle shifting into the area itself, they don't have to worry about the hillside anymore either. So soon, once the circle is shifted all the way in, they can spread out, take more control in the open fields.
China does eliminate itself, opting to go into the blue zone for that one. And this has been a fight that's been going back and forth for a while between Canada and the USA. USA presently having the upper hand, as you can see the kill count being mostly the Canadians at the time. But Keenan's doing a good job in holding this up, because remember, Vietnam is still holding down that section of shooting range with Korea there and Finland to the north. Trying to walk through any open area is really precarious.
Exactly. Keenan, solo player left alive, no utility, knows he's going to have to do something eventually.
I like
Might as well see if he can make his way into their smokes, sit up front, ready and waiting, and I don't think there's any way America is expecting this.
Don't get run over by the car. Please don't get run over by the car.
Oh, no! They didn't know he was there!
They didn't even expect that one. USA's going to pick that one up, does get into the next dip, and
Shrimps is going to, wait, what?
I mean,
looking at the kill figure, wait, what?
I guess it's just the Americas region helping the Americas region out.
I suppose. Not the way it usually goes down, but
I don't want to go out on USA's terms. I want to go out on my own terms. And so moves in front of it.
Exactly. Well, that kill confirms the departure of Canada from this game, and Finland now seeing this, of course, will now dare to push a bit further forward. America tries to make the way in, but Circle goes hard on.
And very strong for Australia, running their 2-2. This is a problem for the people on the hillside. USA as well. Finland's going to have to make a move, and they've been bunkered down quite literally for a while, but now also going to find some way to make a move just a little bit more to their east.
Issue for Australia right now is that they're split 2-2 with players still far up on the north side. If Argentina opts to actually engage in this, it's going to be very hard for them to regroup.
But we can see that the 2 in the back do have a firing line to protect and harass on the approach. And yep, you can see Indonesia is making the play into Korea's line. And they're sneaking.
They're committing all the way in. Keep in mind, Loki's still solo player up front in the complete opposite side of shooting range, sitting here. He wasn't able to get back earlier. Vietnam kind of denied him access to his teammates, and now he's going to have not one but two teams very, very close to him.
I feel like Vietnam thought that Korea would take care of it, and Korea thought that Vietnam would take care of it.
Guys, wasn't this your job?
This is your job. Oh no,
Exactly.
T-Bone. This is not the way you want to move into this one. There is a small dip to be played from. USA opting into moving into shooting ranges. Everybody's having a party over here. Nade's got to connect onto him, get a knock on to kickstart. Vietnam, here's what's happening, responding to it, and now Nade's just coming out everywhere. USA trying to move around as Finland opted to play to the west to see if they can harass USA out of this one, but somehow clinging to life. Not for too much longer, though. All it takes is one of these nades, and Finland's trying to make the play for it.
Digger is sprinting forward to Argentina. They wanted to make the push on forward. UK alongside Australia said no, not going to happen, Diggory. It looks good. How much damage are you going to find with it? Finds one, finds two. The flusher kickstart. Shrimsy falls as well. H went down practically 1 HP. The second nade is there, and it takes out USA.
Finland now going to have to make their play back to the west. But while this is going on, Australia has just decided that the north is theirs, the east is theirs, everything that they can see is theirs. And UK, you're in a problem spot because Australia doesn't have a problem with where you're at and is perfectly fine with killing.
Exactly. The issue for Australia is they can't really, I mean, even when they do get knocks, they can't make an aggressive play up that hillside, because once they start making the play up, I mean, Korea's going to have a perfect line of sight on them, and because Finland isn't really engaging in Korea right now, they don't have a whole lot to worry about. So for United Kingdom, as long as they're in up on that hillside, they should be all right. As I say that, for Australia, can't sit tight on the southern side for too long, because here comes Finland.
This is the time to go. Finland timed this so well. The moment that one of the Australians went down, make the play into this one. And now also UK trying to fight their way a little bit more to the west. It's going to be Monty that goes down, and Michael. While we did see Australia holding this down very well, I just feel like there's too many targets, and that's just Australia picked apart.
Yeah. Trying to fend off as best as they can, wanting to get the rest on the third player, make sure that Monty can get back on his feet. So Finland at least find something. The issue for, I mean, for UK, there's no way UK is going to get pushed, especially with this circle. Indonesia, highly doubtful they'll make the play up the hillside. In the meantime, now that the new circle pops, Vietnam is starting to aggress forward. They're making the run on forward, but how is Loki going to play a factor in this? Because the info will be there, the audio cues will be there.
Don't forget about Finland, just to the north of them as well. Vietnam, I don't think will want to push Korea's position because they should be aware that Finland's around there, and that's just a third party waiting to happen. They have a lot of control of the eastern side of this, so yeah, I like this. Play it. I come over here, Indonesia. I like the way that they're making the approach in, but Vietnam, this is pretty slow, and I don't think that they're finding the path that they really wanted. They're even taking shots at people as they come in, revealing their position.
As long as they get inside the circle, I think that's all they care about, at least for now. Our eyes, though, are on United Kingdom. They are the ones. The hill was great, the high ground was great, but now they need to come down from it. Where do you go? Do you try and make your way into shooting range itself, or do you take the fight north to Australia, knowing that there's going to be a Finnish third party right after you take that engagement?
I mean, Korea has just not been able to do too much. One of the guys out the distance, but
Loki
finally comes alive, gets the shots into that one. It's going to go ahead and get a flush as well. Now revealed, though, he's got two teams around him. Vietnam trying to take the shots in and takes down Lash as well. Good defend up. Are we going to see Korea manage to get some throws back into this one? Turn around. Loki is still a giant moving factor on the outside of this, as the Molotov is going to connect with Soul.
We knew Loki was going to pop out eventually and say hello. He does, finds two instantly. No way they could respond to it. Fortunately, a bit of retaliation does come through as Lash falls down. Soul, not wanting to use his final first aid, tries to sit, but again, as you said before, Matrim, they know that they have Finland raiding right outside the gate.
Loki's biggest problem right now is actually Luke 12 from Australia that's out there, because he could have vision on the way that Loki's trying to move through this. But Luke 12 has better vision on what's going to be going on with Vietnam right now, and now we're seeing a lot of cross-circle fire.
I'm actually surprised to see Luke looking inward. I thought he was going to be mainly focused on what's happening uphill. The flush does come through. Soul able to find some power as well. Vietnam, they wanted to make the move on forward, but it's not going to happen. As you said, maybe a bit too slow, maybe didn't hard commit enough to the building. Issue for them was there are simply too many teams looking down towards the south.
Here's the problem, but Finland is just to the north of them, and they're just kind of letting all of this happen. They're not getting too involved in what's going on, and that's letting Korea get away with some plays that they probably should not be able to do. Blue Zone's going to do some damage. Soul's going to step away from it. United Kingdom still playing this high ground, as it is Australia trying to navigate this trench in between the two.
Loki finds Imcott as well. Additional kill for him, additional kill for Korea as Vietnam falls in 6th place. Vex now, I mean, United Kingdom, they know they have to make a play. Blue is moving in the final circle. It's not going to grant them any favors either. They need to get down this hillside. Question is, how much damage can we do before we have to make that aggressive play?
Australia being the team that's making it very difficult for Finland to make any play right now as they're wanting to make some moves. Tickleton is very far back for Team Australia, and that's giving him a lot of vision on what's happening in the previous circles. But now he's going to have limited vision into this one, so he's probably going to have to try to make a push. I wouldn't be surprised if Australia is predominantly focused on trying to cover him while this is going on. On the opposite side of that, Tickleton says, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a Hail Mary nade. You never know if it's going to connect or not, and almost does.
Good nade lopped on forward, forcing Finnish players back down and healing. The issue is, as you saw there too, Tickleton is well aware that he needs to worry about UK when he pushes forward. Now the vehicles are coming in for UK. They're just a little bit forward, just exactly sneaking their way inside the next circle, so they will be able to sit on the hill for a little while longer. But once we hit phase 8, just about a minute from now, they will have to come down. Tickleton, one more nade in hand. They're sitting close to one another. There is still another one.
They walked into it!
First one to fall down, second one throw forward.
Oh my God, that's right up on top
Finds the second as well. Mexi goes down. Digger down to just 1 HP.
Oh, we can see Soul. Here's what's going on. Doing some of their own on the other side of it. Finish it off. What was that nade?
Nade damage. The name of the game for the first 2 matches here. What? Wow.
UK has got so much vision now in this backside of Korea going down, Finland going down. They can assert so much authority. Australia in some trouble. Another nade in the car line. Prevents any further damage. On the UK, that bounce goes a little bit further though, but not going to scare him away. Just get some damage in. Luke 12, the last one.
Luke's got 5 crates to loot, and they never got the grenades of their own. It's like, I'll find some more nades, and all UK can go, how many nades does this man have? Believe me, he still has 2 more crates to loot. He is not done throwing nades anytime soon.
Run back, pick up whatever he wants, throw it on the other side. Now, Seoul, Loki, still the moving factors for this one. Indonesia alive, but having to be much more quiet with everything that's happening. United Kingdom, seeing opportunities, sitting at 8 kills. They have a good chance to win this one, but there's some very strong teams still alive.
A lot of the same teams coming into the top of this one as Australia does fall down. Luke out of the equation. 3 teams left alive. UK making their way down the hill, at least with the first couple of players. Vart still up on the hillside, trying to be the eye in the sky, trying to grant more vision and info for the UK players down below.
His angle is predominantly on the UK. Going to open up more movement capabilities for Korea. Michael has been doing really good, is trying to find some way to make the play into this one. Seoul, here's what's happening, trying to fend up, but it's going to be beautiful high ground defenses coming up from the UK. They know exactly how they want to play this, and it is so efficient.
Vard can peek over right now because T-Bone is doing so much damage to Korea. Korea is the only team that can spot Vard up above, and they know as long as we have T-Bone holding them down, pinning them against the wall, we can hold strong here. Vard finds one, peeks on forward, Loki does get a knock, not going to matter. It's going to be a win for United Kingdom in game number 2.
12 kills as well.
Wow.
That was Australia's position that they were trying to hold up. And UK, I thought that they were going to die given the amount of teams that were along that angle. And they said, nah, this is ours. We're just going to fight it in and take everything away from you.
Once they claimed control of the hillside, you saw the way they were doing it. They knew exactly how to play it. Keep Vard up on the hillside. Make sure that Indonesia has nowhere to go. Allow for T-Bone to wrap around. Make sure that Vard can get the view. They're helping each other all across the board. And this is a tournament with teams that usually don't play together. Seeing this communication right off the bat, amazing.
I want to point out, while we didn't see high kill counts coming up from Michael, we saw him often being the communicator for the squad. He was like in a breach position, but not really making the breach and just saying, this is where this needs to go, this is where this needs to happen. And just the rest of the squad just managing to take that position so well.
Back-to-back north side circles. What a way to finish off game number 2. Let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say about match number 2.
God save our... No, I will not do it. We have got ourselves the lads on tour, getting themselves the second chicken dinner of the day here at PNC 2022. Great Britain here, looking great. Toffees Avenger joining me here at the desk alongside a very proud Brit. Toffees, we get ourselves the victory.
Hey, I'm proud of you, man. Hey. You picked them to win the whole thing. They come out and they do great in 2 games in a row. I'm impressed, and I'm going to be honest, with the end of that game, Martin, it's essentially looked kind of like a repeat of the last one. Indonesia does step in this time, but is it because the circle was sort of in the same spot?
It was close, but I feel like it was so different still. You can still see the same sort of approaches, but it obviously turned out different. Also, how the whole shooting range plays out.
Yeah.
The dip of death tried, didn't work. You see it here from Loki, the nades coming in. He got a lot of kills, Loki. He really stepped up for career here.
That dip, too early for Prism. Too
For
early.
sure, for sure.
I mean, you literally saw Loki call his teammates over and was like, listen, guys, they got in there. Bring me some grenades. It was a joyous moment for them. But this game, if I had to pick an MVP for this entire match, it's grenades. Because that is what we saw over and over again. Finland gets locked in because apparently Luke found some sort of endless supply of grenades to keep tossing at them.
Also, the nade from inside shooting range above the fence from Seoul was absolutely insane to finish off Finland there.
Definitely the win, of course, here for game number 2 goes over to Great Britain here live from Thailand, Bangkok, as we continue things on. A lot of points going their way. And just as an aside here, I hear that the Australians call those grenades drop bears, so they have plenty of them ready to go for that scenario. But the problem for all the other teams, aside, I suppose, for Indonesia, is 3 of our top 4 coming in here, Toffees, are the same from previous game number 1.
Yeah, and that's what you don't want to do. You don't want any team get that early momentum. We talked about Korea at the pre-show. Like, if these guys come out strong, who can catch them? And already in those first 2 games, they put up some huge numbers. I love this stat, though. UK with 21 smokes. Remember, they didn't have that winning position initially. They had to slide in between, I think it was Argentina and Australia to take it. They utilized those smokes very well and managed to get Argentina out, and then just had such a good spot.
I was a little bit worried for United Kingdom. They had a sliver of the edge that they could play with, but they managed to do so quite well, using utility, setting themselves up for late game, and also the pressure once it came onto Finland, once Australia was also pushed out, they attacked. They managed to stay four guys alive for so long that they could take the advantage from that.
How much of that comes down to? You see how many smokes they were able to use. You saw how they were able to keep their vehicles into the late game stages as well. Is all of that kind of factors that moves on to the late game?
You could literally see how they were communicating about it, like, make sure we have the cars in case we have to crash. Make sure you're smoking them. They had already deployed the smokes in front of the little ledges that they had to make sure nobody started nading them, nobody started trying to take them out. So they were setting themselves up for this to make sure there were 4 guys alive, to make sure they had cover all the way through the late game.
And it's a precarious circle to play, Toffees. I feel like you see as these teams are crashing down into shooting range how open that is, especially if there's teams on the south side looking down on that. So I think a lot of these teams are really adept and versed at dealing with those scenarios.
I mean, if I had to name shooting range like a nickname, I'd call it Last Resort, because it's the kind of place you only go all of those dips, all that cover is like, oh, the circle didn't favor us. As a last resort, I'm going to go grab this edge. And that's what we kept seeing. The UK managed to capitalize on other teams' last resort picks, got themselves some good kills, and managed to get to that lead.
It's like nading fish in a barrel.
Indeed, literally.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Or dynamite fishing in the winter.
Easy, easy. We've got so many. Lovely. Here are, of course, our top 4 teams able to kind of play things out. Grenades continuously being a very important factor as time goes on. I love Avenger watching as these teams, we call it the dip of death on this side here, because if you do go there early, we saw Brazil have their fate. Australia controlled it pretty well. Later on, UK starts controlling it pretty well. They know when to go and how to use it.
Yeah, you need to be the last team pushing onto that edge. You know, you need to be able to control more than that. That's also why we see so few kills from Australia, is that they didn't have enough control. They're missing 1 player as well, and they're getting pressured from multiple sides.
22 points go over to the way of United Kingdom, but once again, Korea maybe low placement points, but heavy on those kill points here.
You know, and they did what they did best. They went to last resort a little bit early, but you know what? They played it well. They got a lot of kills out of it, and they did a really good job. I do want to also give a big shout out to Indonesia. They came in 3rd place. This is a team that had some strange expectations coming in, but I will say this. I spoke with RDK, and he said, I would prefer to have this roster signed to play together, and I think we go to PGI. He literally said, if we could walk away with this roster in our region full time, we could win and get to PGI.
And once we're taking a look at the player of the match, of course, T-Bone, who did extremely well, I kind of want to pivot off of what we've just heard from Toffees here, Martin, because obviously going down into shooting range the way Indonesia did, all 3 of us, a slight gasp. Whoa, that's quite a bold move. But they realize that the south is open to them, and that's one of the main angles that would be able to put pressure onto that, and it didn't here in this game because they were already controlling it.
Yeah, for sure. They knew that they're the last team gatekeeping that southern side and then pushing in. Also spreading out, super important. The overall leaderboard though, guys. 34 points for United Kingdom, 30 for Korea, 25 for Australia, and then kind of a gap there, actually establishing themselves quite a lot.
Guys, let's call the tournament here. Is that fine? Is that okay?
You know, if you want to call the tournament after 2 circles in the north, fine. But I think that is something that we have to consider. That next circle, maybe it goes south. Maybe the guys from Germany get to have a military circle or something, and that really shakes everything up, because to start an event like this with 2 similar circles puts a lot of advantage towards those teams.
If the circle goes south, the UK boys, they traveled the furthest. So, I'm not even worried. Not even worried. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we're going to have games 3, 4, and 5 here for PNC 2022.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
大家好，我是来自 PL 的 X Lab。大家好，我是 UIP 的明明。大家好，我是来自 UIP 的周明。Hello， 大家好，我是来自国安比赛队的小鹿。为了参加这一次 PNC 2022，我们来到了广州。带大家参观一下我的房间啊，一进来就是这个洗手池，然后水流很猛，是我的床了，非常的柔软。这边还有丰富多彩的小零食，我们睡的床，这个床还是比较软的，还是比较舒服的。然后这边摆了一个电视。来广州这边的感受还是比较开心的，吃得好，睡得好，也比较喜欢出门被别人叫靓仔。训练之余的兴趣爱好也是刷那些短视频啊，然后就是关于美食啥的，这边饮食什么的都很符合我的胃口，看看动漫，然后就睡觉。来到广州之后，先去剪了个头发。 然后我们一起出去做一个活动，正好刚好是为了 PNC 能打破保成绩。为了能更好地打好本次 PNC 的比赛，我们专门从上海来到了广州。在这里非常感谢兰州公司给予我们这次参加这场比赛的机会，然后感谢广大粉丝们的支持。虽然是线上的比赛，但我们也会竭尽全力打好比赛。谢谢大家关心 ，PNC 加油！
I want to be with you though.
I can't see though. I don't know what they can see.
Once the shuttle comes right here.
Holy, is that a banana?
Yeah.
Oh.
Avoid the depression. Wow! Oh my God, this is crazy! Andy, this is crazy! What do you mean? Look to your left, bro!
Nice.
We went to the wrong fair.
That's 2 thumbs up right here from Canada.
Hey!
when I get sunburned, I'm about to put the bill on PUBG, baby.
Wow, that place looks great.
Wow, that place looks great. Follow me.
Spaghetti pizza, bacon cheese toast. We gotta look at every little place.
Is it good? Oh my God, so good.
No, dig it. Just dig a big
Wow! Nah.
Oh, that's just a cricket.
You can't just have
Oh,
one
that
get a
cricket's
full plate.
huge. That's the biggest cricket I've ever
Bro,
seen
I'm
in my
not
life.
eating it.
Oh, look, it's Men in Black, bro.
Wait, are you taste testing it?
Yo, get a big one. Is it fried?
Oh, he's a fiend.
God,
oh, you
bro.
ate that shit up.
It's good?
That's actually pretty good.
You're
Team
eating
Canada
two.
does
You saw
not-
one.
That's pretty good.
He's eating it like chips.
Can I get like a small one? A small one.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's good. It's legs, bro. I can taste the legs. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. What kind of meat is this?
I don't know. It's pretty good. Way better than the crickets.
This is really good.
You want a mango? Stick.
Yeah, I can't even fish
Wait,
this
that's
out.
mango? Yeah. Oh, mango's so good, bro. What is this?
What's in there?
She don't try anything, bro.
It's like something.
Oh, that's something right How there. many sticks have we been using? Any good?
I don't know what
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. Someone eating the last spring roll?
Yeah, I ain't eating it.
You eat it, bro.
The mango good? Just grab a little slice.
Oh! Yo, mango down. Mango down.
Hick knows I'm the best. He respects me. I know he's pretty good as well, so I mean, we're gonna be good teammates.
He said pretty good. I'm not talking until he says better.
He'll have to prove it. He'll prove it.
I've been carrying him in scrims, so it's fine, bro. Hard carrying.
It looks like we're still competing.
I used to hate him, but now I love him. Yay.
Yeah, we used to hate each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're boys. Oh, bro, my hand was gross.
Why'd you hate each other? Huh? Yeah, we're never gonna leave. I think they're gonna leave though. I don't think they're even gonna come.
Pretty much sums it up.
Aren't they not gonna ask us about Japan?
We're fighting Japan. Are you gonna back out? Never. We're gonna dominate them and make them hide. That's
Right there,
Japan.
in the blue.
Oh! Oh my God! Oh, that's Japan. All our teammates are really cool people, and it's been great to get to know them. And I'm excited for the games to start and see what we can do. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think we got the most experienced roster, and when we play to our potential, it should be an easy win.
Our fans are already gathered here. They're just waiting for us.
These are our fans.
These are all our fans.
Hello. Do you like USA or Canada more? I like USA.
He still got
No! Our fans.
3, 2, 1.
And here we are, getting ready for another set of rounds. I have lost Toby and now picked up Xenox. I guess it's just due to the fact that we're seeing such strong Australian play, we had to bring you in.
Yeah.
Because I guess technically we're the Australian experts.
Well, technically, I would hope so at least. Not only that, but I mean, the Queen whole country is quite happy, United Kingdom, Australia. So really good start for both of these two teams. Good start for a lot of teams though, right? Obviously we had two circles that were largely identical, therefore you're going to get somewhat of a similar result. Top 5 roughly, Australia, Korea, Finland, UK, Vietnam. You know, you're looking at those kind of teams that have started very strongly through the first 2 matches. Fortunately, Matt, we've got another game on Erangel coming up soon. Hopefully we move away from shooting range.
Well, maybe. I mean, okay, are you with me on the military base thing? Because Toby was like, on it. I want a milli game early. So that way we can see the chaos early and everybody can know how to react to it.
Well, I mean, what's early though? I mean, we've already gone 2 games in, right?
Hey, 4 days on the event.
Day one?
Day
Day
one
one early?
one.
Well, we got one more attempt at that for today. We'll see if it does happen though. But I will say, great start to the event so far. Even just sitting backstage, listening to the crowd, being able to see everything unfold. It's been so tremendous to be back in person, live, have the players here, have a crowd here. So a wonderful start, and hopefully it continues.
I'm going to say it's been a while, and yes, my voice is feeling the land, for lack of a better term, because this audience is hype, man. Anytime Thailand does anything, it is just explosive out here. These guys are so about their teams, and specifically, they're cheering for everybody. That's one of the things I love about it, too. They're just not country biased. If somebody makes a big play, they spot it, see it coming, and they start just cheering.
Some of the cheers for Australia, Korea as well. Not only that, I mean, we've got the audience in the arena as well, but there's another audience outside.
That's true. I keep forgetting about that.
There's another one outside too. So yeah, it's been crazy, the turnout. It's really good. You know, being a commentator from the APAC region, it's a tremendous pleasure to be able to be a part of this. Having been, you know, through the slogs over the last couple of years, doing a lot of the APAC region, this feels like effort that has finally paid off.
All right, I gotta ask you. You were the guy that was sitting out. You could take your notes. You could like read everything, watch what was going on while we were kind of in the thick of it over here. Did you notice anything specifically about what were happening in the first 2 rounds?
Well, firstly, what a way to renew pleasantries for Vietnam and the United States back in match 1. We all know about the history between those 2 teams. I mean, I couldn't look past that one. I think also the other thing is the difference in some of the team tactics and styles and how they're sort of playing these circles. We're seeing maybe some of the, and I don't want to say it, you know, quote, lesser nations have been a little bit slow, have been a little bit passive, playing those edge of circle positions, where we're seeing some of those top teams, Finland, Korea, even Australia, we're seeing them. They were aggressive against Canada in match 1, taking good positions in match 2. These top teams are really throwing their weight around in the lobby early on. That's good signs for them, but it means for everyone else, you've got to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we saw pretty much the same circle 2 times in a row. We did see modifications come out between Australia and Finland, both of them still making it into the end game quite late. I did want to say, though, that circle was fairly punishing for China in their approaches coming into this, as they, in the second game, specifically set up a trap that kind of blew up in their face, but they still managed to pick up points. And I would say bad situations.
Yeah.
And that's key. Like, whenever we look at this, we talk about points per game all the time.
Yeah,
if you're Australia, points per game are coming pretty naturally just because you're killing everything around. But if you're having a bad day, those points per game are really, really important.
In fairness, the beauty of this event as well compared to, say, PUBG Nations Cup 2019, we've got 5 extra games this time, so, you know, we've got 20 games overall. You can have a bad day. That's the beauty of it. So for China, bit of a slow start, but we know what they're capable of, and once they feel comfortable, they're a team that you do not want to say, oh, they've started slow, that's it, they're done, they're out. That's just not going to be the case.
Well, I gotta say, guys, we're on LAN, and just like being on LAN, whenever we have a bazillion players playing in PUBG, had a technical issue, so that's why we're waiting for just a second. We want to make sure everything is fine, especially whenever we're in this LAN situation. We got everything under control, so we want to make sure that every single player and every single team has the best opportunity to do so. So that means that you guys just have to listen to us talk for a second. I know.
I'm happy to talk though for a bit. I'm just so excited
to be here
again.
Just waiting. You're like,
I'm happy. I was sitting in the back room. I'm like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get on there, kick Toby off. But you know, a couple of players I really wanted to sort of talk about as well. Loki, Zhao Pian. We saw them match 2 good, real solo efforts in being able to pick up those kill points. You know, it's 20 games. It goes both ways. Yes, it's 4 days. Yes, you know, China's got some time, but also 20 games. The more kills that you're getting from positions that you would deem somewhat sour, unwinnable, is going to be so crucial for, you know, Zhao Pian lost a lot of his teammates early for China, was able to go and get 5 or 6 kills solo. For Loki, played the position in shooting range, bit of a solo position, the other were playing the yellow, and he was able to find a couple of kills as well.
I'm still astounded that Loki managed to like do as much, like people that were still driving down the hillside saw him, knew he was there, and he was still contending up against them. That is absolutely insane.
Certainly. And the other thing as well, for the teams that have started slow, the beauty of it, and I know we've touched on it, but the same circle means going into match 3, surely we don't get a third shooting range finish, means that they'll be able to...
Don't you dare RNGesus on that. He will do that to us.
Hopefully they'll be able to sort of now, especially during this little break, and not only this break as well, but we had 10 minutes for the players to get up, have a drink. Okay, first 2 games are done, nerves are out of the way, we're going to get a different circle. I guarantee you, I will 100% guarantee you, Matt, we're going to see some different results here for match 3. Some teams that maybe started slow the first 2 matches will pick up the pace.
I don't know. I still feel like Australia and Korea are doing a really good job. I feel like the variables coming in after that, like Finland, they managed to get into a good spot, but really were playing the bunker. So you really can't judge that one too well.
No.
They did very well in the game before that one, though. I do feel like too many people were sleeping on Finland, man.
Yeah, a little bit. The other one, of course, the United Kingdom winning match 2, and the way that they were able to sort of play that high ground position out to the east of shooting range and then push down from there, I thought really, really solid. And, for United Kingdom, I had my own personal power rankings. I had them around 5th. Did I have them maybe as a winning team, as a team that could win PUBG Nations Cup? Maybe not. I think I reserved that mostly for China, Australia, Korea, but I did have them around top 5. And whenever you're in that conversation, of course, Matt, that is what you want to have happen. Winning games early, starting well early. We're heading into the match, though, very shortly here for our next match of Erangel.
Well, here we go. We've got everything set, and we're going to be moving into the game. You can see I'm starting to do the sweeping angles around, and let's go into match 3. You guys were so patient. We appreciate it. Looks like everything is good to go, as we're going to have a plane path pretty far down to the south, cutting just a touch to the northeast as it makes its way over Military Base Island.
Well, is that a sign? You mentioned the military base. You want one early. We go to it early on the follow-through of the drop. Do we maybe find a way there? We'll wait and see. Look, I'm excited for match 3. Not only that, of course, for those watching, we've got Miramar coming up after this for the next 2 matches. And I'll have a very special friend joining me for those ones. But for now, a way to sort of close off day 1 here on Erangel.
I like how you're trying to make it a spoiler. Like, people don't know, and people don't know who's on the talent list.
I'm excited.
I'm kind of curious if we're going to see anything go on down here, as nope, Chinese Taipei did separate, and they're still playing just more to the east of where we saw them dropping at in that first game. So that means that Thailand does get their position that they're playing from. That's going to be in Ferry Pier. But I do also want to note, if you guys are watching the map feed itself, we do have a Brazilian player that is to the south of Germany when we're looking through this, and I think that's just due to scavenge drop that we're seeing on Military Base Island itself.
I do like that we're not really seeing any sort of super contests, no real super battles.
Yeah.
And I think that's, especially when you've only got 20 matches for the course of the event, as we do get shelter, milter, farm kind of circle, which is nice. We're not going to shooting range, confirmed. But not having these early, hot drops or contentions that are, super like 2 teams fighting for Pachinki, for example. I really do like that it's quite spread and everyone can get a fair go.
I mean, we're going to see most of the teams most likely play to the northern, stay on the main island itself. There could be some bridge shenanigans that might make the circle go something more south than I think that people would be expecting it to, but this is a pretty, I would say, tried and true circle for PUBG. Everybody should know how to play this one very efficiently, having Milta Power still inside of it, mostly still just kind of centering up around that lumberyard area, just a smidgen to the west of it and the buildings that were there.
Potato Hill, Snake as well. I mean, you've got a lot of different playable areas depending on how this one plays out. I mean, hell, you've even got Novo down there. We could get a southern shift, obviously, for match 2, so that's going to be...
technical issue still continues, so... We tried, guys. We tried. We're going to be coming back into it. So, so I would hope the fact that maybe we can get a similar circle to that in a minute. I'm going to be so mad if we get that circle and then we go back to the north again. I'm going to cry.
Hashtag rigged, if that's the case. I was so excited for that one as well, because just a vastly different concept, vastly different circle to what we had obviously for the first 2 matches. It was really going to shake things up. And that's kind of what I was trying to say before, is that if you get a circle like that, Matt, I think, compared to the first 2 matches, you're going to get some different results. It's just bound to happen.
So I know whenever we talk competitive, right? I know we're doing a fun Nations Cup. We're going to do a little bit of analysis for a second, try to be some smarty heads. And competitive, it's very important to rotate very early just to try to get your priority compounds, because more often than not you map your second and tertiary positions that you're going to be dropping at. This one, do you feel that there's going to be the same amount of pre-planning and movement, or is it a lot more off the cuff?
No, I mean, I think you will have, you're always going to have pre-planning and movement when you've got some of the best players, if not the best players in the world. They know what they're doing, and they know what they want to do as well. I've been fortunate to be able to sort of sit behind some of the teams and see how they played in their scrims, for example.
You having breakfast with Tig earlier today.
Well,
we're getting some inside scoops. You got something for us?
For Tiggleton? He just said he's just going to, farm the lobby.
Yeah, Tig doesn't give you any dramatic insights. He's like, I'm going to have fun, and that's about it.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to farm the lobby. But no, look, I think that, they're obviously going to have those pre-planned positions and how they're going to play these circles. I know a lot of them have done the work, done the research, done the homework, not just the players, but they've got the coaches as well.
So does that mean the fact that we're going to slowly and steadily see the speed of these earlier circles and rotations mount up? Because we saw some teams that were making very early rotations, and then we saw other ones like China that was setting up traps for teams on their approach, and then we saw other ones that were very lackadaisical coming into the circle.
I mean, every team's going to be different, right? Every team's going to have a different approach and how they sort of want to play it.
Develops in this
it depends on the circle where they've landed, the way they're coming in. Have they got competition on the way in or when they get there? It all varies. I think the other thing as well is you don't want to be a team coming in late, playing slow. You want to be a team that's finding kills as well. It's 20 matches. It's the super rule set, so it is going to be the kind of tournament where you want to find kills. We look at the first couple of matches, and you look at some of these kill tallies as well. Kingdom 12, Korea 10. Those sort of kill points are going to add up over the course of 20 matches. Now, if we were playing 30, 40 or whatever, maybe you play for points, placement points, etc. But if you get big kill numbers, and especially if you can put yourself in a position to just wipe a squad early, it makes the rest of the game so much better.
So this is something I want to point out to you guys, in similarities in circles. So match one, number one, Australia, 2 Korea, Finland, United Kingdom, Brazil, Vietnam. That's our top 6.
Yep.
Guess what? Round 2, United Kingdom, Korea, Australia, Finland, Vietnam, Brazil. Just a different order.
Yeah.
I mean, all in all, it's starting to see the fact that we know people that can play that circle, but also a lot of the contended teams that we were talking about were going to be very strong and have the circle, and they took it dominant.
And it's funny because there's 2 ways to think about it, 2 ways to look at it. Is that, okay, match 1's in the book, we've done that. Oh, look, match 2, same circle, let's play it differently. You would then maybe expect somewhat of a different result, but no, lo and behold, it's basically the same 6 teams like you pointed out.
But game 1, we saw it was between Finland on one side of it, and it was Australia on the other, and then they flipped sides on that, and then still end up making it into the end game.
Yeah, exactly. And also,
it's almost like good teams are good.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. When you look at this kind of event, I mean, I hate to say it, but I look at, say, maybe the top 6 or 7 teams, and then there's maybe a bit of a gap to that middle pack as well. So, and lo and behold, you look at that top 6 teams, and the majority there are teams that I think are very high up on the power rankings.
Now, speaking of power rankings, I'm going to throw you guys some insight. Ready? If you're still trying to set up your fantasy stuff, because I think that is it still open, or did it close out already? Because
Don't ask me. I did it day 1, locked it in, and I have not looked back.
Because I was trying to let everybody know, Loki is actually a sneaky pick to go with, because since he didn't play as much as the other players.
That's true.
He was not ranked
missed out on PCS 6.
Yeah. So his I guess value in money was much lower, and you can see this last game, he made some work in.
I don't think there's ever going to be a Korean player that is a sneaky pick. They are always solid.
He was actually really good value.
Very good value. There's actually quite a lot of players. Monty from Australia as well was quite cheap. We saw him actually quite highly picked. And there was a couple across the board. So that
I had
was
to have a conversation with Shrimsy about this too, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna get one of the Sonics players inside of all of this, right? And so I was like, okay, I'll look at Tiggleton, and I talked to Shrimsy a lot, and I was like, okay, I'll try to get Shrimsy. That boy is expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good player. I love me some Shrimsy, but I was not expecting him to be as high up in the monetary value inside that one. Is it just Sonic's just getting that well known?
Well, there's also the other factor as well. And I love that we saw the graphic of how everyone else at home sort of picked their teams. Akeslef was number 1, Tiggleton was 4th. They were both on 38,000, the 2 most expensive players. So it's the risk versus reward. You pick the top guys that can accumulate a large amount of points, or if they have a bit of a rough day, they're not going to get much. You've just wasted a lot of money.
Those Akeslef people are probably a little nervous at the time.
That's true.
Say the least. Because wasn't it Lou that was doing a good job? I can't remember who's been picking up their kills, but it's been, I guess, a drought of rotations coming up from them.
Yeah.
So now, what do you want to talk about? We're still in the grand old fill time or whatever.
I'm not gonna lie. I came onto this desk and I was like, all right, we're getting into match 3. Next minute, I've turned into an analyst. So look,
I feel bad for the Korea guys are looking at us like, why are they so loud? having fun filling. It's just, yeah.
We have fun. We laugh. It's nice though to be able to look over your shoulder, see the Koreans.
I feel bad because I get up and I get up and stand up and whenever I cast, and I also have to look down at this monitor, so they're really just looking at my butt like half the cast. I hope they pay them extra for that.
Look, I mean, we've pretty much broken down most of match 2, match 1, same circles. So it's not even like we've got 2 different matches to kind of dissect. It's almost like one big mega match that happened to just go over the first 2. So it's all about looking forward, as basically what I wanted to talk about when I came on to the desk what feels like 30 minutes ago.
It's fine. We're still going to have plenty of stuff to talk about in that opening circle or 2.
Unless we get shooting range. At that point, I will throw my arms in the air and cry.
Look at it this way. We will have prepped the viewers so they will know every intricate detail of how to handle a game around shooting range.
Well, look, I think moving forward, though, the teams that will look towards the bottom. We've spoken about the teams at the top. Yep. So those teams towards the bottom at the moment, through the first 2 matches, again, it's only 2 matches, but Canada, Germany, Japan, Thailand with a slow start in front of the home crowd. Is there some nerves there maybe? Because they are a very good roster. They finished top 6 in PNC 2019. They've got some star players. Balmoth came in last second, but that's an upgrade in my opinion. So, and then you got Chinese Taipei, Argentina, China in 10th as well. So I look at that sort of bottom group of teams, Matt, and China, Thailand really stand out the most for me. So moving forward, those are teams to look at.
I gotta say, I'm fairly surprised at Brazil's position. I figured this would be a much more frag team. We know it's got some strength to it. It's, I guess, just not quite found where they're wanting to play the game just quite yet. I know a lot of people had some eyes looking into Germany, Japan specifically, and how that they were going to be playing in this one. But I mean, we were talking about this game. Japan, I really love the fact that I guess our teams that are supposed to be like more passive aren't. They're coming in and they're trying to find new opportunities, new ways to play, figure out what could be their win conditions, and I love to see that instead of just hiding, because that happens a lot. Hey, look, yeah, I appreciate you so much right now, guys. You guys are doing a great job.
Aren't they supposed to be doing the job that we're doing?
It's almost like they're supposed to be doing our job and they're taking a break.
Yeah, I think that we've got our wires crossed here, Matt.
I know, this is not fair. They're just sitting over there chilling. And
hopefully taking notes.
They were taking notes of us. Did you catch that?
Us.
They understand. They know.
They understand. No, but look, I think the other one as well, Canada, I think there's so much talent on that roster. I mean, you would know firsthand. And so last place, do I see them finishing there? Not at all. They'll find a way to find some form, hopefully for their sake. 3 more games today, they can do that. It's going to be hotly contested. For those teams down the bottom, you don't want to finish. Everyone remembers Finland, last place. Australia was down the bottom. United Kingdom was down the bottom. PNC 2019. You want to at least be middle of the pack and get forgotten about. Don't be remembered for being the team that came last.
That's a problem, to say the least. Okay, we did this once. And it didn't work out.
Fingers crossed, toes crossed.
If you have a thing, cross anything that you've got right now. Let's see if we can get into our 3rd game of the day. How you guys going? Let's go ahead and send it all in for game number 3, and hopefully it's gonna work.
Alrighty, match 3 underway. Erangel, our final Erangel game today. Miramar to follow afterwards. Of course, 5 matches in the day. Day 1, PUBG Nations Cup. And this one seems good. It feels good. I think we're underway.
I've been so happy to see that airplane before in my life. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us while this has been going on. And a plane path coming in from the north this time. Our first 2 have been coming in from the south. And so see if we get any variations on drop, but I don't think like we're looking at it too much.
I almost want the circle that we had before, though, over farm, around shelter, around Milter. I'd love that kind of circle. Please don't send us to shooting range for a 3rd time in a row. Maybe a milli, though. I would like a military.
You know what I haven't seen in a long time? School. I haven't seen a good school on a program ending. Like, when was the last time you saw one of those?
School, not for a while. Apps, obviously, close by, is one that I always like watching and seeing teams just sort of send the vehicles in and try and get an apartment early on. Now, speaking of early on, Japan, Turkey.
That's just jockeying for drop. That's not too big a deal.
They just go over the top of them. 2 teams, of course, that are going to need to probably be picking up the pace, like we sort of mentioned, for some of these teams down towards the bottom. Myron does get the vehicle.
Got goal? No, he's just scouting it out. Okay. You could maybe get a lucky hit on that one, but instead I like this. Instead, hop and play it safe. I think that's going to be what everybody's leaning into.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Crowd likes that one too. We get our military base circle, or at the very least, Sosnovka Island. Great for Germany down the bottom, but also Thailand as well over towards Ferry Pier.
So nice of PUBG to hear the fact that I won a military base, know that this was my last game of the day, and I won it on day one, and then give it to me. See, that's what the real technical difficulty.
You're the man that caused the technical difficulties. You
I
sabotaged it.
I didn't kick the score next to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, this is big for Germany, though. This is a team that a lot of people have underrated for various reasons. Of course, you know, they don't have the statistics of some of these other players playing at the PCS level. There's a free agent on the team as well. So for good reason, but I love the fact that they don't consider themselves that much of an underdog, that they want to take themselves seriously, and they think they can do well in this tournament.
Getting a flashback to how UK was just controlling everything. This was the point where I was actually kind of afraid of UK making this push in. Indonesia on one side, and they have Argentina that already kind of had that foothold ahead of them. But they just did a great job of just firefighting their way into this one and then just dominating with that high ground position.
Yeah, and it's funny, I was actually watching, of course, with Paper in the green room, and I was like, oh, it's funny how you can go from having a high ground that looks great, and then suddenly you pushed out of it, and maybe it's not so great, but they played it well towards the end, pushing down, dealing with Argentina, dealing with Australia. They had to really work for this result. Sometimes you win and it's not pretty. Well, they won a very pretty game, 12 kills from a good position, good movement, and ultimately a deserved victory and top spot after 2 matches.
See, that's what I love about PUBG Nation Cup. You got to get those, like, strong plays. See, it's not just like, hey, let's win. Let's just, like, flex every once in a while. That's what this is about. You can really get to see, like, the players kind of cut loose more, I want to say, and be like, hey, I think that this can work, and they will go for it. And I think that UK is really benefiting from that.
So we have an early engagement. A smash is going by, has passenger. Monty can't land all of that damage. An amazing start for Monty from the APAC region of Team Bliss. He was finding Nox left, right, and center in match 1. Now, speaking of Nox, it's Bard that finds one onto Glory. He's the star player for Vietnam.
Getting a smidgen of a bridge camp flying done. As you can see, UK continuing to harass what's going on with Vietnam. It's going to be Aisaki that's going to be going down, and here's the problem. Vietnam, you don't got places to go. It's going to be Turkey that's going to be coming in back behind this, and UK is just kind of holding it down right now. They've revealed themselves, but they're still on the hunt. This is what I like. I was saying, sometimes you got to flex, and is a three-man car UK going to be the way that they do it?
Oh, he lands the tag onto Michael. Headshot, he's down, and now they've got to get out of the darts here and try and save Michael.
Okay, so now what's the new plan is it looks like nades are going to be tossed out. Sapu looking through. The bounce is going to go just too far off of that one. T-Bone's got a good read for it. And now it's just kind of a peak battle along this hillside. And Turkey's just kind of stopped, and I don't blame them. They probably heard what was going on. It's like, nah, I'll wait for this to finish.
Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out outskirts of Milton. You've got Australia as well pushing in from this position. So I think realistically for the United Kingdom, for Vietnam, this is not a fight you really want to extend out for too long. Get those revives, get going, get moving, and Sapau will be the last one out for Vietnam. They did lose one. Unfortunately, their star one as well, but to get out of that scenario with 3 players intact after 2 downs, I think they'll take it.
Okay, that's what's going on the Eastern Bridge. On the Western Bridge, we had Thailand that made a quick crossover here, no surprise, given the fact they've been holding down Ferry Pier. So they're playing the far western part of the military base itself. United Kingdom, I think, content with their damage that they managed to do. Looks like they're going to rotate back into this point. Are they going to play off the, I like this, play the section of the bridge? This is what they're looking for? Yeah. That's a sneaky little trap.
Yeah, very aggressive too. I think most teams would play more so the crossroad at the end of the bridge and camp that position. But
well, it's so good because the team's already stopped because they knew it was going on. So now they're going to watch them rotate, and other teams might want to try to rotate. You're going to try to flip the car now. Nah.
And a whole raft of teams now over towards Milton, so this could really be a massive opportunity for the United Kingdom to really rack up kills, because not only that, Korea's going to have to try and send it over the bridge, but lo and behold, you've got the United Kingdom that have already set up the blockade.
I think that Korea is starting to get the feeling this might be a problem. Turkey is defended up off of this one, and they're just kind of skating around the outside of it. You can see UK is just like sharks in the water, man. They're just waiting for somebody to come across this one. Turkey is trying to figure out how to regroup, and UK is really taking control of this game really early.
Yeah, I think at any time you're going to get a Sosnovka Island Circle, a team that can get into a position early, bridge camp, especially in a 20-match tournament where kills are going to be so vital. You've got to go for it, and it really shows that United Kingdom right now are feeling confident. They're not just pushing in, going for center position on the circle. They want kills. They want to wound teams. They want to injure teams. Savior for Chinese Taipei. Did let it tag as Turkey. Also looking to find a different avenue forward, still on that Milton beach. And now I think they just have to send it inside of Milton to heal up and buy some time.
I mean, they were trying to do a similar thing on what Korea was. They realized that they're probably not going to get too many kills, so we're looking this direction. So we're getting a massive traffic jam that's over here on this eastern bridge. Korea actually just hopping out of vehicles. Looks like they're setting up in a potential bridge camp spot. And Brazil, with, I would say, the 200 IQ play right now, getting on a boat and just saying, I don't want to be anywhere near these bridges.
Quick counting. Don't want to do maths on stream, but about 6 teams roughly over that to that Milta area. And yet you go and look over towards, say, White House, and it's only the United States. Tigleton with the seat swap, and he, of course, it shouldn't even be a surprise, but it's Kian that gets back the other way. The down onto Blood goes for one onto Luke 12 as well from that passenger seat. So 1-for-1 between Japan and Australia here. Monty wants one, but it's Tigleton, of course. Why not? The best player in the world gets 2. For the road, it's only Luna left for Japan.
Yeah, he's gonna have to run into this spot, and this is just damage control at this point. Tigleton just dominated Japan there, and that's gonna open up the door, get the reses. He's just roaming around, not a care in a
mini as well. He just doesn't care. Do they go for this though?
Just
they know they've got the 3 knocks. Why
oh,
not
no.
go and confirm
No, Korea,
the kill?
not like this. Trying to make the run across. They're trying to, waiting for it, but Anonix gets him drop on a T-bone. The shots are coming out of it. United Kingdom is going to line up, and Korea is out.
The blockade is successful for the United Kingdom. Korea, tremendous in the first 2 matches, but they go out early here in match 3 at the hands of our match 2 winners. Luna now has all of Australia in his face. Tig did get knocked down by Luna, but Luke 12, the Guardian, he gets the save. Japan out in 15th.
This is why I love Nations Cup right here. This is the way it starts to roll once everybody starts to get in their groove. Eastern Bridge still being held down by United Kingdom, so poor Turkey is going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Australia now going to have to make a move. Western Bridge is pretty free. I just want to point out that USA is camping the southern side of that, so now no matter which way you come into this one, if you're trying to drive in, it's going to be a problem for you.
Yeah, and United Kingdom's probably wondering, that's it? Only Korea? Where's everyone else gone? There were 6 teams in Milta, but yeah, they've obviously navigated their way around. I think we've seen Chinese Taipei, they've managed to boat over towards Novo, so they have been able to get onto Sosnovka Island. Finland making their way onto the Western Bridge. United States have now pushed in as well onto Sosnovka Island and away from Lighthouse. There is Chinese Taipei pushing into Novo, now pushing onto Brazil.
Brazil did manage to make landfall, but you can see this is such a hard way to make a push into this one. And the defended lineup for Taipei is really good. It's just the fact that Brazil has so few options on how they're going to try to move through this. They know that they have to move through the cover. There you go. Leo's just going to spot this out. Yan Lee's going to go ahead and follow it up as well. So Brazil now down 1 member, and that's going to be Sparking to boot.
That's a big player to lose, right?
Yeah.
Kind of along the lines of some of the star players of other teams like Inonix from Korea or Tigleton from Australia. Sparking is that kind of player for Brazil. Losing him early, not ideal. Now into the blue. It's only phase 1, not going to do that much damage, but 24 seconds till phase 2. You're not in a good position. This is kind of what you don't want from the likes of Brazil, Chinese Taipei. These kind of fights, these scrummy little fights on the edge, out of circle, are not really going to find you wins.
But they're going to find you points, and that's why they're so valuable at this stage. Brazil aware now of how Chinese defenses are lined up, and there you go. VHC does take down Leo and gets vengeance for his teammates. Now, how are they going to navigate what's going to be going on? Circle does pop, and it goes very far to the west, still keeping in a massive amount of water.
Yeah, pretty standard circle, I think, when it comes to Sosnovka Island. We've seen this one so many times before.
Just saved his life.
Yeah, and Savior, well, he's saved.
Yeah.
No pun intended, Matt.
Well, Canada, you might not be safe, depending on how you go into this one. Looks like Adam's going to stop at the first one, and Ming's going to continue on his path. This is Primorsk, nowhere near the safe zone, but on the look for boats.
It's only 3 plays for China here, though, because we've already seen Xiao Lu has made his way over in a boat. Canada do find one, but is it a trap? Are they just going to peek out of the warehouses at the last second and basically just fire? They know they're there. They're waiting. They sense 3-4 easy kills.
Yeah, they heard the vehicles come in. They know it's just a matter of that slow start that can happen. Not like this, Canada. Do you have a read into it?
Oh my God!
Perfect! The shots are coming out. Only 1 down, trying to make the run through. It's trying to just get out of this. Getting the shots back. Can they at least survive what's happening? Trying to cut through it, and Shitboy putting in some work.
That's not too bad. That almost looked like a low light rail for Canada in the making, but it didn't happen. Xiao Lu, of course, he left early for China, and unfortunately beat his mind. Shitboy got a nice tag as well on the way out. That was onto 8's left. So for all of that setup from China, it has backfired tremendously.
UK still making their move in. Did bump into Turkey, followed it back behind them, so both teams having to make a long run Vard trying to see if he can come in, be the hero. Last minute spots, going for the spray, and does pick him up. United Kingdom should be able to recover.
And 8 kills as well. That's the other thing. Early kills, early domination. You get rid of Korea, now you get rid of Turkey. Can they get these revives? Yes, it's only phase 2. This is a tremendous start for the United Kingdom through the first 3 matches. Of course, Keenan, he was the unfortunate one early on in that boat. Got knocked out immediately by China, but that was the only casualty for Canada. All things considered, that could have been a whole lot worse. Bard gets an easy down onto Fisher. It is all the UK right now here for the PUBG Nations Cup.
UK went from being a sleeper pick in this one to now starting to get a lot of attention. Chinese Taipei, Savior going for the spray and does get it in. Argentina having a lot of woes rotating into this circle.
Yeah, unfortunate for Argentina. They too coming in quite late, hanging around the blue. And it's sort of what I mentioned during our fill segment earlier, Matt, is that these teams on the bottom end of the standings, just a little maybe too slow, a little bit too passive, coming in quite late, not getting these good positions. In fairness, you know, Sosnovka Island, never an easy circle to navigate, never an easy one.
I've just got to point it out, 9 kills already in this game for United Kingdom. Yeah. That puts them 13 points ahead of Korea in first. 14 ahead of Australia in third. These guys are fragging out, and they you can tell they know how they want to play this. This is methodical in how they're making their approaches, and even the hero plays. Like it was almost tragic, but Vard managed to turn it around. I'm getting more and more impressed by the second with it.
28 kills so far through the first 3 matches. That's, you know, practically almost averaging 10 kills a game, Matt. That is winning a tournament kind of statistics. So
Kalaris is not going to shut up.
No, he's not. That is the unfortunate part, though, isn't it? Right. 43 points though on the total leaderboard for the United Kingdom. You know, obviously they got rid of Korea. We saw that on the bridge camp, so they're stuck on 30 for the remainder of this game. So that's a lead that they can now start to build as well.
All right, things are settling down. China still are regretting what happened to them earlier. Looks like they are going to reset circles, going pretty much where everybody expected it to. This circle has got a very large drop just to the east of where Thailand's playing at, but that means that Thailand's also going to have a lot of vision and supervision inside of this circle. So they're going to be able to harass how people are going to make their approaches. There's also a lot of no man's land in the circle as well, as 44 people I don't think are going to fit into this 2 couple.
No, certainly not. And it's still actually one team that's not even on Sosnovka Island, which is China. We saw them obviously in Primorsk earlier. They've had to rotate a little bit late past Lighthouse now on that western bridge. Of course, they're now making their way in as a trio. A couple of teams actually down to 3 players. You look at the UK, Vietnam, Brazil, China, Chinese Taipei, Argentina's down to 2, and then Canada. So a very wounded kind of lobby, 44 alive, but we've got 13 teams still up. So there is space, but there's still a lot of teams.
Brazil coming in now. You can still see sitting 6th overall. They did not have the best round last time, but looks like they figured out what they needed to fix up, getting at least 1 kill already, but down 1 member. China, I'm no surprise. China's coming into this one fairly hesitant, as I would say a lot of people had them to be the favorite. Now, sitting in 10th, already taking a casualty, coming into the circle late, that doesn't seem good.
And as much as I love to sort of keep saying it's early, it's only match 3. Look at that point gap already. China 7 points, United Kingdom 43, Matt, right?
Yeah.
And they don't look like slowing down. So you cannot, at this point now, have too many more bad games. You've already had 2 shocking starts for China. It has to start clicking for them now.
USA has got themselves a very good position in the circle. It is kind of north of the center, but all considered, they've got a lot of vision in what's going to be going on, as Germany is now finding themselves on the opposite side of that. Argentina continuing to make their rotation, trying to get close to this position. They have to be careful. They do have the ruined vehicles and the airplanes that are going to be to the east of where we just saw Germany playing, but they might be making more of a commitment into this as Canada looks like they might be hearing the end of China coming into the circle.
Yeah, and only 15.5 minutes, so about the halfway point here for match 3.
Remember, they rotated over here, so they knew that China was going to have to come on the same.
Exactly, yeah, they have that information. It's a 3 versus 3, though, in fairness. So, you know, Canada are probably in that position where it's like, we know they're there, but do we want to fight them? Do we really want to go in a 3v3 fight with China? Yes, they've started slow, but you're still going to give them the respect. They're a top team. Chinese Taipei, I don't know if they are actually sure what they want to do here. They were actually on the north side of military base, and they have just kept rotating. They have not stopped. They may stop now, but not for the reasons they were like. Nice little seat swap from Mal Rush onto Ming Ming, but it was Zipyan who was able to get that trade back the other way, confirms the kill as well. Yeah, Lee very low. It wasn't going to take much. It was Shimboy, not even Finna, that got that down, so I think this will be the end for the Chinese Taipei lads. It is 13th place.
I mean, that was just an easy pickup for Canada, but now they have been revealed, and China knows it. China already being very aggressive, moving up the hillside. Canada has got to be careful onto this one. Yan taking some damage, stepping away from it. New circle is about to pop. Are we going in? No, we're going into a wide open. We're leaving the hillside altogether.
Wow, I just see Plains, I see United Kingdom, I see maybe back-to-back wins. It could be their tournament, it could be their day. A great start. Phase 4, though, now means China on the edge of this blue in a battle with Canada, and they won't have a whole lot of time to sit here and take this fight on Canada's terms. They need to push back the other way. We saw the nades, they start to get flung out now. Now it's China that is on the front foot, Matt.
Trying to get the spray in. Shinboy opens it up with Adam's assistance, now making their way up the hillside. They see the opportunity, they know who they're fighting. Good shots coming out from Canada, and now China with just one member up. Canada takes it clean.
Where did they go? Where's China gone? I can't see them. Canada's just wiped them off the map. Gone. 3 matches in a row for China where they have not been able to live up to the reputation that beholden them before coming into the tournament. Niall for Indonesia. Attack. It's actually Teddy that goes down to Norans, a top player for Thailand. Niall pushes over, gets the down onto Belmoth. It's 1-for-1 for Indonesia versus Thailand.
This is a good position for Norans to play, but he doesn't want to over-peek it. I like this, kind of retreat back. But, I mean, he could be more aggressive. The best way to defend your teammates right now is to kill everybody else, but RDK at the distance is causing a problem for them. Throwables are coming out. Thailand has the vision to work with. Do they have the aim to connect in? Trying to spot it. RDK does manage to make it to that cover, but you can see the rest of Indonesia still in trouble.
And you mentioned Thailand's position before this high ground. We're really seeing the fruition of it as well. Norans peaks. He goes down. It's Kid X, though, from behind. A bit of an off angle. Captures the star player for Thailand. He pushes up. He wants to go for the flush. They need to take this high ground. For Indonesia, you get these kind of knocks. You're playing on the slopes. Once you get a bit of an advantage, you really got to take it.
You've got to go quick inside this firefight, and I love the fact that Indonesia is trying to. They are not inside the next safe zone, and if this hillside isn't in the safe zone, you're in trouble. It's so hard to get out of. So get in here, get your kills fast, and try to go, because look, everybody on the outside of it that's already in the circle is just looking up the hillside, waiting for you.
Yeah, and Brazil kind of just getting free look from the south side of that major road. Belmoth eventually finished off by Niall, and there's VHC getting that down. That's LFP1 as well onto Janku. Thailand just getting ripped to shreds. It's only Esquilusia left now, only the 1 kill for the home nation. What's all of Indonesia now pushing in? That blue, of course, forcing them forward. Regardless of Esquilusia's position, they have to keep moving to that safe circle. Esquilusia is going down, though, to Finna.
That's a good pickup. Canada's going to be coming in back behind this one. Needs to keep an ear out for what's happening. USA has moved into a more centered position, leaving the compound beforehand. But this is a very awkward spot for these teams to be in. With the amount of teams that we have playing along that fence row, this is going to be a very weird end game, to say the least. But I hate to say it, Canada, Indonesia, this is not going to be good for you, because the further you move into the circle just means the fact that the more teams are going to be able to see you.
Now, Indonesia right now doing a decent job to survive this. Brazil quite a distance away, not the easiest of shots, even with the 8x. It's still, tough shots to hit, but they do get the knock. Fortunately, there's a very tiny little ridge that they can res behind. Good little circle for Brazil. They can actually push over the road now and maybe find like a dip or a bowl on the northern side of that road, closer towards the military base, because there's going to be a lot of teams you mentioned on this fence. They are going to have that sort of mutual destruction moving forward for the rest of this game. It's lining up really nicely for Brazil.
Argentina does have this dip that they can play, but USA knows that they're going to need to move. Do note, very far to the north of this, we've got Australia and Finland that are getting pretty close to each other as well. It's going to be UK in a good spot yet again to kind of supervise what's going to be happening behind us. Finna has just got all of them lined up in front of him. That's 2 down. Can he get more? He's got 3. Finally does go down. And who's going to be able to pick those up? Is anybody going to try to tap those for anything? But fight now breaking out between everybody that's going to be going on in Finland and Australia.
And Tiggleton down, gets flushed immediately. Nice nade from Monty, gets the elimination onto Finland. Yes, they lose Tiggleton, but they get the kills for it. Now up into second place for Team Australia as well. Still inside of the military base, needing to push their way forward. 7 teams remain now, with Indonesia going out in 8th place. They at least get a placement point for it. Germany, what can they do from this position on the corner? They do need to push away from the building.
This is where the big firefight's going to be brewing, as Australia's trying to make their way into this point and be herded to this area by UK. You can see that this is also where Germany, USA, and Argentina are going to be playing, with Vietnam just on the other side of it. Brazil could approach over there, but Brazil has 1 member in Haven that is very far to the southeast. These nades are coming in, but they're still not connecting.
It's like they're just dodging them. So close to being able to pick up both of those 2 kills. Would have wiped out Argentina. Silzen able to stay alive along with Alariv.
This is a problem for USA. They are now pinched on so many angles. They've got Australia behind them. They've got Germany that's going to be to their southwest. They still have Argentina that's holding out on them. H1 spins around, takes down Flood. They are very aware of the threat that's coming, but it's just, how do you move out of this spot?
Yeah.
There's just so many teams.
It's a death run as well here for Australia. Far too open, far too many teams, like you mentioned as well. Sort of also being able to look in that direction for nothing. So no real surprise to see Australia really bowing out from that. They didn't quite get a lot of circle luck, kept going south, 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 and away from them, forced them into this position as well, where like you look at how open that is, you can't make that run. It's just not happening. Germany, though, they make their push. Now, Duckmai has an easy angle, and with a nade, gets the down onto Pains for Vietnam.
Quick follow-up with the incendiary as well, so that's going to spell the end of that one. Germany trying to move across this, doesn't want anything to do with what's happening over there. Instead finds themselves a party of their own. Argentina trying to move forward, but Vietnam doing a great job of defending up against Germany.
Yeah, and a good chance for Vietnam to keep in touch with the top 3 as well, pick up those points, very close to being able to overtake Finland on the leaderboard. There's Brazil, though, like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, being able to push over the cross of that road, get good position. They've got the 3 players, and they got the spot. They got the circle here for phase 6.
Still holding up right now, as you can see, USA trying to make their way in. They've lost 2 of their members. UK just taking peppering shots as they move across. UK does have to move, but they already aware how many people are going to be in front of them. Instead, just using the high ground of the planes continually do damage. See, it's just slow and steadily movement, sharp shot down. We're in a 1v1 trying to move into this point, and whoever wins this still has to run across the road that is going to provide no cover afterwards.
Yeah, Luke's done a good job tanking this blue, gets them from 7th to 6th at minimum, and if H-Win goes down, it could be a top 5 finish, but he's able to stay alive, going for that revive on a sharp shot. UK, though, they've been able to avoid a lot of this massacre, right? They're just coming in from that eastern side, and there you go. Silzen goes out. That means Luke's tanking job in the blue gets Australia top 5 extra points.
I gotta say, though, Silzen, he lived for so long. He should have died there. Spray comes out from H-Win, does get facts down. Everybody in the lobby now breathing a sigh of relief as UK has at least one of their members down, sitting on a massive amount of kills already again. Australia's Luke seeing if maybe he can steal that one away, but he's just going to go ahead and go down to blue, and our top 4 now lined up. But let's be honest, really it's just Brazil and everybody else just trying to make it to the circle.
And lo and behold, Matt, guess what? It's the same kind of 4 teams that we had in the first 2 matches as well. Some consistency being established early here for PUBG Nations Cup. Vietnam, Brazil, UK, USA, all of those teams have started really well through the first 2, now 3 matches as well. 2 up for the United States. Never mind, Caster Curse. It's H-Win that gets knocked down by Duckmai.
I mean, just good shot coming out. Nade, I think we're going to go too far. We're going to see the follow-up, make it a touch shorter. Nope. Still staying alive. USA still maintaining being a moving target for UK, making it easy for Vietnam to try to move. USA doing some jukes back behind it, but it's going to be H-Win that goes down again, and Sharp Shot just has nowhere to go. He's going to go, and yes, it's more kills going to United Kingdom.
Is it about to be back-to-back chicken dinners for the United Kingdom here? Match 2, match 3, we'll see. It's a 3v3v3. Isaki knocked down by Bud. They continue to rack up more and more kills. 17 now. I don't know what the PUBG Nations Cup record is, Matt, but we're going to have to find out after this game.
United Kingdom right now. These guys are destroying. Okay, Brazil has the entirety of the circle under control, and United Kingdom just jumps in vehicles, just balls to the wall, sends it, gets inside the zone, and now can turn around and look at how Vietnam's going to come into this. Are we going to really see them pick up even more?
And don't discount Vietnam as well from this position too. Yes, they're on the edge, but can they make a play maybe on the slide angle onto the United Kingdom? Could they play spoiler? Well, it goes the other way. Michael gets Duckmai, where I thought maybe it would have been Vietnam onto the UK. No. Michael, watching all of the angles, spots Duckmai, spots Vietnam, so Pow now into the blue. He's going to fall, and it's a southern shift for Brazil, but I don't know if they can stop this juggernaut of the United Kingdom.
Okay, Haven's on one side, LFP's on the other. No member of UK is in this circle. If they somehow find a way to fight into this one and win, I don't even know. This would be just an unstoppable team at this stage. They have been fighting tooth and nail. I don't even know what their utility is like, because that's not an easy place to loot where we're looking at. And they were having to take shots at range for so long.
No smokes, no nades, 1 molly. That is the entirety of the consumables there for the United Kingdom pushing out from this position. And as you mentioned, the way that Brazil are lined up here, they surely cannot lose this game. A quick little 1-2 punch for Brazil. Bex and Bard eat dirt.
eat the ground. It's Brazil that take match 3.
That was just clean. The wings on the side of it, picking up the members as they should. Quick follow-up. I like the trap setup. They read everything as it was flowing out and just immaculately played for Brazil. But while we're going to be talking about them for the round win, I mean, I don't know, dude. What do you want to say about United Kingdom?
I mean, look, obviously, massive congratulations to Brazil. Tremendous to get that victory. United Kingdom, they are on a different level at the moment, Matt, and everyone else here, all 15 other teams, need to be able to start matching them.
This is going to be very, very scary. Kudos to Brazil, and I feel bad for our analyst desk because, I mean, Avenger Toffees, you got to find some way to get Glorious to stop talking about United Kingdom. Throwing it over to you guys.
He's not wrong. I tell him that. He's not wrong. But we get ourselves Brazil getting themselves the victory. We'll talk about them first, of course, as they did get themselves the chicken dinner here in game number 3. A strong position to hold any other team coming in their way out here, Toffees, and Brazil converts it to the chicken dinner.
I think Brazil looks good. When we talk about the players on this team, LFP and Sparking and VHC have been playing together for years. They know each other. They pub together. They said the wild card is Haven, this new gun, this young player who only recently picked up PUBG through Steam. He was playing PUBG Lite until 2021. Came here and has made quite a name for himself. Amazing plays for Brazil, specifically for Haven.
Yeah, I loved how Brazil was able to step it up here, but we have to talk about the amount of kills that United Kingdom they were able to
You're doing it right there as fast as you could.
You're doing it for me. It's just insane. Yeah, if you didn't do it, I had to do it. I will say though, this Finna being able to take 3 players from Indonesia down in this play here, that completely destroyed their chances of getting anything out of this game.
Yeah, definitely so. As we take a look at some of the highlights back from this as a whole, the thing that stands out to me about Brazil, which I just kind of want to hark on it a little bit, is the fact that we usually see them dropping on military. They didn't do it this time, but then they transitioned down and held the position. It shows that they understand military island very well.
Yeah, literally, when the circle popped, I was like, haha, the one time they don't go there. But these guys made the play, and getting to the island was not easy because your boys, the UK, as well as US on the other side, were camping the bridges. There was not a lot of action. I mean, China was even camping boats to get to the island. So there weren't a lot of ways in, and Brazil read the map. They made really clean plays, and when everyone else was battling for the plane graveyard, they were happily sitting in the South Hills and owning it.
All right, I will ask you, Martin, on a scale of 1 to Kylaris, how insufferable am I going to be if this continues?
No, I just enjoy you leveling up your British.
My Britishness.
Yeah, and also your accent is getting stronger. It's getting more northern. I love it. But obviously, I have to say this though. Losing Sparking that early and them still being able to close out the game for Brazil was fantastic.
Agreed.
They were so coherent about how they were able to close down the circle. They took complete advantage of everyone focusing on the kills. But then again, 70-some% of the points total from the game comes from kills, so the focus was the right choice.
All right, here's the top 4 from this game, and you know what? The Commonwealth's doing all right so far, but let's, you know what? Let's focus on the UK just a little bit more, because, I know, I'm sorry, but the fact that they had 9 kills coming in from the early game, and then Vard almost hit double digits is relatively unheard of at this level.
Yeah, I mean, 16 grenades, like, these guys know how to use the utility. They know how to use smart plays. They camped the bridge. I mean, let's just go back to that bridge camp they executed at the very start. They slow played it. They waited. I think it was Korea walked into that one, and they just completely took them apart. And it was just really clean play that tells me UK, like you guys brought up, they played a tournament together. They know what they're doing, and they seem to understand each other very well.
And it wasn't as if when the bridge comes along, we look at what they were working with. It's not the ideal situation, the weapons, etc.
No, for sure. They're running in with 2 M16s, a UMP. Like it was 2 bolt action. It was kind of crazy, and I'm surprised they managed to squeeze this many points and kills out of this game alone. But yeah, it was a decision that it was clear. They were like, okay, guys, we're probably going to be able to hurt a lot of teams, make them respect us because they're coming out from that same area. This is their area to control when we have these military zones. So establishing that in this game already is extremely important.
And I think it also comes to the point of they're starting this event strong. And so they understand when you have a lead like that, you can set yourself up to go for kill camps. Things that you can guarantee, okay, we'll pick up maybe 4 points. If we get wiped, we still maintain our lead. But if we don't, we walk away with an 18-kill game, and we make it almost impossible to catch.
And as you can see here, in terms of full squad time, you see that Brazil, our eventual chicken dinner winner, really wasn't a thought for as long as they needed to be in this game. And you were alluding to that, Martin, earlier. The fact that they lose Sparking but still are able to convert does speak volumes for this team, when a lot of people looked at that and thought, you need Sparking to be able to do something valuable for this team.
If they had Sparking, they would have played more aggressive. They were gone for those kills. They were completely closed in the circle early on, but they played it as they should. You can see here, UK had no more smokes. They were already used completely from earlier. So the cross that they needed, the cover that they needed here, they didn't have the utility for to set themselves up for that.
I do think Sparking going down and the way that endgame was played almost had an advantage though, because you saw how clean they were with their 3 spread. I think having Sparking sort of free to just help them manage their positions definitely allowed them with a really strong setup.
And of course, as we take a lot of points coming in, 24 for United Kingdom, 17 for Brazil. But we haven't really talked too much about Australia, but we do need to talk about them. Double-digit points from this game. They were in a rough spot here, Martin, but Monty was able to do a lot. Whilst we took a look at VHZ, the player of the game.
Yeah, good to see VHZ. Again, they didn't have that many kills, but they still managed to close out as they had to in the position that they were in.
I'm sorry, Vard's the player of the match.
Actually, that's, yeah.
I mean, I get because they took the win, right? So like the MVP always comes from the winning team when you talk about a lot of sports, but the reality is Vard was playing out of his mind. VHZ had a really good game and Brazil played the position. But Australia and the UK, they had to fight for a lot of that space.
I mean, as I say, I brought him onto before. Obviously, you can talk about him if you want to, but here's the overall standings.
My God.
And that's right.
That's a lead.
Wave that flag, boys, because United Kingdom is winning something at the moment. We normally never win, but it's early days.
It's coming home. But
it's coming home, boys.
You might be winning day number 1, what it looks like for so far. Twice the amount of points that Brazil has.
Yeah.
They have won a game.
Yes.
That is crazy. Really talks volumes to how many kills they've been able to put out with trolls. 2 games with plus 20.
I mean,
it's crazy.
If you're a UK fan, break out the tea and crumpets. Things look good. This is a great place to be. However, Australia and Korea are not letting up. They're playing very aggressively. They're not getting advantageous positions, and yet they are converting points consistently.
No, indeed. If Korea, obviously, it didn't have that bridge camp scenario go down, there could have been a lot more conversion in that game. However, let's move on, as we do have Australia sat here. I brought it up earlier, and I brought it up again, then we kind of got caught off a little bit, and then I'm going to bring it up again. We have Monty, who is standing out in a lineup of star-studded players. That is impressive in this previous game, especially.
Yeah, for sure. And also considering his power ranking into this didn't really justify what his real power ranking probably is going to be throughout this tournament. So it's great to see that he says that I'm going to be happy whatever how well he does because I have him on my 5 roster.
There you go.
As 40% others, I mean, we're going to be cheering along each other because 75% of our roster is the same.
I'm just excited about seeing Monty play in North America next year if he keeps doing this well. Because that's what seems to happen to these OC players when they put up big numbers. I mean, the rest of that roster playing over there, Monty is playing at OCE. He's dominating in that area, and he is just getting better. He had a highlight video that went viral a little while ago. Just some really great plays, and I see him as a developing. It's funny, we call him developing player because a lot of the world is getting to know him, but he is a veteran. He has been around since the beginning.
And also, you have to consider this. For the teams to be really good in America, they have to have an imported player on the roster.
Yeah, that is true.
Uh-oh. Okay. I love that we're very clearly getting back to the old style of digging at each other after 3 years of not being on the desk with one another.
Listen, we love OC. Okay,
you do.
You can tell.
You have to.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I give kudos to the teams that are going out there and finding that talent.
Yeah,
OCE
for sure.
is got one of the best talent development systems that we've ever seen. The way that those guys play, the way that they take fights is impressive.
So you're saying OCE is a stepping stone to join North America? Is that what you're saying?
You go where the money is, I guess.
All right, let's move on then, of course. We just witnessed Vietnam a little bit in the moments before we continued talking on here. But now we are ready for the game, gentlemen. So thank you very much. It's time to head over to the commentators. It's game number 4, and we're changing the map as we're heading over to Miramar.
Yeah, not just changing the map, also changing one of the casters. It's Paper Thin, making his debut here for PNC 2022. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, having a lot of fun so far, and the only thing that's disappointing is seeing Kailaris have so much fun. I mean, we can't have that. The UK is just doing too well right now.
Too good, too strong. 3 matches in, though, and it could all change heading over to Miramar. We, of course, got match 4, match 5 over in our lovely sandy desert, and this is where we get to now see some of the teams that maybe struggled a little bit on Erangel, depending on the circle luck, their drop locations, maybe it switches fortunes for them on Miramar.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of times if you go back into PUBG history, when we switch maps, when we go between our two maps, yeah, things tend to get flipped a little bit. Teams that were struggling or, you know, teams that just have a better feel for Miramar in general. I mean, in particular for me coming from, you know, the PWS in the Asia region, China typically does really, really well on Miramar. So I'm always looking for them to kind of bounce back, to kind of find some of that groove, find some of that mojo that they've been able to carry throughout, you know, PGC last year, PCS 6 Asia again this year. Now, okay, I wanted to touch on this a little bit, Xenox. I was talking to the Korean players and coaches about this, that there still is some contention between them and Turkey around Chumasera. Even though Thailand left, there's still the church and kind of other things in this area that they are still, you know, vying for control of. Now, in this case, they're not near the church because of the plane path, but they both have similar ideas on where they want to move to.
Yeah, and evidently we saw on Erangel there really wasn't that much contesting going on, if really at all. Mainly just cars, if anything. And obviously now going over to Miramar, we get a first look and see, do we have any of that early action going on? You mentioned obviously Turkey, Korea. Well, a bit of a long distance shot. That's just the staple of Miramar more than anything. But fortunately, nothing really to be had early on. I'm very much in the camp of I just want to see 16 teams alive past the first couple of minutes. I don't want to be seeing teams going out super early within the first 2-3 minutes of the game. In Onyx with a Iron Sight SLR shot. Why not? Hey.
Yeah, poor Kletpa there just gets rocked by... I mean, the Korean players, to me, are looking really strong today in terms of just their individual mechanics. This is some of the best I've ever seen from them, particularly Loki, the best I've seen from him this year so far. And that's exciting for me. I mean, as a guy who was kind of questioning Loki being here versus some other players in Korea, I'm really happy to see that, you know, the veteran brings that, not just that veteran presence, a guy who's been on this stage before, but also brings that, you know, kind of calmness. There's no nerves inside of his mechanics right now.
30 points from the first 3 matches for Korea, so, you know, averaging about 10 points a game. That's pretty good. Usually that actually gets you into a position where you're vying for first or second. But obviously, as we've seen, the United Kingdom, and as we kind of see here on our Kill Top 5 from match 3, they are farming the lobby. Now, I got two fun facts for you, Paper. Firstly, the United Kingdom, through 3 matches here for PNC 2022, have already beaten their total points from PNC 2019. Now, admittedly, it was only, I think, 15 matches last time around. But still,
that's true.
15 versus 3 matches, they get this. It's ridiculous.
Do the math.
And they've also got the new kill record for PUBG Nations Cup. It was 16 from Vietnam in 2019, and I believe they had about 17 in match 3.
I mean, unbelievable what they're doing. And, you know, to go for that bridge camp like the desk was talking about, to kind of have the comfort to be able to go for those kind of moves. And it is really devastating when, you know, all the other teams get kind of stuck on one side of the bridge. You know, Korea didn't quite get the information, or at least if they did, they had to gamble because of the way that the circle had shifted early. And, you know, then all of a sudden the UK just starts ripping teams apart, and then they get across the bridge and they're still fighting, and teams like Argentina and Chinese Taipei are scrambling to get into the circle, and they're fighting each other along the way, buying them time for the reses and these things like that they need to get really deep into that game. I mean, really so far into that game that I kept, you know, turning over to Toby, who was sitting in the talent room with me, and going, how are they still there? Like, what is going on right now?
Finland, 20 points through their first 3 matches. They've been thereabouts. They've had some good moments. Of course, a team many regard as a contender here for the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. And of course, Brazil, our winners from the last game. Really wanted to quickly touch on them again. Top 4 at the moment. A bit of a sleeper team, as we see Quatpa get run over by Smash after Lyron got taken down. So these early engagements for Turkey, first with Korea, now with China, not really going their way. A tough start here on Miramar, and it sees them out of the top 10.
I mean, the Chinese players are sharks. As soon as there's blood in the water, they're going to go for it. So, you know, as soon as there's one small mistake, you can see that everybody's starting to surround here. They're starting to pounce. Aches left currently repositioning to try to get a better angle with the rest of his team. They're all going to form up on this hill. Because of the way the circle shifted, right? It's north of this. They're all going to try to just barricade Turkey and then work their way in. So it's going to be Aches left leading the charge.
It can go wrong, though, very quickly with a barrel. Smash, if he gets a good opportunity, could get a quick knock and a flush. That would put China down to 3. And it is Ming Ming that goes down. Nice shot from Aches left, though, quick and clean from China. But it did happen. For the DBS, it's Ming Ming that got flushed.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate, right? I mean, the MVP of the PCL multiple times. I mean, one of the best players in the world, just period, end of story. You talk to any of the pros out there and you say, who's, mechanically the best player in the world right now? And Ming Ming is right up there with one of the first 3 players that, will come out of most people's mouths. So, right here, some great shooting. I mean, riding on the back of those pickup trucks, everybody knows, dangerous. You're very exposed to that position. There's no pieces of the car to protect you, so... And the Chinese players, we saw it with them shooting at the Canadian players out of the boats.
Yep.
They're not hesitant to go for any shot they're given.
We got to sort of sit together in the green room earlier, watching the first 2 matches together, seeing China sort of struggle a little bit. You, of course, have been able to watch them very closely. Is this a surprise to see the way they've started the tournament?
Yes. Yeah, it really is. Honestly, I thought there was a moment in the first game where they kind of got stuck in that valley, right, where the game sort of ended. But the problem is like the other casters have been talking about, that when you get stuck in that valley and you're like the first one there, you're just done. You're dead. It's so hard to survive. Maybe you get like in one of those shacks and you're able to survive for a while, but that's about it. So typically the Chinese players are pretty cognizant of those kind of things, and they try to go for aggressive maneuvers early. So I think maybe they're just trying to feel the lobby out, trying to get, kind of their heads on straight a little bit. I would have liked to have seen them maybe go over the hill and attack Brazil to their north in that first game. Something like that to see kind of that natural aggression that they're so well known for really come to fruition.
We've got Germany on our screens, of course. Paper, a team that had pretty much little to no expectations at the sort of higher end. I thought this is a team that if all really goes well for them, maybe around 10th would be a good result, maybe even into the top 10. But so far through the first couple of matches, it hasn't quite clicked for them, and it's kind of going the way we maybe expected it to go for them.
Yeah, they're a pretty interesting team, right? A lot of players who are kind of up-and-comers, coming from, varying levels of PUBG Esports. And what was interesting to me looking at the scrim results for Germany was that they were playing a very cautious game, but they were getting deep into games. They were getting like 4th places with no kills or 5th place with 3 kills, things like that. So I thought it was really interesting in the first game that they went for a bridge camp, like right out the gate onto Argentina, to try to kind of maybe set the tone, maybe show that they're willing to do some fighting that they weren't willing to show in the scrims.
So 7.5 minutes into match number 4, our first game of Miramar for the PUBG Nations Cup. Of course, then tomorrow we'll be kicking off with Miramar once again and going through a couple more games there and rotating between the 2 maps. We see Vietnam with a little high ground over Australia, taking a little bit of damage. Australia, of course, have been living up to their expectations and their reputation coming into this event through the first 3 matches, averaging over 10 points a game. That's usually really good territory. Not when you've got the UK, though. Away from that vehicle, fortunately, China are able to be completely untouched.
Yeah, right now, this is actually kind of China sort of setting up a bit of a barricade to Korea's position. Korea did end up moving over towards Chumasera because Turkey got kind of mixed up with China over by Los Leones. That allowed them to kind of go to their natural home, go to their natural loot spots, get all these things done. So, I expect that most likely Korea is going to rotate around this Chinese position. I think that with the way the circle is right now, it's kind of hard to tell, like, in general, which way this is going to drift. A lot of times I like to talk about circle theory on Miramar.
Yes.
This is my kind of something that I'm super interested in, and I have all these like data sheets that show me like where circles are more likely to go than not because of the unplayable terrain on Miramar. But it's really hard to tell right now because there's actually a lot of smattering of unplayable terrain inside of this first circle.
Yeah, certainly so. I agree with you on that one. It's always a fun one trying to speculate using that unplayable terrain. Is that, okay, it can't go there, maybe it has to go there. And obviously the best players in the world are going to basically do that same research that you've gone and done as well and have that in their mind and in their knowledge and how they're going to position themselves for these games. So, when you think about Battle Royales and you think about these circles and the way they shift, many believe it's all RNG, but the best players, they know how this game's going to play out.
Yeah, they know that this is all kind of like a game of poker. You're betting on odds. You're betting statistics in some ways to try to guess where the circle's most likely to go, or have plans, of course, of where it could go versus where it couldn't. Shiva picking up a kill onto Indonesia's RDK there off in the distance. But yeah, I mean, like right now, if you were to take a look at the map, it would make a lot of sense that even the teams aren't 100% sure what's going on. A lot of huge splits. Germany's got a 1-1-1-1-1 all the way across the northwestern side of the circle. You've got huge, a 2-1-1 from the UK, a 2-2 from Thailand. So everybody's not exactly sure where this is going to go. So they're trying to set up. These footholds to go in the directions they want.
Well, we get a bit of a glimpse of the circle here going into phase number 2. Do we get an answer? Right on top of Finland and Brazil with a good spot as well. Doesn't really give us too many answers overall. And obviously San Martin's still in terms of a big POI. Other than that, though, you can see how many teams, of course, still 15 alive, 58 players. It's going to get to that point where we probably start to see teams encroaching upon the space of other teams. Korea on the move, making their way in, and lo and behold, they start to encroach upon Argentina.
Yeah, you'll see that players like Seoul will oftentimes have a shorty in the back pocket. For the Korean teams, this is something that Donawa, the team that Seoul is from, has really popularized. Meanwhile, Monty is just out of control right now, Xenox. I mean, you were talking him up before the tournament, and I wasn't. Oh, that was a good return from Shiva, but I was kind of not against it, but man, he's really showing up to play today.
Yeah, he's been the king of knocks, it feels like. I think the next step is being able to get those converted either by himself or his teammates. In saying that, really, just getting that damage on the board, landing those shots would be great for his confidence. As Shiva, we see the replay on the RDK. Couldn't quite make that jump. And a bit of a freebie there for Japan, who honestly, they'll take everything they can get right now at the bottom of the standings through the first 3, now into the 4th match. And obviously we saw that knock onto Luke 12. He does get revived. All is well there for Team Australia. For Japan, just inside of San Martin, so really, really safe in that location.
I will say, one interesting thing about the Japanese teams is that they're pretty good at fighting inside of compounds. A little bit of a spray on the departing. So, out of the vehicle blew up, and a sharp shot on the other side, taking some shots there at Martin's on. But, like, I will say, like, yeah, the Japanese teams, they do struggle a bit out in the open and some kind of the bigger metagame ideas, but when they're in and inside of compounds, they're really, really strong. Like, they play really good defense.
We've seen Korea sort of on the move early, but they're not going to follow in Argentina's footsteps. Lash K going for the drive back down the hill, down the other way, north side of Monte Nuevo, and it is going to be led by Inonix, who is going to lead the charge for them. Korea, of course, off to a great start so far without being, say, overly flashy. If anything, it feels like they've been really good on the defensive side of their game through the first couple of matches. We saw them playing, shooting range twice, where they weren't in a position where they could say third-party teams. It was more hide, play safe, try and play that almost TDM style peek and get shots. And I thought they played it really well, led by Luke.
Yeah, and I like that you say that because Loki's Damwon Kia, his team that he's currently on, really likes to move in and around the shooting range. It's an area they're very comfortable with. Of course, Lash K as well, the former shot caller for a team called Element Mystic in Korea, which dropped Severny. So they were oftentimes ending up in that shooting range vicinity as well. So those two players in particular really know that part of the map. So I'm pretty curious to see what Korea's going to do on their rotation here. They're one of the few teams that's outside of this current circle almost entirely. So right now they're kind of hedging their bets. This circle's pretty likely to go northeast or southeast. Again, doesn't have to. That's just what's more likely than some of the other possibilities. So I think they're trying to set themselves up so they can either drive south or north of this Hook Mountain that you're seeing Germany set up on.
20 seconds until phase 3 should give us a bit more of an idea as to how this particular match is going to play out. Pains holding sort of this valley position just out to the east of Al Pozo. And I think actually Germany holding a lot of ground. You can see it now perfectly timed there on our screens. Maiko and Azar up to the north side, Soccer and then Pain. So really big hold of that sort of northwestern side of the circle for Germany. Now into phase 3. On to Brazil and a bit of Finland as well. It's been all rather central though so far here on Miramar match 4. Not a lot of shifting, not a lot of moving. Teams are just going to continue to slowly move in. No one's been able to sort of make that big breakaway, go for a big rotation, go for a big play. Maybe not until now with Australia playing off of this position.
Yeah, this dip can get a little bit precarious. There are some angles that teams can find into you and even start finding the range to get grenades onto you. So for now, the vehicles are causing this issue, right? You can see the exploded vehicle force Australia to stop up. Probably in a position they weren't necessarily eyeing off the gate, but it is going to be where they have to land for now. Meanwhile, teams like Korea have found just enough of the edge of the circle to set themselves up on top of that Hook Mountain I was talking about previously. USA is also going to try to play edge. There is still a world where this just kind of centers up on this hilly mountain thing that's in the middle of this circle, but it still could very likely shift south. So I'm kind of curious to see how this will play out.
The beauty of the United Kingdom so far is through the first couple of games, and when they won their particular game, they've had to work hard. They're getting a lot of these kills, right? They're leading the way when it comes to kills. So they're winning fights, they're winning exchanges. It's not like they're just being fed circles. You can see them again here. Match 4, the first game of Miramar. They're on the move. They're on the north side. Circles moving away from them. They're now having to rotate in and around Thailand, and they get the knock. This is just the way the tournament has been flowing for the United Kingdom. They get sort of this wall in front of them, and they just ram straight through it.
Yeah, I love the way they're playing. This is my kind of PUBG. This is the PUBG that has won China every single PCS Asia, that won them PGC. I mean, New Happy, this is reminding me of them. It's being active, it's being on the move, it's looking for targets of opportunity, it's getting information. You think about it, the more surface area you're able to cover, the more you know about what's going on the game. I mean, that's just smart PUBG. These guys are all veterans. They've all been around since I can remember in PUBG Esports almost, and they're all unbelievably talented players individually.
And a tough position right now there for Norrens. You always want to sort of take those shots, but as soon as you do, you give away your possession. Crowd gets excited. Down onto Bud. Should better flush and finish him. He does. Norrens, the star player from Day Trade, able to get that kill. It does maybe just halt that momentum of the United Kingdom.
Well, it's a big moment here for Team Thailand as they've got, the best team on the server right now in front of them. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei trying to drive up a hill, taking a bit of damage from Finland and others, but I think they're relatively okay, actually. They should be able to kind of get where they want to go. The center of this sort of hilly mountain that's just north of Power Grid to the west of San Martin here.
Finland still praying for a bit of an northern shift up to their compound. Leo, Malrush both knocked out. Brazil just really finding form through the last couple of games. Of course, winning match number 3, the final game of Erangel today, and starting well here on Miramar, 10 seconds away from phase 4. I'm half expecting it to go south again and sort of play that northwestern side of Power Grid. We'll see if we get that shift play out for phase number 4. If it does, it'll be great for Brazil. It does roughly play out. It goes a little bit more towards the east than I thought, but for the most part, we get the circle we probably thought would happen.
Yeah, this is the expected shift because there's small pockets of unplayable terrain in that mountain you just saw Chinese Taipei die on. Meanwhile, Nurens for Thailand is doing a really good job here. He's already got one on effects. Michael trying to hold the line against the advancing Thai team. As Nurens is trying to flank around the side. Taking some damage now from Finland from afar is the UK members. And they have to rally down this hill. It's a really, now this is probably the most difficult position this team's been in.
And certainly feels like maybe slipping away from them. In a couple of other matches, maybe they've had a couple of players knocked down or just in a bad spot, high ground that then they need to come down from, and yet they play it really well in this spot though. Michael, T-Bone, the duo, Thailand maybe starting to find some confidence through their star player Endurance. And I was actually about to mention just prior to this engagement and Thailand kind of doing well here, is you do wonder, are there nerves for the hometown team? In front of their home crowd as well. They've got a bit of extra pressure that none of these other teams have to deal with.
Absolutely. Ooh, Wind. What a molly there from Silzen, right on the money. Yeah, oh, definitely. There's some pressure, but I think over the course of the event, it gives you a buff in the long run.
Yes.
Like, eventually the crowd, you start to feel it. You start to feed off that energy. You saw it with Korea at PNC 2019 where, once they started popping off, the crowd was so, behind their backs, was so rallying with them. That Korea was just able to really catapult themselves to a strong result.
Now, the other thing we didn't quite get to touch on, and we might not get some time here, because Thailand continue their aggression onto United Kingdom. Michael from behind, the sprinter, and Belusia doesn't quite land the way he would have liked. He'd love another go at that one, but he may not get that opportunity. Norrens is hunting him down so low on health, but he doesn't want to over-aggress. He saw the shots from Germany. That's why he has to push too aggressively. He watched and waited for him to come out from the blow. 3 for Norrens, 3 for Thailand, but where do they go from here?
Yeah, this is going to be tough for them. They've spent a lot of time fighting with the UK, keeping them from coming in, breaking in those kill points. Now they've got Finland and Indonesia around them. Meanwhile, T-Bone making it even more difficult, getting the knock out of 2 here with the barrel.
T-Bone
finishes up. T-Bone. Woo!
The United Kingdom just can't be stopped, paper. I cannot believe it. 62 points. T-Bone saves the day, the solo play. Thailand wiped out. They are in 12th position overall through 4 matches. It is not going their way for the hometown team. Now, quickly, before we get to the next bit of action, I wanted to say that last shift really benefiting Australia. We saw them pull up to that dip position earlier. Whether they wanted it or not, it has kind of worked out for them.
Yeah, right now, everybody's fighting around them. They're able to keep some space open. Meanwhile, Indonesia, one of those teams I was just talking about that was up on the north side, getting cut down between Japan and Finland. T-Bone still just trying to hide this out, trying to wait it out. Meanwhile, Japan has stolen a couple of those kills from Finland there, so able to find some good long-distance points. Now we are going to shift over to the west. This is really interesting. There's still a little bit of that quote-unquote unplayable terrain in there with an awful road in the middle.
Yeah, I also feel like we might go down to that awful road later on.
Yeah.
Crexy finds the kill onto T-Bone. Feels like Crexy's been a little bit quiet so far this tournament. That might be what gets him going. Xavier and Yan Li go out for Chinese Taipei. They're eliminated in 13th position. 40 players left alive, 12 teams just hitting the 20-minute mark now as H-Wing goes down to Silzen. Argentina and the United States continue this engagement. That smoke dissipating though. Shrimsy, does he find his kill right in front of him? No, it's Kickstart that goes down. We saw, by the way, Germany wiped out by Finland. Big points for them. Still 3 up for Argentina, 3 kills. Shrimsy surely goes down and does so. Well watched, well guarded by Silzen. They get the wipe onto the United States.
Yeah, Korea's been having a battle with Brazil over on this warehouse. They have Loki knocked, bleeding out rather deeply, so he might be going down, and Onyx taking a bit of damage as well. You do have Canada kind of on the other side of that hill. I think they're just playing the edge right now. It looks like they're not going to get involved in this fight from that distance, but you know, Korea here, they have enough time that they can wait this out, but obviously you'd like to just clear this edge as soon as possible to kind of give yourself more breathing room, give yourself more thinking time of getting ready for the next circle shift, which is pretty likely to leave your spot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you with that one. Canada, a team that's also been a little bit slow at times. We saw them have some issues in the last game at Primorsk with China. They got away from that one. Aches left with the down onto Tiggleton. Talk about two big powerhouses in the PUBG scene.
That's got to make everyone tingle a little on the inside when they see that kill happen. Shinboy is going to finish Silzen off, so in the long run there, Argentina not able to hold on. And I like what Canada's doing here, sweeping their edges. And now they're in a perfect position. If a fight does brew between Korea and Brazil, which is very likely to, they're right there to third party and pick up some extra points.
Speaking of picking up points, Monty finds the kill onto Duck Mai of Vietnam. But you can see in the minimap just down below, and of course from the POV there of China pushing onto Australia's position. Those two countries have been absolutely going at it in the scrim. Australia usually coming out on top. They don't have Tickleton this time. Shots from behind though of Kian for Japan. So Australia, they are in the unfortunate position, Paper.
Yeah, this is now really, really tough because they're trying to get across this road, and they've got two teams on both sides of it hitting them from behind. So a grenade from Zipi Yan is going to get the knock here. Xiao Lu looking to go for one of his own. He kind of knows that there's somebody in that smoke. There has to be. So he's going to go for it. It's actually on the other side of the hill. I don't think anybody's home for that one. So going to come up a bit short. Now Japan has to keep pushing up and over this hill, and that's going to put them in the sight lines of China.
And Finland pushing in as well behind Japan. So it's going to get worse for them. So for both Japan and Australia, this is not a fight that is going to bode well for either team. Australia 5 kills this game, at least getting the job done there, but you do feel like their time being alive coming to an end. And China, they are looking like they're just starting to roar, Paper. They're just starting to find their feet here at the PUBG Nations Cup. 7 kills, but here come the Finns on the other side. It's Flood though with the nade onto Zipyan from the grave.
I mean, this is a little bit of an ambitious maneuver here from China. They're looking to kind of take some of the loot from the crates of the downed Australian team, and instead they're just getting absolutely hammered by Finland now. Korexi with that bolt, only Xiao Lu on his feet is going to be getting the res here on his Zipian, but Diggory looking for grenade range and will very quickly be in.
Nade range, you said, is in. Needs a good bounce. Gets it and surely gets the kill. Massive for Finland. China out in 6 plays. It's double-digit kills for the Finns, and they are climbing up the leaderboard as well.
I'm really surprised China opted to go all the way down that steep hill to go for that loot. They must have been really desperate for more smokes or something like that. So, you know, again, I would have expected the Chinese team to rotate back to the south and try to work through those hills, something they're very, very good at. But great job by Finland here, just being really patient, hitting these third-party fights right at the exact moment they needed to. Now, I talked about this battle earlier. Well, it never happened. Why? The circle never left it. So everybody could just kind of sit. Korea now in a weird position where they can't really start that fight with Brazil because of Canada Canada's Overwatch.
And the beauty of, at least for the spectators here, Brazil, Finland, Korea, Vietnam, all still alive, trying to catch, of course, Australia and the United Kingdom above them, so it keeps this tournament close for, as long as possible. That's what we like to have. That's what we like to see. 5 teams left here, of course, for match 4. 16 players alive. 24 minutes, though. We still got a bit of time. Phase 6 has got quite a long time to go. Still a lot of space. Obviously, you've got the warehouse as well, so you're not really going to be seeing Korea and Brazil going at it just yet. So sensing that sort of eye of the storm moment to close out match 4.
Yeah, and there's a couple big kind of canyons on the opposite side of where Shimboy's looking here, kind of around the Team Finland area, and they're pretty well situated in between the two of them. You have a little bit of hills here and there to work on the southern side of the road as well, so everybody has something to work with in this circle. Even Cloris for Vietnam is still alive. We haven't talked about him too much because he's just chilling by the side of the road trying to stay hidden. And I tell you what, that guy, he is an X factor. He
Definitely.
is an absolute powerhouse.
And the other thing again, though, I mentioned it before, but Korea, they're not looking like an aggressive Korea right now. No kills this game, playing for that safe position, able to just bide their time, make sure they don't overstep their boundaries here and push into Brazil and cause a bit of a ruckus. They have done that pretty much through all 4 games now.
And this is really indicative of the way that Lash likes to call games. He's not the most aggressive shot caller in Korea by any stretch, but he's really smart. He knows the game so well. He knows the map so well. He's able to put the teams into places where they can do what they've done well so far this tournament, and that's play defense, play good PUBG, put themselves in spots where they can hit good shots, and that's what they've done so far. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this goes. Even Loki's got a bolt going for himself, so the loot's been a little bit sparse for Korea, of course, because of the way the plane shift started. They had to drive all the way over to Chubasera. They got blocked by China for a little while. We're just going to center up right on these God compounds right outside of the warehouse.
Brazil, of course, winners of match 3. Can they be our first team to maybe go back-to-back already day 1? Why not make it done early? Canada, they need to cross the road. They're probably in the worst position out of all of the remaining 5 teams here. I don't think, obviously, Cloris for Vietnam is going to be in much of a better position either, though. But obviously, for the teams that have got their players still intact, they've got all 4. It kind of feels like it's just go time for Canada. Send it into the God buildings and see what can happen, really.
Yeah, you got to make a play for something here as Canada. You'd like to wait for another fight to start to try to take advantage of the chaos or try to find a third party to hit, but nobody's really going to give you that opportunity right away. And the way that Korea is able to maneuver right now is they're kind of scooching around to the north side of this compound. Let's see what this crash is going to look like. I'm really curious to see where they want to go.
Yeah, smoke's thrown early. That should hopefully mean that they can get down the hill relatively intact. Not the best landing, though, and they lose Finna rather quickly. A chance for both Brazil and Korea to find some kills onto Canada. Only the down and now elimination onto Finna. The other 3 at least make it to the front line, and this now forces Korea into action.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend this side of the hill. Lash and Seoul really can't allow any further aggression over to the western side of all of this. If they can keep them blocked in, if they can keep them underneath the warehouse side here, they should be fine. Now, Adam, there's enough of a dip here that he's dodging quite a bit of this grenade damage, plus he's able to go prone inside of it, which helps reduce that damage as well. So Seoul got one more grenade here. Let's see if he can find anything with it.
And obviously Brazil probably not wanting to push out of that concrete building just yet. That means Finland have actually been able to make their way down. Cloris as well, the solo player, is starting to make his way over. So this stalemate really between Korea and Canada has probably benefited everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this has given everyone else in the circle an opportunity to set up shop, to get some information, to push positions. I think Clory's still stuck where he's at. He's right on the edge of the circle, and I think Sparking is finally, spotted him out and is just waiting for him to have to move. But Korea has to move into the warehouse because they weren't able to find any kills. They weren't able to do any damage to Canada, so it's kind of the backup plan here for them to just sort of fill in.
Yeah, I think they got the first one onto Finna, obviously, when they did push down Canada, that initial entry. But after that, the other 3 players for Canada still up, still there. And, this is where they can do some damage themselves, throwing these nades into the warehouses. In fairness, it's a big warehouse, right? So it is very difficult to predict where they are. Little do Canada know, they're landing these onto Loki, but he just stays alive.
Well, look at what Soul's doing. He's proning on top of this metal roof tile that's like laid out in the middle. Yeah, I've never seen anyone do that, but here comes Finland.
Yeah, coming in from behind. Of course, they were on the hill. Now they actually make their way in on the backside of the warehouse. It's Inonix that gets caught, and maybe all this defense from Korea might be catching up to them as Cloris is taking shot to solo for Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Cloris doesn't have much else to work with, only 3 smokes. That's probably not going to get him close enough to that God compound to do much, so might as well go for some shots. A grenade from Paige! Hits 2 onto Korea!
The backside is the thorn in the side of Korea. They lose 2. They might lose all of their players. Only Loki and Sol, I believe, still up for Korea, and they've still got Canada to contend with. Adam pushes in. Quick headshot down onto Sol. Only the 1 kill so far. The DBS is out, but Korea is 2. 6 kills for Canada. Have done really well in this scenario. Clories makes it into the top 4 for Vietnam. They'll benefit the placement points for this.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of space to maneuver inside of those warehouses. They're very open. There's a lot of angles, as we saw, with teams able to throw grenades inside of them. So Korea never felt comfortable enough to get proactive against Canada or anybody else, or Brazil earlier on. So they're going to pay the price for it. That's the problem with playing a defensive style like that, is the longer it goes on, the worse it gets for you, because more and more teams are going to have eyes on you.
The journey of Clories begins. Does he find an avenue out? I don't think so. Finland have obviously got an eye on him. Adam, Shimboy, the duo that was remaining for Canada, taken out by Sparking and VHC for Brazil. It's seemingly coming down to a Finland versus Brazil final battle here on Miramar match 4. Brazil looking for 2 chicken dinners in a row, looking for that 2nd place on the standings, and looking to catch the United Kingdom in first. 7 kills for Brazil. Now the final standoff between Finland and Brazil.
Yeah, Finland's got a slightly better position, but Brazil has the numbers, and they've probably got the utility since they've been able to sit in this compound for quite some time. So let's see what they're going to do. I like the way the Finns are maneuvering along this hillside, fanning out, trying to cover all the angles. But Brazil making a nice counter move here, trying to find the angle to cut down the edge of that hill so they can basically see most of the Finnish players and line up some easy shots.
LFP1 does have a smoke in hand. Haven has 2, so Brazil do, and they've got the crate for cover as well. I think Paige is maybe closest to center of the circle, but they're going to need a lot of smokes. And obviously there are some that are already out, but those will start to dissipate rather quickly. 2 minutes until Phase 9 comes to a closure. 19 kills between these two teams. It's been a farming of the lobby for both Brazil and Finland. But one more team left to be farmed. Who's it going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, VHC just got the level 3 armor as well, the helmet and the vest out of that crate, so he's sitting really pretty for Brazil to really hold down that flank, be an anchor for his team, be a tank. But what a grenade from Correx. He's going to get open. That's another knock for Paige.
2 versus 3. LFP1 sparking for Brazil. Still up. Not a bad position either, but Paige has the best position to continue to lay down the law of Finland. It's only one less standing for Brazil. LFP1 is the one, but unfortunately he too falls to the book of Paige. It's Finland for match 4.
Oh, just fantastic maneuvering around the map. I mean, think about, again, we've been crediting the way that the UK's been playing this tournament so far. Finland taking a page out of their book, being so active early on in this, moving from side to side. I mean, rotating all the way from the east, back over to the west, finding kills all along the way. This is the kind of PUBG you want to see if you're going to win this event.
That's the kind of PUBG I think many expected out of Finland. It's why they were considered one of the contenders for this event paper, and they showed it right there. Brazil, they've been absolutely fabulous over the last couple of matches too. I think they're up into 2nd place or so obviously they'll be happy with that result. They got 7 kills, 2nd place. That's off the back of the win they had in match 3. But for Finland, it feels like it's been a slow burn. A couple of first games maybe weren't the best, but they just keep getting better and better. Then a win in match 4. They weren't in the top 5 coming into match 4. Now they're firmly entrenched in it.
I mean, I'd have to go and look, but I imagine they're getting pretty close to their PNC 2019 totals as well, just like their UK brethren. I mean, just such a good game. And Brazil, I got to give them a lot of credit. You know, sometimes you're given circles, of course, and it's what you do with them. It's when you make the most out of them, and they're getting decent, solid kill numbers out of this.
Yeah, certainly. So, okay, match 4 done. Miramar done. Let's go and see what the lads on the desk have to say.
That's right, game 4 down, and it's Suomi, baby, all the way as they come from the high ground and absolutely dismantle the position of Brazil. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger here for the winner chicken dinner. And Martin, that was surgical by Finland.
It was so well played by them. And also, once we got to the cameras, we could see how excited they were, nearly jumping out of their chairs of excitement of winning. No, it's classic Finland, right? They're coming in there. They're expecting this of themselves. They know they're one of the favorites, and they want to see this from them.
Toffee's looking really good, especially in those final moments.
Yeah, I mean, I like to keep track of how the score went at the end of the game, and so I have, UK gets 3rd, 2nd place. In 1st place, I give it to Paige.
Not even the whole Finland, because he got all 4.
That's fine.
And played Brazil in a way that I don't think Brazil was prepared to be played.
No.
It was just beautifully done.
It's like the ukulele. Somebody is just really good at playing it. Just pull it out, and he did it all by himself.
And it was Paige, the man with the small ukulele. That's right. But big words coming out from him on the battlefield, and his actions speak extremely loud. As you look at those final moments there, just absolute pinpoint precision. And yes, look at how elated they are, Martin.
And that is scary because a team like Finland that gets up on this high note is like we remember Heroic. Once they got on that high note, they were blasting through, like we saw at PTC 2021.
Oh, indeed. So Finland will take this 4th chicken dinner of the day here, and so far so good for the likes of Finland. I mean, even Great Britain salvaged a few points there, but not too many. That's good for all the other teams.
I would also say maybe Finland owes a nice dinner or a drink to Canada, because when Canada did make that crash against Korea, I don't know how they got 3 people through and across the road, but the reality is Korea was forced to respond to that, and that opened the door for Finland to come down that hill and take a really good spot.
You know what? I think what they thought. I think that they was expecting Brazil to defend that side a little bit harder as well. Maybe be inside the warehouse. Maybe have a 2-2 split. Because Brazil was 4 alive, so they could easily have a 2-2 split with the warehouse and the concrete. So they were kind of expecting, a push coming out from that side, or at least some of the road. Canada had so much open space, and Korea did not set up for a defense. They set up for a third party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely so.
I think Brazil, I don't blame them. They got the circle. They went inside concrete. They just hunkered down. We like that compound because it's got good loot. It is very easy to defend, but it's also almost impossible to play any sort of aggressive play out of, which, again, you do start to wonder, could they have won that game had they gone 2-2 or come out a little bit earlier?
I would have liked the 2-2 sweep. So a full 2-man sweeping with the smokes. Once we saw the defensive smokes coming out from Finland from the very beginning, they had 2 or 3 smokes on the ridge that they had. They hadn't smoked the concrete areas yet. If they swept out there and actually pushed 2 on the side where LFP was, could have been a whole different story, because they were 4 versus 3, and that advantage being able to get, even if Finland gets a knock and you're able to re-knock, you're still 3 versus 2 afterwards.
I mean, it felt like Finland was taking all the initiative, Mark,
for sure,
in that whole situation.
And also winning literally all their engagements.
Yeah. Well, I think part of that, too, is you look at the numbers right here. Brazil was 6 smokes and 4 grenades versus Finland, where we had 18 and 11. I think Finland came into that fight with far more utility. I think they were prepared for it. I don't think Brazil had the utility to get out of that building.
They did. They just didn't get to use it.
Ah,
they were the guys that are in the concrete. They had plenty. They had like 3 or 4. They just didn't set it up or use it.
Usually, a lack of movement overall would suggest that you don't come in with that much utility. But as you're saying, Martin, is accurate that they just didn't get the chance to even do it. That shows not only the initiative that Finland was taking during all of this, but just kind of their force of taking the angles a la a Page.
And I mean, again, it comes down to the way they played concrete. There's no ability to gather information in there. All you have is some sound cues. And so you saw it. There was no pre-smoking. They didn't make sure that they had any good lines. They ran and got cover behind the crate. But again, there wasn't an ounce of smoke in that entire process. So when Page uses the smokes that the rest of Finland put up to distract Brazil and sweeps around the outside, it's easy killings.
I feel like we would have seen South Korea maybe up here in the top 4, Martin, had it not been. For me, I keep saying it, right? When we're seeing South Korea in the center of these circles, they're not hot. It looks a little bit cold, only getting the 1 knock against Canada as they're making that transition across, and they pay the price for it.
I would love to see them play 4 together to get Canada away, rather than having Iononyx, their arguably star player, trying to play anchor to make sure that Finland doesn't push out of the circle to make a gatekeep. I would like to see them play 4-man aggressive together, because when they do that and they're sweeping, they were easily taking Canada out. The Canada was playing in their back foot trying to get into the compound.
Oh, Canada came down that hill and the UA's it hit the ground for a second and stalled. And I immediately went, well, that's the end of them, because this is Korea, and they just didn't close that deal.
Yeah, didn't come in hot, unfortunately, for that engagement. As we take a look at some of the final moments, we are slightly sleeping on Vietnam. They have been gathering decent points throughout the day here, Martin. They've been able to take out the United States multiple times in previous games on Erangel, and once again, they didn't get themselves any kills during this, but they find themselves a nice central position and get themselves some decent placement points.
Yeah, and last time at Nations Cup, they got 4. If they could keep this up, they could be within that striking distance for a top 4
And
again.
They were a sleeper there as well.
And you know, a lot of regions chose different ways to pick their teams. Vietnam focused on pro votes and coach votes, and I think that that's paying off. It seems the players knew who they play with, they knew who to pick, and they put together a pretty good team.
Huge points coming in here from this game for Finland as they get themselves 26 on the board, trying to catch up with the United Kingdom at the top.
They had 20 points going into this, so just 26 from this one game with 20 from the first 3. That's fantastic.
And
fantastic step up.
Brazil and Canada getting the double digits, but China, who was kind of sat around that middle pack here, also almost getting themselves double digits.
There we go.
But I mean, as you said, Toffees, and hats off to you, alongside Mr. Page, playing it well for Finland.
Absolutely. I mean, you cannot take anything away from him. They got it right with the player of the match this time, especially at the end. And again, remember, he is the shot caller. Anytime you have a team where your shot caller, your IGL, is also putting up incredible plays like that, it means that this team is on rails, and I do not expect them to get off track.
This game was a double-edged sword for me, right? Great, Finland is winning.
Here
Page
we go.
is winning.
Here we go.
Mex is dead. My only pick, 0 kills. Some damage here and there, and they just blast off. If Mexi was alive here, there would have been even more kills.
You know, mate, if you'd have picked Kirexi, maybe you'd have been doing, you know, quite like me. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards here. Good for all the other teams that UK did not get themselves that many points in this game.
I was literally just going to say that. Thank goodness for them. Thank goodness for me and everybody at the desk. I mean, I was getting worried. Well, I was getting worried that this was going to get out of control on day one.
That's fine.
So UK going down early. Sigh of relief here, open the door, but I gotta keep putting eyes on Brazil. This is a team that didn't show up high in the power rankings. This is a team that wants to convince their region to let them sign together so they can make a push for PGC. And I gotta be honest, after watching them today, I think they're on the right track.
42 points after 4 games. That's big numbers coming in for Brazil, who, as Toffees is saying here, Martin, definitely a bit of a darker horse compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, it's massive. You know, 41 kills alone for United Kingdom, but they have more kills alone than Australia has total points right now after 4 games.
We talk about good, though. I want to point out the bad. USA's got 15 total points right now. This is a team that was in the top 3 for power rankings coming into this thing. They don't have an excuse to be in that position. As we go into the last game of the day, they need to have a big one.
Yeah, imagine changing your pick from Australia to the United States. I can't believe it.
He wanted to go down the Kalaris point of thinking, represent his own country.
I mean, I can't stand up here and not pick the US, but also they should be doing better. They're uncontested in the 2 most valuable drops on the maps. That's an easy top 5. Like, that's, if you get...
We literally said that. We're talking to them before the game started. We're like, all right, guys, you guys are uncontested in Mikado and Pochinki. Top 5 is easy.
Wrap it up, boys. We could be talking forever, but we have got to go to a break, and when we return, we have one final match for the day. We're going to Miramar. We'll see you then.
Call it an emergency. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergency. Freedom got me acting brand new. Molly in my bag like it's long over distance on the virgin. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the ring? I deserve it. Reflection with the hand of veganess. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergency.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello PUBG fans, this is Paige. I'm playing for the Team Finland national team.
I feel really good. I'm excited to attend another LAN. It's always really good to play on LAN and see other players, so I'm really excited for it. Finland plays 16 out of 16 PNC 2019, and I think we are looking to take another 16 out of 16 in this PNC.
Obviously, Team Finland ended up 16th on the last PNC, so we have 3 new players, so we are definitely gonna do better than the last Finnish team.
Honestly, I just think this year's lineup is better than 2019's. Hey Bangkok, we are going to Bangkok. Please fill the stadium with your Souch.
To all the fans and for those who love PUBG Esports, and this is Pan Patarathon. This is my first time through the PNC 2022, and for moreover everyone, I will do my best to convey to you, and today I will bring all the best for you guys over here in Bangkok, Thailand, the capital city and the popular city in Thailand. Am I do it right? Oh! What's this? Okay, now I get the mission. Let's do this! Here we are, and I find a Thai dessert cafe near the Giant Swing. And as the mission to find the mango, one of the most popular fruits in Thailand. Over here is a mango and sticky rice. And this one is a mango soda. And this one is a mango smoothie. But in front of all of this mango menu is the other Thai dessert. I complete mission! Here we go again. Everyone, goods that represent Thailand, something you must buy in Thailand, introduction of famous souvenir of Thailand. After selecting the most symbolic souvenir, even purchases at the gift to the player. Okay, so I just have to find a souvenir. Right? The famous souvenir one. Okay, there's something pop up in my mind. Let's do this. And right here, we're at Asiatic, the riverfront, one of the famous Bangkok tourist attraction. So I chose this place because they're full of food, beverage, restaurant, and of course, souvenir. Okay, so let's find out. Let's go. Yay! And here I've got the impressive souvenir. The first one that I really impressed, an elephant soap with a white elephant. And another one is tuk-tuk, a tuk-tuk keychain. So I think you know it well about tuk-tuk. Okay, so I get 2 of this thing. Really, really cute. And I hope you were impressed with this souvenir as well. Hope this will be the last mission for today. Find the most amazing night view at Icon Siam, one of Icon Siam's 7 wonders. Okay, I think we have less of time. So let's do this and let's go. And now we have arrived at Icon Siam, the place that we organize our PNC 2022. And this place we call Sok Siam is the place that I would like to bring you guys to visit before we complete the last mission. Yay! And here I find the answer for the last mission. That is the longest multimedia water features in Southeast Asia. Qualify me to be the host of PNC 2022? I think it's yes. And today I took you around Icon Siam and introduced you about Thai cultures, a lot and many things that you need to know. So I think the tips that I gave you will be a great help and let you enjoy for more for PNC 2022. Well then, so meet you soon on the stage and hope you give a lot of interest and love for PNC 2022. See you soon! Something that I've got that is a soap with an elephant here, and tuk-tuk, as you know, is like a symbol in Thailand, and I would like to give it to you to cheer up. Here is the souvenir that I got for you.
What is it?
Elephants.
But like, what's it made of?
The soap.
Soap?
The soap.
Trying to say something?
Yeah, you can use it. A soap with elephant. And do you know tuk-tuk?
Of course I know tuk-tuk.
Sure. Two of this is a souvenir to cheer you up. Right here is a souvenir that I would like to give it to you.
Oh, okay.
This is an elephant.
An elephant.
And it's a soap. And this one is tuk-tuk.
It's a tuk-tuk.
A keychain tuk-tuk. Give it to you, like,
thank you.
to cheer you up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Four matches into PUBG Nations Cup, and there are some who are saying it's coming home paper. They've gone early.
No.
There's one on the desk who I think's leading the chant in the front row. Are you buying into this? Is it coming home?
I absolutely could. I mean, this is one of the teams that I think a lot of people weren't sleeping on, but some of the pro teams that I talked to were kind of not really as using them as part of the conversation to be like a team that could win. So I was surprised by that, because I think from EU you've got, you know, Finland and the UK who are not only playing well but coming into this should have been expected to do well based on just individual talent that's on both of these rosters.
Certainly. I mean, obviously you've still got Korea, Australia, those other teams that we had in the conversation. They're still hanging around. It's only about a 20-point gap or so. Yeah. A little bit of a lead for the United Kingdom through 4 matches, but then really from 2nd to about 6th, very, very close paper, and then it drops off a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's hard to imagine that the UK is going to be able to continue this kind of run of not, like, just in terms of what you were talking about, right? About 10 points is typically the average that's going to get you a win in a PUBG event. So to do what they're doing right now, to be averaging well above that, hard to maintain that. So I'm looking at some of the teams that are under them that are still putting up good performances. Even Vietnam is having a very solid day here today. I mean, Clory's able to sneak out whatever points he could, but you know, that's a team that I thought was a dark horse coming into this. This Vietnam squad, again, is really stacked.
With a couple of European teams doing well, I have to bring up the old rivalry, EU versus NA. Where is the United States? 10th?
I'm looking still. It's hard to, I don't know. Do they have enough paper for that far down? I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see if we can find them maybe in the game. Match 5 coming your way. It's Miramar. It's our final game for day 1 of the PUBG Nations Cup 2022.
All right, let's do it. One more game to go today. That's it. Then we're done. It's a Miramar, and oh boy, that play path is way over to the east.
Yeah, even past Los Leonas, at least not too far, say, of Impala. It does come in a little bit more to the center as the further north we go. So I don't think it's going to be all that horrible. Final game of the day. And what a day it has been, Paper. We've had some of our contenders race out to a great start. Some of those teams maybe that we had one level below, United Kingdom, really achieving some big things. And some other teams that we thought were going to be doing well, China, United States, they've been a little bit slow here for day 1.
Yeah, and the good news is you're allowed one off day in a tournament like this instead of just, you know, even in the last PNC, since it was 3 days, it was 15 games. I think we're going to have to restart here once again, Xenox. I mean, we just can't, you know, we can't have nice things. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, this is par for the course, first day of an event. But look, I think like you're allowed a bad day because it's 4 days. Whereas in the previous PNC, you basically weren't. You basically had to come in and just absolutely ball out for all 3 days.
I definitely agree with you there, and I think as well it's also vice versa. If you were the United Kingdom back in PNC 2019, you have a day like this, you're almost halfway there. Right? With that kind of lead, with then only maybe 2 other days to go, it would have been so much more, but they're still going to have to play, well, technically 16 games. Of course, we've got to still play match 5 today, so there is a long way to go. And if they start to stumble, if they start to fall, or even just regress to the mean, and then the other teams, Australia, Korea, they maybe even go up a level, then suddenly they're back in the pack. So it's going to be very intriguing, and I'm so glad we've got the 4 days this time around to see, you know, going into tomorrow, then day 3, then day 4, you know, how everything's going to shake and move throughout the week.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are just trying to find their groove, find their footing, try to feel the lobby out. It's tough when you're in something like this because, you know, I think Gunnar put it best when I was talking to him, the coach for the USA, about it's almost like an open lobby. It's like, hey, this is the best from all across the world, from 16 of the top countries in the world that play PUBG Esports.
Yep.
And we're kind of all throwing them together. You know, there's been some time to practice, there's been some time to scrim, but in terms of them all being able to scrim against each other, not so much, a ton of time with that. And that means that things are going to be a little bit wild at first. You're a little bit nervous. You're not sure if you can make that aggressive move that you would normally feel comfortable making.
Since we've got a little bit of time, I mentioned, of course, the United States and China, a bit of tongue-in-cheek, 2 teams that, you know, were high on the power rankings. I think actually top 4 for both of them on the official PUBG Esports power rankings. Of course, they've been displaced from said top 4, let alone that, even top 6, and 2 teams that sort of caught my eye, Brazil, Vietnam. Now, I rated Vietnam very highly around that 6th position, so I'm not too surprised by that. There might be others who are. Brazil, on the other hand, 3rd place so far through the first 4 matches, Paper. I mean, that is a dream start for this team.
I'm really impressed with Brazil in terms of their ability to make the most of their opportunities. I mean, sometimes this is the name of the game in PUBG where you're gifted situations, and it's what you're able to do with them. I mean, yeah, they weren't able to convert the final game there, or not the final game, but the 4th game of the day into a win, but still, they were able to pick up a fair amount of kills, and that's what this is going to be about. That's why, for example, the United Kingdom is so far ahead right now, is because they have 41 kills. The next closest is Finland with 27.
Yeah.
So the name of the game is, if you're going to get those situations where you're going to get almost guaranteed deep placements, assuming somebody doesn't crash you and you just get busted, I think, you know, getting those extra kills, getting those extra points where you can is super important, and I thought that, you know, Brazil's done a really good job with it so far, among other situations, like navigating their space well, playing safe when they've had to, and I can tell you that, you know, talking to Sparking, he has done a ton of prep for this event. I mean, he has been working his butt off.
Obviously, we can see the setup here for China, trying to fit in as much with the PNC theme that we have here in Thailand. And again, you know, we've mentioned it. They've started slow. 2 placement points, Paper, from 4 matches for a team full of so much talent. They've been able to pick up some kills, but again, they've just not really ever been able to find a position where it gets them to the late game.
They're not making decisions in the middle of the game that I'm used to seeing them make. And it goes back to going into the middle of that valley on game 1 in that previous game where they went down that hill when I don't really necessarily think they should have. I think they should have just retreated and wrapped back to the south and tried to continue to do what they were doing, just kind of hitting fights from a distance that suits them. And you've seen it a little bit here and there with like the 3x barrel sprays, these kind of things that they're really well known for. And what that does is it gives them a certain level of extra space that they can, you know, kill people faster than, right? A game like PUBG, any shooter game, is all about time to kill. And the faster you can spray someone down with an assault rifle from a longer distance, the better.
Rounding out sort of the top 8, Canada, a team that's been able to have some good moments, 15 kills, but also only the 4 placement points. A bit of a theme, really. Outside of the top 6, no one else has double digits in placement points. The top 6, though, Paper, it's 12, 14, 18, 20, you know, it goes on. So you can very much see through the first 4 matches, we're getting the same kind of 6 teams every time, making that top 8, racking up those placement points, and obviously Inter, they're also doing very well in the kill portion as well. You know, you get to Vietnam at 6, they're on 30 points, and then it drops to 19 points for Canada in 7th, no one on 20. So there is that gap that's already starting to form. So if you're Canada, China, even the likes of the United States, Turkey, Indonesia, and you're around that sort of, you know, 7th to 12th kind of position. I know it's only day 1, 4 matches gone, but very quickly, you know, after the conclusion of this final game, we're a quarter of the way through the event. You cannot be lingering in that middle pack for too long. Otherwise, the top teams, they're going to continue to increase that gap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I said you're allowed one sort of off day, and that's it. After that, you've got to be performing. You've got to play your best game. So, you know, for a lot of these teams, that could start here. That could start now. Have a good finish to the day, and you'll quickly leap up that leaderboard. You know, Finland just put up a 26-point game in the previous game. We've seen a 27-point game from, you know, some of these other teams, or near 27-point game for the UK. So this is, it is very doable to leapfrog right now in the standings. This early, you know, everybody's still relatively close. Canada, I want to touch on them a little bit. They've been kind of picking it up. It hasn't been the greatest start to the day, no doubt. After 2 games, they only had 1 point, so not where they wanted to be. They did back off of the hot drop with Japan in the apartments. Japan did win them pretty handily in the scrims, the few scrims that they were able to have, so they opted to try something a little bit different. I know that guy. Oh, man. Oh, there's a lot of players out there. Oh, my God. We got a lot of the players that came out to the event here today, so that's really, really exciting.
There's been a lot of people that have been able to come out to the event. I was fortunate to be able to sort of walk around outside as well, see those that are sort of watching on the big screen outside of the arena as well. You know, there's lots of activations outside, lots of, you know, booths and setups. There's been a tremendous turnout from the Thailand people, and also lots of people that have traveled in, as you saw there as well. Just quickly, another thing I sort of wanted to touch on is the fact that, you know, 4 matches we've played, but guess what, Paper? After the conclusion of match 1, we have the same top 6 teams, and let alone that top 5 teams are the same as of the conclusion of match 4. So again, that consistency of the top 6, so notable, so consistent, and that's the separating factor for those teams compared to everyone else in the lobby. And another team as well that so far has struggled is Thailand, unfortunately. You know, and this is where I'm super glad we're actually not being heard in the arena. They got the Thai casters for that, of course, doing a tremendous job. No placement points. The only team so far at the event that has not been able to place and get a point, only the 6 kill points in the bottom 3. And believe me when I say this, these guys are very, very talented. Nurens, Balmoth, fresh off of a big win for Day Trade in PCS6 APAC. They've been around for such a long time, and I think even PNC 2019, Thailand had like a top 6 finish or so. These guys are talented, it's just not quite working for them at the moment.
Yeah, I was really expecting a little bit more, and again, sometimes there could be nerves, and of course, you're like, everybody's playing in front of a crowd for the first time in, what, 3 years almost, you know what I mean? So it can be a little bit tough, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Nurens in particular, I thought was absolutely phenomenal in PCS 6 APAC. He was just absolutely incredible. Day Trade in general really looks to have leveled up themselves in their region. I really think that You know, they've always played kind of a more safe style than a lot of the other Thai teams. You know, everybody knows about Buriram, right? Like, everybody talks about that team and just kind of their wild off-the-chain play that they had. But Daytrade's more measured. They're more, you know, kind of reasonable, for lack of a better word.
The other thing as well that benefited them was the addition of Flash once they parted ways with Venotica. So that sort of, and Flash and Norins together just absolutely farmed the lobby for PCS 6 APAC. And I feel like it's a bit unfortunate Flash is not on the Thai team for this event, because I regard him on the same level as Norins, who's obviously been playing very, very well. So look, for Thailand, it's only day one, and I guess they're one of those teams, like you said, they can have maybe one bad day, but you gotta bring it for day 2, 3, and then 4. And in some ways now, you're also kind of hoping, you know, the likes of the United Kingdom, those teams in the top 5, they have to have bad days.
Slow down, right? I'm really excited for this. I'd love to get the crowd back into it, to get Thailand going here in this final game. So, oh wait, we might have to hold it. Wait. Let's see. We're gonna try. I mean, the fans getting a little bit excited, but I'm not so sure. Let's see what they got. I love this video screen though. It's so huge.
It is awesome. It looks like one giant Zoom call.
It's like, let me blacken my screen so they can't see me while I just, you know, eat my lunch or something.
Yeah, put on some fake glasses, a little mustache.
Who's this guy?
I'm paying attention. They're really
Where
drawing.
did Xenox go? Who's that?
Really drawing this one out though for what is going to be a much hyped final match of the day with the PUBG Nations Cup, for what's been a tremendous day. You know, PUBG Nations Cup 2019, such a tremendous event. For those that got to watch it, you know, 3 years ago, it has turned into folklore for PUBG realistically as a tournament, one that's been beloved over the last couple of years and has had a lot of fans really wanting this tournament to come back, and we've got it, and so far it's delivered.
Yeah, I like the way you talk about that, because it was also an event where, like, a lot of players that are now more household names really made a name for themselves. You think about Anonix, you think about Sapao. Like, for me, players from our 2 regions in particular that nobody really knew of, unless you were like a diehard fan of that region.
Yeah.
You know, especially the Vietnamese teams,
Yes.
which were finally able to play at an international event at PNC 2019. That was the first time they were able to get their visas approved and get, you know, we had talked about them so many times, and they showed up and they performed probably above expectations in some way, and it was a lot on the back of that veteran player Sapao, who's just unbelievable.
And of course, you know, sort of led then into PGC, what was also a very fabulous tournament. What a year that was, 2019. But of course, now 2022 is shaping up to also start to match that. PCS 6 was amazing for all of the different regions. Of course, we're going to have PCS 7 to follow, and then PGC, you would imagine, obviously. So it's been tremendous to be able to also get these live events back that we've got here in Thailand, and also go to a different region, APAC, getting some love. I love to see that in esports in general, Paper, whether it's PUBG or not. It is really, really good to see, and you see that with the turnout. The fans are here. There's the passion here for esports and the passion here for PUBG.
It's crazy, man. I mean, this place is packed. Like, you go outside of the studio. I mean, the studio, first of all, completely packed. It's sold out.
Yes.
There are no available seats left for seating. And the rest of the fans are sitting out on the other side. They are literally sitting on watching a big screen on the outside. It is full out there, too. I mean, it was hard to walk around. You and I were trying to go to Starbucks to get some coffee, and it was just wall-to-wall people. It was like a sea of people we had to try to part.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and it's sort of the hopes of what can continue to be for PUBG moving forward. Again, PGCs in the future, you know, future PNCs, and hopefully it can maybe become that regular seasonal event every year that it was probably supposed to be, that we've had to wait so long for, almost like this 5th match.
I would love that. I mean, this for me is one of the most fun events, because it allows the players to loosen up a bit, to kind of go off script, to kind of, you know, go for those flashy plays, to go for something that maybe isn't quote-unquote standard PUBG, to really try to, again, make a name for themselves, put themselves on the map. And, you know, I think you're seeing that, for example, with Brazil here today. A lot of, you know, some of these players, I know everybody knows Sparking, but some of these other players are playing really, really strong. So, I mean, stuff like that is what makes this event so special. You're getting your first chance maybe to see some of this up-and-coming talent, or talent that's been playing well in the PCSs.
And it's national pride at the end of the day, right? Like, that's the biggest factor for this, as you would have in any sort of, quote, World Cup event. This is the biggest determining factor of the, you know, source of inspiration for these players and these teams. And it's fun from a perspective of the viewers too, seeing some of these top players mix and match. You know, you're looking at the likes of, say, Tingleton on Team Australia playing against some of his Sonic's teammates on Team USA. And you just gotta love to watch that from the perspective of the fans as well. I mean, obviously, maybe players, they probably prefer playing with their actual teammates and playing that sort of team game. And we get that though all the time. PCS, PGC, but this is for PNC. This is for national pride.
Yeah, this is, it's so special, and what I've been so, just thrilled with, tickled by when I got to the event here is started talking to the players and the coaching staff and everything that I could find. Like, everybody is taking this so incredibly seriously.
Yep.
So much prep being done. Luke for Australia,
yes.
for example, has been absolutely just grinding, sparking as well. We were out there last night, you, me, and Toby just chilling up.
Midnight, and he was still on the iPad.
Still on the iPad watching watching scrim results and stuff. I mean, just absolutely incredible. The amount of just preparation that they're putting in.
Yes, 100%. And they really do, of course, take it seriously and want to win and want to deliver for the fans back home as well, representing their countries, which those in the crowd are also doing by representing the countries. A bit of UK and Australia brother and sister love, of course.
Between start game.
Start game.
Sorry, we don't have the button today. Like, we could
actually get up and just walk around back. And
we
press
actually
the start
could, yeah. I mean, we could just get out of here.
Yeah.
What are they going to do about it? I mean, if we had any control over it, trust me, we would. Nah, we just wait it out. We want to make it.
Don't give in, mate. Don't give in. But look, it's been amazing. This 5th match, it feels like now has to really deliver, doesn't it? Because we've been waiting so long.
Well, I feel like, maybe we're in store for something special.
It better be good.
Maybe we've got one of those moments brewing, Xenox, one of those highlight reels that will be talked about for all of PUBG history, like all of eternity.
It's actually good that you brought that up, because it feels like, you always look back to those moments and those plays. The Anonyx, what was it, 1v4 south of hospital, or even 1v3 still obviously great. Unfortunately for Brazil, they were on the wrong end of one of the big highlights from the last PUBG Nations Cup. So many great historical moments, and not just from PUBG Nations Cup, but we're at that event now. Something big's going to happen. At some point, I guarantee, within the 4 days, you're going to have a historical moment created, and it's always, you've got to make sure you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what makes it so special. There's going to be something that changes the destiny of one of these teams, that changes the landscape of everything we're seeing here so far. I mean, I kind of hope it's the team that we're seeing right there on screen with that flag, because man, oh man, would that get the crowd absolutely fired up.
Yeah.
And I mean, at these events, like, the fans from all these regions are supportive. We even heard a lot of Australia fans out here today when the Aussie team came out. And
Korea.
Korea, yeah, there's a lot of Korean fans here. It's not too far to get to Thailand from Korea, to be honest. It's about a 5.5-hour flight, so not bad at all for me to get here from my home of Seoul. And, really just so awesome. Everybody wanted to be here. I could see so much passion, so much excitement. I had random people coming up to me and being like, hey, what are you doing here? Because, like, I kind of stick out a bit with the bald head and some other things. And I'm like, well, I'm casting the PUBG event. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'm here to watch. Can I, like, take a photo with you or film a video? And I'm like, yeah, sure, of course. That's great. And that's so fun.
It is. Being able to interact with the fans has been a blessing. 3 years, Paper, and it's been far too long, and so fortunate that we've been able to sort of get back into this position. A little bit unfortunate at the moment, the player equipment issue. To apologize, of course, looking to hopefully get into this match 5 as soon as possible. Although, I'm not going to lie, I'm not too fussed. I'm happy to just sit back and be excited about this event, keep sort of just having our little podcast, little
I'm happy to just see you again. That's really what this is all about.
Touch you now.
I can actually come in and like hug you guys and talk to you guys in person. And obviously PGC last year was a lot of fun, but we are all doing it from our homes all across the world. So those are some of the fans that are outside right now.
It has quieted down a little bit. That every single one of those seats was absolutely taken before, but we are closing in on almost 10 p.m. local time, so it gets to that point where some may want to start heading home, for example. There's nothing wrong with that. They'll be back tomorrow, though, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we still got 3 more days. The weekend I expect to be absolutely insane.
Oh, that's going to be crazy. Yeah, that's the other thing I didn't even think of. For some of these people, you're taking off maybe time from work or school, make your way down here. And then there's those that, obviously, as you mentioned, that may only be coming for the weekend as well. It's going to be such an amazing tournament, and has already been. Some of our leading teams are leading the way. Korea, one of those. I know you're a little bit biased. You did pick them.
Yeah.
No surprise.
I was nervous when I had to pick you know, they give you not much advanced warning with all this stuff. So I didn't know if the Chinese teams were still going to be hot dropping or not, because I wanted to pick China just based on their results, you know, obviously in PCS, Asia, and in PGC. But I was worried there'd be hot drops. So basically, in my opinion, any team that's hot dropping for more than a couple games in this event is probably not going to be in it to win it. That's just the nature of the beast. So I ended up switching my pick over to Korea for who I thought was going to win, because I knew they were going to be having mostly uncontested drops. Trumasera, even though there was still some lingering thoughts of maybe Thailand messing with them a bit, I suspected that one way or another, either Korea or Thailand would back off.
Yeah, I think obviously a lot of people had China really in their thoughts for that top spot if you did have to pick one of them, but obviously we've had some other contenders, and lo and behold, as has already been spoken about plenty of times, I still can't get over the fact that for Kalaris, who did end up picking the United Kingdom, he's kind of leading the way right now.
Well, Kalaris is having a field day today, and that's just unbearable.
Yeah, look, it's not that great. We do, of course, come back see our beautiful faces for a little bit here. I think there might be a little bit of a break though coming up paper. So for the time being, it looks like we will go to a commercial break. When we do come back though, hopefully match 5 will be on the other side.
Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Molly in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. Understood this. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello PUBG fans, this is Paige. I'm playing for the Team Finland national team.
I feel really good. I'm excited to attend another LAN. It's always really good to play on LAN and see other players, so I'm really excited for it. Finland placed 16 out of 16 PNC 2019, and I think we are looking to take another 16 out of 16 in this PNC.
Obviously, Team Finland ended up 16th on the last PNC, so we have 3 new players, so we are definitely gonna do better than the last Finnish team.
Honestly, I just think this year's lineup is better than 2019's. Hey Bangkok, we are going to Bangkok. Please fill the stadium with your Souch.
To all the fans and for those who love PUBG Esports, and this is Pan Patarathon Pokin. This is my first time through the PNC 2022, and for moreover everyone, I will do my best to convey to you, and today I will bring all the best for you guys over here in Bangkok, Thailand, the capital city and the popular city in Thailand. Am I do it right? Oh! What's this? Okay, now I get the mission. Let's do this! I find a Thai dessert cafe near the Giant Swing and asked the mission to find the mango, one of the most popular fruits in Thailand. Over here is a mango and sticky rice. And this one is a mango soda. And this one is a mango smoothie. But in front of all of this mango menu is the other Thai dessert. And now I think I complete mission! Here we go again. Everyone, goods that represent Thailand, something you must buy in Thailand, introduction of famous souvenir of Thailand. After selecting the most symbolic souvenir, even purchases at the gift to the player. Okay, so I just have to find a souvenir, right? The famous souvenir one. Okay, there's something pop up in my mind. Let's do this. And right here, we're at Asiatic, the riverfront, one of the famous Bangkok tourist attraction. So I chose this place because they're full of food, beverage, restaurant, and of course, souvenir. Okay, so let's find out. Let's go. And here I've got the impressive souvenir. The first one that I really impressed, an elephant soap with a white elephant. And another one is tuk-tuk, a tuk-tuk keychain. So I think you know it well about tuk-tuk. Okay, so I got two of this thing. Really, really cute. And I hope you were impressed with this souvenir as well. Hope this will be the last mission for today. Find the most amazing night view at Icon Siam, one of Icon Siam's 7 wonders. Okay, I think we have less of time. So let's do this and let's go. And now we have arrived at Icon Siam, the place that we organized our PNC 2022. And this place we call Suk Siam is the place that I would like to bring you guys to visit before we complete the last mission. Yay! And here I find the answer for the last mission. That is the longest multimedia water features in Southeast Asia. Qualify me to be the host of PNC 2022? I think it's yes. And today I took you around Icon Siam and introduced you about Thai cultures, a lot and many things that you need to know. So I think the tips that I gave you will be a great help and let you enjoy for more for PNC 2022. Well then, so meet you soon on the stage and hope you give a lot of interest and love for PNC 2022. See you soon! Something that I've got that is a soap with an elephant here, and tuk-tuk, as you know, is like a symbol in Thailand, and I would like to give it to you to cheer up. Here is the souvenir that I got for you.
What is it?
Elephants.
But like, what's it made of?
The soap.
Soap?
The soap.
Trying to say something?
You can use it. A soap with elephant. And do you know tuk-tuk?
Of course I know tuk-tuk.
Sure. Two of this is a souvenir to cheer you up. Right here is a souvenir that I would like to give it to you.
Oh, okay.
This is an elephant.
An elephant.
And it's a soap. And this one is tuk tuk.
It's a tuk-tuk.
A keychain tuk tuk. Give it to you, like.
thank you, thank you.
To cheer you up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We are saving the best till last, hopefully. I do apologise for making everyone wait, but hopefully it can live up to the potential, the hype even as well. Paper, of course, one more match to get through today to close out day one of PUBG Nations Cup 2022. It's been an amazing day so far for even all of the regions. We've had wins from APAC, Europe, Americas.
Yeah.
How's your
Where are you
region?
going with that? Oh, yeah, that's so good. I mean, Korea's been close a couple times. They started off really good on Miramar, on Erangel, but you know, they've been a little bit slow, and like you were talking about in the previous game, they play kind of too defensive for my taste. I'd like to see them get a little bit more aggressive early, like in that fight against Brazil that kind of stalled out outside the warehouse. Maybe try to see if you can force that a little bit earlier. I know you maybe aren't going to get as many placement points, but at the same time, like, you kind of got to play to win, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it should obviously as well be very transparent here. It seems the issue that is happening at the moment, not fixed just yet. We are, of course, sort of fingers crossed, hoping it may happen sooner rather than later. But worry not, we will get through, of course, eventually get into the final game, and hopefully many moments can be created.
A little bit of a technical issue with, I believe, an Onyx there, so not game related. This is something else. So we'll hopefully get it resolved here pretty quickly and be able to get the last Miramar of the day for you. So obviously, you picked Australia to win the event, right? And now they're doing really well, Xenox. And you know, what has been kind of the key factor for you so far, and what we're seeing with Australia?
I think they've been great. I think they've been able to live up to the expectation that, you know, the likes of Tigleton's obviously going to find kills. He's going to be a leading figure in even being able to just find something from almost nothing. Monty's been living up to the hype that, you know, I hopefully was able to set for him. Great player from APAC, and Luke's clearly doing a tremendous job in being able to position this team as the shot caller for the event. We've seen them obviously do well in the first two matches over towards shooting range, and the way they've been able to sort of move from position to position. It's been a perfect event for them so far, along with other regions or other countries like Finland, Brazil, Korea. It just so happens there's a team above all of them called the United Kingdom, and that really is the sort of standout. Really, you cannot fault the teams from, you know, 2nd to 6th, who are all pretty much on the same amount of points, all who are basically averaging 10 points a game. You've just got the UK on 62 points.
Well, I think, you know, when I think about the players on the UK team, and fortunately there's none of the EU talent here to, like, correct me if they think I'm wrong, but I think they're streaky players, right? Like T-Bone, you know, Vard, these kind of guys get on these hot streaks, they get fired up, and they're just nuts. Like, you see this time and time again with, like, Heroic, right, at PGC. They just hit another level, and were almost the ones that won the event. They just came up short, and, you know, their teams are playing really well. Corexi as well, playing on Finland, right?
Yep.
Both of the Heroic guys, Page as well. So, you know, there's a lot of really good players who have that extra level, have that extra gear, and right now the UK's hitting it. Vex is just always nuts. I mean, he is just, period, end of story, one of the best players we have in the world.
In some ways, it's going to come back to the old adage of, like, say, consistency versus, say, maybe a burst of results in terms of big points over the course of 3-4 matches. When you look at Finland, Australia, and even Korea, so consistent through the first 4 matches, nothing really too fancy, nothing too flashy, whereas Brazil, big win, You know, United Kingdom, of course, they've been able to have some big moments. Those teams are going to be able to be as consistent as the likes of Finland, Australia, Korea, and Vietnam's also been rather consistent too. So when you look at that, you think, okay, at some point, if the UK sort of regress to the mean and those other teams continue to play at that consistent level, does the UK get caught up?
And that's generally what happens, actually. I mean, most of the time in PUBG events, and especially in a lobby that's as stacked as this one, it's really hard to maintain that point pace that the UK is putting up so far. And that's not to be dismissive or anything like that to these players. I mean,
Averaging
again,
10 kills a game is not something we see happen all too often over the course of 20 matches.
It's just too hard to do, and maybe they do it. I mean, it is a 4-day event, and I would love to see it. I mean, that kind of dominance would really show that, you know, they were the best team by far. It wasn't even close at this event, and that's fine. I'm totally all about that. But at the same time, if history is any indicator, eventually at least one team's got to catch up, if at least not a couple more.
The good news for them, though, of course, they've actually still got the most placement points at the event so far, 21, but that is really close. Brazil has 20, Finland has 19, Australia with 18. So that obviously, in terms of the placing points, is all virtually the same, really, for those top 4 teams. It's the kill points where there is that separation for the United Kingdom versus, say, you know, Finland, Brazil, Australia, all those teams that, you know, we continue to sort of list from 2nd to 6th. And really, that's the separating factor right now. And so when you look at that, you say, okay, 10 kills a game, is that sustainable? History says no.
But these are kind of interesting events, right? This could be the outlier. This could be one of those situations where somebody just goes absolutely crazy. I like the hunter mentality. I like what the UK is doing. It's again reminiscent of what I like to see out of a lot of the teams in Asia, where they're really kind of playing around, trying to find moments where they can trap other teams, where they can get kills essentially for free. And so, you know, Lash is trying to get his team fired up. This is what makes him a good IGL, right? This guy, it's been kind of a rough day so far. It's been a long day for them, just in terms of a few technical issues here and there, right? But this guy's getting them pumped up.
Yeah, trying to keep the head in the game and try and stay positive as well. Sometimes when you do have some of these issues that do take place, and no LAN is ever going to be taking place without issues. In the history of esports, I don't think there's ever been one. So you need to be prepared for that. That is a mental factor on a LAN environment where there's going to be some issues. There's going to be some delays, and you can't, you know, you're not at home. You can't just get up, go to the kitchen, grab something to eat. You're, you know, sort of stuck in your chair, stuck on the stage, and that's something to take into account.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes there just isn't always an easy solution. So you can see even sometimes multiple things might be coming up more than at once. So trying to get it all resolved, trying to get everything back to normal here so we can go for our final game of the day. But yeah, I mean, I'm really kind of curious to see what the last game is going to look like. Is like the UK just going to keep doing what they're doing? Is Finland still going to have some big performances? Brazil's been really consistent, really solid throughout all of this. So yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of intriguing factors, not just for this last game, but for the next 3 days that are being set up.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, going into this last game, we're still sort of in that speculative position, right? We've only had the one game of Miramar to really go off of, whereas Erangel, you know, to be fair, we only had 2 matches of Erangel that had the same location. So it was really...
I think we had like 1.5 matches of Erangel there.
Exactly. So hopefully we can be in a position where, you know, we can get something again, a little bit different here on Miramar. Then you can dissect the day going into tomorrow, where I believe it's going to be 3 Miramar, then 2 Erangel, and of course, and that's just going to continue to sort of rotate through. So really going into tomorrow to start the day, there's going to be a whole lot more information to dissect. Teams will go over the circles. Of course, they'll go and look up all the twire and look at all the statistics as well. And we'll have that too. And it is really, as the event goes on, going to be a little bit more informative.
Yeah, again, a lot of these teams are figuring each other out.
Exactly.
And rarely does the first day look anything like what the last day looks like in an event for PUBG Esports. Again, all these lobbies are always different. They're always changing. There's always new players. There's always new teams coming in, literally every event.
And not only that, but the roles of those players. There's some teams that have multiple IGLs, for example. I think you mentioned that before with Korea. There's other teams that maybe have an IGL that doesn't usually IGL for their team back home. So you're going to have those different environments as well. And it's a conversation I've had with a couple of players, you know, over the last couple of days. Would you like to have that IGL, or would you rather have some fraggers for an event like this? And the general consensus was roughly fraggers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is a hard decision to make, and, you know, to go to your point here, Korea had 4. But all right, we're ready to get into it, guys. The last game of the day, Miramar. Woo! I think maybe for real this time. Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's get into it. I am just way too excited. Match 5, our final game of the day here for the PUBG Nations Cup. Thank you so much to everyone at home sticking around, tuning in. We are underway for our final game of the day, and it is, of course, Miramar.
Yes, I was a bit excited about our original plane path we had seen, just in that I love bad circles, I love bad plane paths. This one is very fair, right down the middle of the map. You know, pretty easy to get to most of the spots you need to get to. There could be a little bit congestion here or there on some of the north to south, you know, arteries that run around there, but I think actually this one should be pretty fair. What I'm really keen here, and I'm glad our observers are kind of keeping a bit of track of it, is what's going to happen with the Trumacera Church, because that's been the real point of contention. Turkey doesn't seem really interested in giving it up. Korea kind of a little bit befuddled by this. They don't expect a team that doesn't drop Trumacera to fight for that spot, so we'll see exactly how this one's going to shape up in the early game.
Well, as we sort of pan back over to the left-hand side, you can see Smash and Quet Park close by to Loki and Lash K. And this is going to be something to keep an eye on as we get into our final game of the day. As it stands, the United Kingdom do lead the leaderboard, 62 points to the 46 of Finland. So a 16-point gap going into match number 5. We'll see how that all translates at the end of the day. 5 seconds away from our circle to get us underway here for match number 5. And we go up towards Alpozo, up to the very far northwest.
Oh, I really want to take to hit one of those winning shots. So bad. Love the new circle here going up to the northwest area. This one pretty likely to end somewhere in and around El Pozo, north of El Pozo, pretty likely. So really excited for that. I think that's one of the more interesting areas of the map. There's a lot of kind of cool hills and other things to play on, but yeah, for the most part, a lot of teams are going to be out of this. Again, this was a very central plane path, the circle pretty far away from where most teams like to drop. Nobody was really able to get to La Coberia. Nobody's dropping Alcantara, so there's going to be a lot of open space. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a lot of teams that want to do that, like northern rotation, like all the way around the edge of the map, right, like through Cruz de Valle or by Campo Militar, and then cut all the way to La Coberia.
Yeah, I think Korea is going to be a team that should be able to go up that very sort of western highway, make their way up and have a bit of a free run at that. Obviously, we saw Turkey and Korea having that sort of little drop. Nothing really came from that, as we see Teddy getting knocked very early by Corexi.
Yeah, in
nice
the
shot.
previous match. Yeah, they're giving us a highlight that we missed. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is, of course, what was almost a lifetime ago. But now T-Bone, and remember this as well, then he had the one kill, and he gets all of Thailand. Really good solo play, then gets them up to 4 kills, right? So that was a tremendous moment there. Even though they did go out early, it just keeps those points ticking over.
I mean, again, it's individual hero plays like this, and T-Bone, one of those guys that's, once he gets fired up, it seems like he's hard to stop. He is an unbelievable player. One of my favorite players individually to watch. The way that he controls his spray mechanics in particular is absolutely nuts. So the top killers, it's going to be Paige. Again, another one of those heroic guys. They're absolutely having a banger tournament so far. I mean, if you just took that heroic team and brought them in here, just like PGC, obviously these guys can really get it done.
We spoke about sort of the PUBG Nations Cup kill record, which was 16 last year, of course now broken by the United Kingdom with 17. Well, it was 16 from Finland, hence, of course, seeing 3 of them in the top 3 of that top 5. So an absolute powerful performance from Finland. 26 points, of course, from match 4, heading into this one. 2nd place overall. The United States, at the moment, 10, 15 points. You have a good game here, though. And no, if you have a good game here, you're still in it, obviously, by all accounts. But if you go out early in match 5 and that top 5, top 6 continue to just rack up the points, it's not going to be a good sleep tonight for the US of A.
It gets scary if somebody like the UK just puts up another huge game. Not just for USA, but everybody who's frankly below Vietnam right now in the lobby. It really will be on the outside looking in big time. So in some ways, absolutely, you got to start right now. You got to get into the second day feeling good. If you can put up a big win here right now, you're going to roll into tomorrow, you're going to leave the event. All of a sudden, those first 4 games that you didn't play just kind of wash off of you. You're able to go back to the hotel, have a good night. Everyone has a positive attitude. You're ready to rock and roll on looking over the VOD review, doing all that stuff, working with your coach, working with your teammates. it all just kind of snowballs into positive effects.
Certainly so, for them and others as well around them on that sort of portion of the leaderboard. They're making their way over towards that El Pozo region, the northwestern side here of Miramar, where we've got that circle. A lot of teams actually rotating rather early on. Thailand have been able to sort of get to the western side of Lacob, and then you've got Finland in a really good position. Brazil amongst it again. Their position has been impeccable so far. For Argentina, bottom 5 at the moment, 8 points, but they've been thereabouts and had some moments.
Yeah, for Argentina, the early games were kind of troubles in rotations for them. They were getting caught with similar ideas and similar timings as a few other teams, so, you know, to avoid that can be difficult. Again, these early tournaments, you're trying to feel this all out. Now, Turkey's watching the USA go by. I think USA should be relatively okay on this. Yeah, they're over the hill. Yep. No real problem. Some damage to the vehicles, but everything else is handy, you know, hunky-dory.
And of course, Korea, they are making that sort of rotate on the western side of this circle, and they'll play from that position. So again, already though, the similarities from what we've seen through the first 4 matches, Korea, Brazil, Finland, they're getting these positions, and that's really been something that has been able to sort of translate through each game now. It's become a trend.
Yeah, you kind of have general rotation paths, like when you work with your coaching staff, right, coming into this event, and especially an event like this where you probably have to kind of simplify things a little bit to make sure everyone's kind of on the same page. So you're seeing the same ideas repeated because you've practiced these rotation paths. You know what's relatively safe. You know, especially on Miramar, you have to know the places that you can drive off-road that's going to be easy to drive, that you're not as likely to have, you know, some vehicle stall-ups, some things like that can happen, of course. And so you've got to be prepared for those. So yeah, I'm absolutely not surprised at all. And also Korean teams, there's that area around the trailer park that a lot of them really like to kind of hang out in. There's some hills that you can get, at least in their region, sometimes relatively for free. And you're able to kind of be on the outside looking in, and that's a good shot.
And that could be spelling disaster for the USA. Trimsy down early. Smokes are out. Kickstart, of course, will want to go for the save. It's never going to be an easy one, though, with Korea watching, and they've got good positions. Lash K, though, in a bit of an aggressive position. Now, they have not really been in an aggressive position all that often so far, and they get punished for it. H-Twin up above, peeks over, gets the down onto Lash K. The USA are up to this one. They're up to the challenge.
I think this was a little bit of a kind of everybody was trying to go to the same place at the same time. That's great shooting, again, by Anonix, who's looking to kind of make up for some of those mistakes early. Loki, with almost no health, the grenade just goes a bit too far. Kick, still trying to put pressure on him. Knows he has an isolation.
Oh, really good use there to get that flash going, but he gets flashed back the other way. Now they just go ring around the rosy, and Loki finds the best position. Lives up to his name, playing a bag of tricks on Kickstart, and he falls, and it's only H-Win that's left alive now for the USA, and it looks like he is not long for this world paper. We even get the pyrotechnics and the show that's kicking off here. Unfortunately for the USA, though, they are looking like last place for the last game of the day.
This is crazy. I mean, Lash still hasn't even been flushed because everybody has been doing their part for the side of Korea. Now, finally, Gwyn is going to at least get the point, at least salvage something out of this game for the USA.
And put a little bit of hindrance there onto Korea for not being able to finish off H-Win all that quickly. Sharp shot gone, flush. That's Sol. He'll take that one. It's a freebie. Trimsy bleeds out to Inonix. Hello, Brazil. Maybe trying to help out the America's brothers, but Sparking's too far away there.
I love what he's doing, getting involved in this. Finally, Anonix going to take down Win, and Korea is going to win that fight. They lose their IGL Lash in the exchange. Never really able to kind of find any success with that AK early on.
Yeah, and look, it's so unfortunate for North America, but that's why NA stands for near airport.
You just had to get it in, didn't you? Oh, yeah, but they deserve it.
Well, look, you know, and it goes back both ways. We'll play devil's advocate. We'll be the nice guys. It's only day one. You go back to the hotel, you VOD review, and then you come back day 2 refreshed. And also, believe it or not, when you do actually have a bit of a poorish day, it does relieve a bit of pressure, because at this point now, it's like you come in day 2, okay, no one's expecting us to maybe do as well. Now we can maybe play a little bit more freely.
Yeah, there is some... I think that's a good mentality to have going into it. There's definitely something to be said about that. And I don't think you can keep this USA team down for much longer. They're just too good. Top to bottom, that team, is really, really unbelievable. I mean, you've got PGIS winners on it. You know, you've got Kickstart, who's been absolutely nuts, and Sharpshot has really picked it up again this year. So, yeah, that USA team, I have very little doubt that they won't be having much better performances as this event goes on. So, Circle 2, again, not really too sure in terms of the circle theory where this is super likely to go. It can go north, it could go central, it could go southeast, it can go just about anywhere. So phase 2 will tell us a lot more about where we're going to end.
Okay, well, it looks like El Pozo could actually be the, well, in this case, the point of interest living up to its name, as Brazil, really good position on that hill on the western side of that major road. Korea, of course, I think they may have to actually alternate and change their position up a little bit too far west now with that kind of circle. We'll see how they go for their rotation here into phase 2. Germany coming in late. They were actually extremely late because they were out all the way at Porto Paraíso on the other side of the map, really as far as you could possibly be. So no wonder they're only getting into, well, essentially what was the phase 1 circle now here for phase 2.
Yeah, it takes a while to get across there, and some teams thrive on those kind of situations. Others, it's a little bit more difficult. You know, they want to play more central circle, and that seems to actually be working for a lot of the teams so far. You know, Brazil in particular has been playing more of a center circle style. Shinboy is going to grab the Mark 14 out of the crate there. So a very nice pickup in the early game. You know, get that level 3 gear, you get that unbelievably fantastic sniper for this part of the game where you're able to get in some of these tall buildings on the outskirts of El Pozo and maybe really put it to work.
Yeah, I do wonder, do we get a bit of a city finish to maybe close off the day and really let that close quarter combat shine?
It wouldn't be PNC without one. I mean, we had that Los Leones game at the last one that was absolutely insane.
So Zhao Pian is taking a few shots. Not really the easiest to land with a barrel from that kind of distance. Vietnam not going to be two-phased. They just drive on by. Not sure exactly where they're aiming to go. Obviously, maybe just sending it into El Pozo might be the play. I think a lot of teams might end up with that same thought, especially depending on what happens really at the conclusion of phase 2 going into phase 3.
Yeah, Vietnam's in a pretty awkward situation. The circle could end up going down in their direction, of course, but it's not as likely to, so they're going to have to get some information, figure out what's going to be open into Pozo if they have to move in there, or if there's going to be any space for them to maybe try to rotate around the western side of the circle to try to get deeper towards the center, which is more likely where the circle's going to go eventually. Again, doesn't have to, but right now, based on what I know of the circle theory stuff, like it could go center, it could go Pozo though. I mean, a lot of Pozo is pretty open.
Yeah, certainly. You were talking about some of those teams out west, obviously out towards the east. We saw the United Kingdom. Feels like they've not really had a game today where they get sort of a circle feed, always on the move, always repositioning, and so far they've been able to at least confirm a lot of kills, get some good placement points, and I think that really does drive home the validity of their wins and success so far through day one. It's not like they're having a free day.
And they're moving to spots that are, ooh, nice shot here by Ali. That is a really long one that he's able to hit with that 3x car, but they're setting up in spots a lot of times that are good for traps, right? Not just the bridge camping, which is pretty obvious, but you know, if you were just looking at the map feed, they were out on that kind of crossroads. There's a spot where there's like a valley. The road that runs towards El Pozo from the east to the west has two really large hills on top of it, and you can set up like a 2-2 split across it and cover so much ground with your snipers, hit a lot of people as they try to drive through. It's hard for your opponent to veer off course or try to veer into safety because of the sight lines you're able to create from that spot. So right now they moved out of it as nobody's coming, so they've recognized that, and now they realize they have to start positioning for future circles.
I do like this though, sending the two sort of out towards the El Pozo fields and being able to hold that sort of position, especially if they do get a bit of an El Pozo circle, which again, it seems like that might end up being the case. Of course, out towards the west where you've got, say, Brazil, still very much playable, even up sort of towards the north with Finland. So a couple of those teams still in some good positions. Norin's taking a beating though by Luke 12. Unfortunately for Norin's able to just get away, survive, fire a shot back, really well played under pressure on what has already been a tense day for Thailand. And now teams don't make the move. They've seen enough. They've seen this phase 3 circle. They're feeling like El Pozo is going to be the play. Duck fight. He's got Loki right in front of him. Surely he gets this down. He does, but at what cost? He got run over by Sol, and now they should be able to get the revive onto Loki.
Yeah, they're going to put the barricades up around it. Now Sapao has to defend more teams coming through, so everybody needs to go east. The circle is basically not, it can't go west. It's basically impossible. So everybody's trying to either get into Pozo or get somewhere around the outside of it, because all these teams know there's almost no way in hell this circle's going to the west. So it's time to get inside of here. So good job here by Korea to recover. Good job by Seoul to be kind of proactive with his car and just take out his opponent. And they're going to get the res safely. Meanwhile, Oz still has kind of a weird situation up here. They've got Thailand now rotating ahead of them, but there isn't a ton of space that the circle's like likely to go to eventually. They're going to have to play edge.
Brazil haven't actually moved yet either. They're going to hold their position, and hopefully it pays off for them. It does, at least with one kill onto Janku. They'll get a freebie for Brazil. 43 points for them now. Obviously, one team to keep an eye on. Balmont gets caught as well by PHC, and Brazil. Haven stays alive on 1 HP. He'll pop that full med kit, and they continue to rack up the points.
Well, if you're wondering, why this rotation, this fairly dangerous rotation was being made, again, the teams know where these circles are super likely to go. And also, Thailand had already gotten the information from their two leading players.
They're going to go, I think, for a long wrap and try and come in on the northeastern side of Al Pozo.
Super smart.
Rather than pushing down where we saw Thailand, who they obviously saw in the kill feed, just get lit up. And at that point, they probably look at it as a choke point. You've got Brazil on one side, the teams in Al Pozo on the other side. Really smart there from probably Luke to sort of pinpoint that. I'm just giving him the plaudits as the IGL. It could have been anyone on that team to make that decision, but really good and smart play. They're going to make their way into Al Pozo, where we've got basically the entire lobby now.
Yeah, he's got the information. I mean, sometimes it's good to let other teams take the risky maneuvers for you so you can see if it's going to be available or not, to see if you're going to be able to backfill behind those teams. And for Australia, now they can get up into those mountains. Now they can get information. Again, look into El Pozo, see what's going on, because eventually somebody's going to pop their head out the window, because everybody else is trying to see, is anybody going to try to crash into our building? Is there anything we need to be aware of that we need to set up defenses for?
Chinese Taipei, unfortunately, Paper, probably haven't spoken too much about them, and the reason why at the moment, last place, and doesn't seem like they've got the memo in terms of Al Pozo, and it seems like the circle itself hasn't got the memo. I did mention I think it can still go a little bit to the sort of northwest of Al Pozo, and I think it's maybe shaping up for that. I look at Japan, and I actually look at that sort of position, the crates on the outskirts, and I do wonder that might be where we finish up.
Yeah, there's two sort of zones where this circle's going to want to end up right by that mountain, like right close to the road, just to the east of the road. And whoa, we've got Loki now down and dusted by Isaki. Vehicle explosions everywhere. And Onyx and Seoul under pressure. Still nobody else knocked for Korea, but they are in trouble.
And they got Germany as well, peppering them from behind on the cliffs just outside Al Pozo. And it's Savior, though, for Chinese Taipei. That gets the down into Inonix. Can Seoul maybe keep himself alive just barely? More smokes need to go out. All of them. Throw them all. Whatever you've got. Savior, oh, look at this angle. Just peppering inside of the smoke. But Seoul has been able to navigate his way over to Inonix. Use every smoke he's got to get the Starman up of Korea.
Yeah, but what do you do after this? I mean, there's nowhere to go because so much of the western part of the circle stayed in. A lot of teams expecting it to more hard shift towards Pozo. It doesn't do that, and so that's left a lot of these high ground positions that leave where Korea is currently sitting under fire. So when those smokes run out, they're all but dead. I mean, it's going to be really tough to get out of there.
Just about reaching the 18-minute mark. Still got 15 teams, 55 alive, as is usually the case with any kind of city finish of some degree. And I think really for today, this is going to be the kind of game where it's going to probably phase 5, phase 6, be that sort of boiling pot of just so many teams alive, and then we're going to probably lose about 20, 30 players in one hit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, once the edges of El Pozo start to get squeezed out, is when that's very likely to happen. Now, Australia, as great as their initial move was, because of this shift back towards the west, they have a difficult one to follow up with.
Nice little spot here, though, where you can kind of just see the way the terrain shapes further down. It gives them a spot where they can just pull up for the time being inside of the circle, and no one can really see them. A reprieve, and they didn't lose anyone on the drive down, so it works out well for them. Back hello, it's China. Xiaolu immediately sat down, though. The United Kingdom just continued to frag. Doesn't matter what country you throw at them, they find a way. And Aiksleft has blown himself up as well. He's going to have to get smoked and hopefully saved if China is going to have anything happen for them this game. You've got to get him back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really need to start having these superstar players. This almost like pure dream team that you could have from the Chinese region. All up and running, all firing together. The UK has a really tough situation now. As great as today has been, they are on the edge of a city circle where they're going to have to fight tooth and nail to get through.
They've already shown their prowess in doing so and being able to find kills, push forward. I actually thought there for a second there was an opportunity. Do they have that information on China where they can push? And well, it looks like Zhao Pian actually on the backside catches Vex and maybe punishes the UK. For a brief second, there was only 2 up for China. They got the kill onto Xiaolu and they would have seen Axlef get knocked in the kill feed. Was that a chance for the UK to maybe push on that?
Yeah, it's hard to say for sure, especially in Pozo, because there's so much elevation in the buildings that you never know when somebody has an angle down onto you when you're trying to make a cross. So it can be really tricky to get in and around. So RDK now knows there's going to be pressure coming from Germany, going to swap over to the pump shotgun to face off here at what is likely to be a close quarters combat fight.
Well, Canada looking to maybe help out the United Kingdom. Adam with a quick 1-2 punch onto Axleft and Ming Ming. And Axleft is in a awful position. Considering he's also double knocked, he's going to bleed out. So it's going to be only 2 up for China. It continues to be a rather difficult day.
I think Adams was like, oh, he was already double knocked. I didn't need to throw that, but wow.
Oh my God.
Fights are kicking off everywhere. We've got Germany and Indonesia squaring off. Grenades here from Zhao Pian as he tries to get the finish onto Mars. That's good enough. That should be job done.
Yeah, Zhao Pian has been able to really be a thorn in the side of the United Kingdom in this particular game. We see the end of Germany. It's Indonesia that has been able to pick up those kills. Final nade there for Zhao Pian. It's a perfect nade! Onto the heads of T-Bone and Vard. It's been a special day for the United Kingdom, but it might come to an early close.
Oh, and man, you've got a Groza in Ming Ming's hands as well. Let's see if China can make something out of this to kind of snowball some more kills in this fight. Meanwhile, Canada has been moved out of the circle, so this initial hold they had onto the UK and the China, it's going to have to change a bit. Australia continues to try to maneuver onto the north side of the circle. Things get more and more difficult as they go. Again, there's still some high ground left in the western part of this circle.
Xavier, Chinese Taipei, they've been able to hold out this northwest position and not really get bothered by mainly the fact that everyone in El Pozo is fighting each other. Talk about nades, it goes back the other way. What was once the savior for China ends up being their downfall. Smash down, courtesy of Niall. Bit of a fragger for Indonesia, but he goes to Lyron on the stairs. Don't think he was anticipating the Turkish player to be that close. And only Teddy remains for Indonesia. 5 kills for them, though, and a decent little game to close out day 1. And he pulls out the sawed-off shotgun, and he puts it to good use on his wet bar, making 6 kills. Oh, Teddy! The quick snap headshot onto the stair player of Lyron. Indonesia's up to 7.
What a play from Teddy there. I mean, it looked like he was basically down and out and just running in there to see if he could maybe salvage something out of that. Meanwhile, Australia just getting corralled at the backside of this rock. Again, the overwatch that Chinese Taipei and Brazil is able to bring on this. How are these Korean players still alive? I cannot believe that they still have both players up.
Australia needs a northern shift, or Brazil needs a southern shift, really. And we're about to get it here for phase 6. Nurans now for Thailand. Catches Seoul on the backside. We go to Al Pozo on top of Japan. Korea's gone. Bit of help. Vietnam, Thailand have become friends in an inconvenient time. 11 teams, 35 alive, and we've almost reached the 23rd minute. Glory's just outside the concrete building of Thailand. They've got 1 kill. They've still got their star player alive. And at this point, with this kind of finish, this kind of circle, anything can happen, Paper.
This is going to be tough now for Team Thailand. As happy as I am to see that big moment for them, they're going to have to battle a couple of different teams. They're going to have to make a cross against some dangerous terrain. Meanwhile, somehow Australia has recovered. They still have all 4 up, and now they're getting knocks onto Chinese Taipei.
They have to push it. They have to wipe out Chinese Taipei, then push into El Pozo. Brazil finally on the move. Malroch and Yan Li meeting the demise, courtesy of the nade of Luke 12. That should be enough for Australia to find the kills. They spot the last player of Chinese Taipei and surely cannot make it out alive. Savior falls to Monty. It's 11th for Chinese Taipei, and it's Brazil pushing onto Thailand, and they are going to make quick work of the duo of Nurans and Esquilucia. They still get a round of applause, though, from the local crowd to close out the day. 9 teams remain, and this is where I probably expect it to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, now there's no guaranteed direction that the circle is quote-unquote likely to shift in. Everything's fair game, more or less, at this point. You know, Australia able to hold on there onto the north. Brazil able to keep Thailand at bay. That grenade does a little bit of damage to Sparking, but not going to find the knock. Now, Argentina, they've got a good opportunity to do some damage in this round.
Well, speaking of good opportunities, with the United Kingdom going out relatively early, Paper, it's a great opportunity. Brazil, Finland, Australia, Vietnam, even maybe the likes of Canada, Indonesia, to really rack up the points, close out the day, and close that gap with the United Kingdom.
I'm really curious about this rotation here from Australia, trying to get on the other side of these vehicles. Now there's like a
that's not
enough
it.
of a plateau.
That's not it. Unfortunately for Australia, it hasn't quite worked out for them. They had a tough track, didn't they? Up north, Circle didn't help them out, and they fall quickly. But honestly, what's worse is they're feeding a direct competitor in Brazil, who now move up into second place on the overall standings.
The way that Brazil is maneuvering themselves, making their timings. When they cross that street, they hit it at the perfect time. Vietnam had left. Thailand was trying to get there. They were able to cut that off. Yeah, no, he can't, because he'll stand up. Yeah, you'll see him if you try to res here, because you'll be on your, high enough that you peek up over the edge of that bus.
No smokes.
No, this is.
I wonder, can Flood crawl over and drop off whatever he's got? Now, Brazil, I've seen them in the past make some crazy car plays at PUBG Nations Cup. Didn't work out well for them last time. Hopefully, they don't have the same thing happen this time. Haven goes for a wrapping position out west. Now, he's a solo player. If he gets knocked, he's dead.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is Duckman's in the crowd? No, this is a great maneuver here by Brazil. This road here, I was going to talk about this if the circle kept more of the road in it, but it didn't. If you come from actually the west to the east, you have great overwatch, and you're seeing right from Haven's perspective.
Two things. Tiggleton is in. Haven is not. So does Haven just go back? I think that's the play. He has to probably go straight back to Brazil and then pushing across the road, go and maybe onto the building of Vietnam.
Crash this. No, I'm kidding. You shouldn't do that. I'm totally joking. I mean, he might do it. It's PNC, go big or go home. But no, absolutely, he should rotate back to his team. You need to group up as 4 at this point in the circle. It's C7. You just got to work with your team and try to make this go.
So down to 9 teams. It has come to a bit of a quiet point. Teddy with a nade. He's only got the 1, but it could do so much damage if it catches a couple of members of Canada. He's flashed momentarily, pulled out the sawed-off shotgun, which already got him a kill earlier, and it might get him another one. He lands a second shot, headshot onto Jimboy.
No way!
There's a second tag out the window. It's like James Bond, and then the nade. It could be so detrimental for Canada. Jimboy, crawl as fast as you can, and he does. They get Teddy, and they get their players alive.
Man, I thought Teddy might pull off another miracle there. Meanwhile, Japan trying to defend against Finland. Now, I talked Japan up in their defensive maneuvers. Let's see if they can get it done here. Tons of utility being exchanged on both sides, but no significant damage done either way.
Finland have been able to show their prowess too, fighting late game. We've seen that especially even in match number 4. Martinson with a knockdown onto Sparking. Talk about rivalries there. Argentina, Brazil. They need to get Sparking back up. Brazil also need to push into El Pozo. And it's time for Japan to get their hands dirty here and fight off Finland.
Yeah, I think most of the utility has been spent on both sides. There's still a few frags in the hands of Mexi here, actually, now that I take a look. So he's got an opportunity maybe once they get a spot on some of these players to go for it, but he just wants to use the flash, cover a little bit of ground, get inside of this shack, try to gain more space onto Japan. But right now, they're settled up. They're waiting for this push. They need to heal up a little bit as well.
Not inside of the circle, so Finland have to keep moving through these smokes. And of course, at any moment, you've got to check every single corner. You don't know where Japan's going to be holding. And Diggory has one in front of him, both literally directly outside his window. And on the other side of it, King goes down. That's correct. See Finland get that first initial knock, and that will help things. They can now push forward with more numbers than Japan. Polly with a good angle, and he's knocked through Correxy. Quick double. Paint pushes through Finland and just storming through Japan. Good night and hello to Finland.
Well, Kane tried to make a maneuver there with the shotgun to get up close and personal, see if he could do some serious damage, but he was caught through the smokes. He was seen before he saw anybody from Finland, and he paid the price. Now, Vietnam still 3 up inside of this warehouse, but again, these are tough to hold down.
Hello, Tiggleton on the edge of the circle. Hope he's having a good time. And just really, he's got a crate as well right next to him. He could use that for cover, then a tree. He could do the little dance maybe. If everyone's just watching, especially considering Brazil are getting taken apart. Sparking's gone. He's out of here. Vietnam now up to 5 kills, 37 overall points, and they are keeping in touch with that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, now Finland's really feeling confident. After wiping Japan off the board, they are now just trying to take full control over the eastern side of the circle, but you still got some really tough, really good teams over here. Canada, Brazil, Vietnam, and so Canada going to be first on the docket potentially. You can see Mexi trying to keep eyes on the smoke line to see if they're going to come out from that direction.
And depending how this sort of plays out, there's a chance Finland could end up in first place at the end of the day, which would be absolutely mind-boggling considering the day that the United Kingdom has had.
I remember where they finished at 2019.
Exactly. Nade. Oh, Tiggleton. Hello.
Tiggleton.
He gets the knock onto Page. Does he have a way to impact this? I think he will. Shimboy steals it. Nade, though, lands from Glories onto the head of VHC, and at the same time, Tiggery got Finna. It's all kicking off between all 6 teams.
Yeah, okay, now Turkey has been eliminated into 6th place, and Canada struggling to try to get to these reses, but Mexi doing a good job being up close and personal. Again, watching for anybody to come out of the smoke, and he's going to get another one here. He got a flush, make it 2.
It's only Keenan that's left, and that smoke is dissipating right into the eyes of Finland. 3 teams left. Somehow Tiggleton gets to the top 3 for Australia, Vietnam, and then Finland. Lo and behold, of course, it's our same top 6 sort of kind of teams that we've had all tournament long. Now, down to Vietnam and Finland here for the standoff of our final game of day 1.
Well, a 3v3, and Vietnam's Haisaki needs to get back into a defensive position to support his teammates. Clory's going to switch over to the pump. Makes a lot of sense. Pretty much Finland has to come through the warehouse, and Haisaki, unless Haisaki falls here on the side, if he does, then that's going to open up a flank angle for Finland.
Finland looking for back-to-back chicken dinners to close out PNC day 1. It would put them top spot as well. A slow burn has turned into an absolute fast race for Finland. They have stormed home on day 1, looking like arguably the best team right now. But Vietnam, no slouches, no pushovers, 8 kills, led by Glories with 3. They are going to be a very even contest to close this one out. 3 versus 3. I don't know who's going to win it.
I don't know either, but the battle lines are shifting here. Vietnam is sort of doing a fighting retreat. They're throwing some mollies, some smoke, some stuns, but look at this maneuver by Mexi. There is nobody out here who has any clue. Glory's, let's see if he can get something done with this pump. He might have heard Mexi coming through the door.
Well, I just wonder, maybe Glories is holding that sort of backside, expecting a flank to come through like we're seeing from Mexi, and he could then be the one to play spoil. Sapau could actually maybe a chance, and then what? Sapau did find a headshot onto Mexi. Quick little double though, Sapau Glories down. It's only Haisaki left now in a 1 versus 2, but he's on the outside with the fence, and he knows that Finland, both of their players on the inside. Do they go for the revive onto Mexi? There is a smoke up, but it will be dissipating. Haisaki, no nades, no Molotov, not much of a chance to really push in, but an interesting angle through the fence line.
Yeah, and he's afraid to go for the flush because that will reveal his position, or, you know, at least give them an opportunity, because he's going to have to peek through. So Diggory is going to finish off Glories, and you can watch through those angles. They're a bit tough to shoot through. Mexi's just going to crawl forward and try to be a distraction, at least sacrifices the point over to Haisaki.
And they get the information now as well. Haisaki immediately tagged as well by Diggory. Finland on the verge of back-to-back victories to close out day 1. He'll have a sip of that energy drink, but the Molotov lands, and that should be enough to pressure. They know it's landed. They push. They shouldn't mess this one up, and they certainly don't. Finland will take top spot at the conclusion of day 1 of the PUBG Nations Cup 2022.
Well, now they definitely have more points than they did at the entirety of PNC 2019. No doubt about it. These guys have come to play, and they look so strong, so calm, so collected, you know, doing all the right things at the right time. You see Mexi doing such a good job, the veteran player, the longtime PUBG Esports legend, leading the way for his team, getting the information, holding the battle lines.
And the story all day, Paper, has been the same 6 kind of teams. On Miramar, Finland first, Brazil second, Vietnam third. That was match 4. And then Finland first, Vietnam second. It's just same, but a little bit different at the end of the day. What a way to sort of close out the day. Of course, we'll throw it over to the desk where they can break down just about everything.
And once again, it's all Suomi. We have Finland here with 2 on the day, getting the Miramar on the board and looking pristine whilst doing it. I've got Toffees as well as Avenger joining me here. And Avenger, Finland looking super strong for day 1.
They are definitely starting out with a big old tutorial type of time here. And again, in 5 games, they managed to get 2 wins on both maps as well. That is absolutely unheard of here. They got 16th last time, guys. Mexi said, no, I can't. I want to win.
Yeah, he wants to win, but he doesn't necessarily need to be alive when Winland gets those wins.
Stop yourself over.
He's on my team too, you know.
No, I know.
He's on my team too.
Yeah, Correction's on my team, that's fine. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game. What a stellar game coming in here. Of course, the right players surviving at the right times, Martin, to round out the game.
Yeah, of course, Toffees and I, we have Mex in our team. They have won 2 games and he died both of them. So we're missing out on a total of 10 points just because of that. But overall, I love these urban endings, guys. This is some of the funniest endings to play and to watch.
Absolutely, and I think we got to see the shotguns come out. We got to see things you don't always see in the end games, and a lot of teams also. Teddy in particular.
Oh my!
Saw it off, almost pulls it off, out the window, throws the grenade. Oh,
3 knocks all game with the sawn-off, 2 confirmed. What is? Never see it, Martin. Never see it.
I love these special plays that we tend up to see because of these urban endings, because it gets completely different. Chaotic. It gets viable, it gets chaotic. You see these pushes where they're like, let's get as many points as we can.
And of course, Finland here, the final win of the day on the board here for the boys. Extremely impressive stuff once again. And when you look at how it breaks down as a whole, plenty of util usage. In fact, crazy amounts of mollies used in regards to pushing through this urban area, and for a zone denial for control of space, very powerful Toffees.
I mean, watching them play, it's a master's class in movement. It's exciting to see. I do want to give a little shout out though to Brazil
for
again.
Sure, yeah.
These guys
100%.
are consistently in the top.
You know what, Haven has really stepped up and showed what he is made of here. For a LAN event as well, it's amazing to see, honestly. But as you say here, these urban endings, this is utility is what wins you the game.
Yeah, definitely so. A big showing for Brazil, but alongside that, a big showing for Vietnam. We've got to remember here.
It's fantastic. They had a fantastic placement last Nations Cup as well. They kind of slid under the whole story of
under the radar.
They slid under the radar. They didn't get into the top 3. They were barely outside, but now they're putting themselves into the bucket here for top 5.
I mean, I do think when you look at the story of the utility, they didn't have as much movement that they were sort of able to lock it down and get to that late game, but it is a very good performance for them. But again, as we look at these guys right here, they're probably going to be who we talk to. They're going to be who everyone's watching. 2 wins in 5 games in a field like this is wild.
And this is the important thing as you take a look at these guys right now, is that for all of these guys, this is very important as a redemption moment. I mean, it's early days. It's only the first day here, Martin, but especially I feel for Mexi, considering 2019 coming in now to 2022.
For this as well is also that the scary part is that when you have this kind of a start, remember Heroic, if they have this rolling start from the get-go, they are insane. And from doing it from day number 1 here, it's going to be scary from Paige and Corexi.
Final moments of game number 5 as well. And again, as you say, kind of with these urban endings get a little bit crazy. You're seeing how many smokes are impactful here in these final moments as well, Tom.
I mean, again, though, we see Australia fighting their way into the Big 4. First kind of a showing for Canada, waiting for them to get in that late game.
Very important.
They played it very, very well, so I'm glad that they got a good end to their day.
Yeah.
But for me, other than Winland, which is going to be our biggest focus, UK, again, left the door open. They had such a big lead coming in these last 2 games. I don't know if Miramar's the poison pill, but they slowed down.
It's extremely hard, especially from the position that they're in. They have to traverse through the city with a lot of teams on the east. You have shifts that go west, and they had to fight so many teams. There are so many teams sending it with cars in front of them, so they're being gate-kept by multiple other teams.
Yeah, they will go out with only 1 point to show for their name, although still a very strong day for them overall. Finland, top place for this game. 22 points go their way, and Vietnam, as well as Brazil and Canada, double digit on the board. Once again, as you say, Martin, I really do feel like Vietnam has been kind of that sleeper pick throughout the day, and them showing up the way they have done. I feel after you watch them, 2 PNCs in a row, you can't be sleeping on them anymore.
No. They're dark horse.
Yeah.
Now they're proving to be an absolute competitor here. And they are in the top 5. And our top 5 is extremely stacked towards the top end. If you're in the bottom 5-ish, bottom 10 even, it's going to be extremely hard to get into the top 5.
Indeed. And who would pick Corexi?
I mean, I guess Corexi is the MVP. I will not argue that, but I want to give an honorable mention to Teddy, because what he did, and again, like, Indonesia's in the top 8, I think, right now. They're another dark horse that I didn't expect to be performing as well as they were.
Finland, you know, we showed up. We're like, this is winless.
You know what? After day number 1, if you told me that China and USA was outside the top 8,
don't get me started
I would
on that.
cry laughing.
Yeah, there you go. Let's take a look at the overall top leaderboard then, as we now have UK knocked off their perch for the first time here throughout the day. And Finland will be walking home with technically the day win. But again, there are 15 more matches here to work out, Martin. But this leaderboard to start things off, a little bit spicy here and there.
15-point lead down to Brazil and 20 points down to Australia. That is a whole game with 10 kills, a win and 10 kills. Lead right now.
I will say this, Brazil is not driving by this year. They came to play.
Definitely.
They came to rewrite the sort of narrative they hated. They became a meme in 2019.
Right.
And they have been putting in some work. And while there is a big difference between where UK is in Finland and, say, Brazil is right now, if Brazil comes back tomorrow and keeps getting better like I expect them to,
I have to echo what you're saying, Martin. China and USA, it feels like they need to do work coming into tomorrow, but we know that they are capable of doing so.
They are both uncontested, or somewhat uncontested at the moment.
There's no reason that they should be doing bad. But I'll remind you with the USA, 2 members are Sonics, and they don't start fast. They are a second-half team. So.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head over to an interview as we have Team Finland ready to go.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็สำหรับในวันแรกนี้นะคะสำหรับทีมที่สามารถทำคะแนนได้สูงที่สุดนั่นก็คือทีมฟินแลนด์สุดยอดมากๆนะคะแล้วก็ทางนี้ค่ะวันนี้เราก็ได้เห็นถึงความสามารถของเขากันแล้วนะคะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญเลยต้องบอกโอ้โหแบบพลิกเกมสุดฤทธิ์มากๆคือจริงๆเขาอยู่อันดับต้นๆอยู่แล้วแหละแต่ก็ต้องบอกว่าเกมสุดท้ายนี้เนี่ยโอ้เป็นจุดที่ทำให้เขาได้ขึ้นมาเป็นการทำคะแนนสูงสุดหรือว่าเป็นอันดับ1ในตารางของวันนี้นั่นเองนะคะดังนั้นทางนี้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราก็จะมาพูดคุยกับเขาสักเล็กน้อยนะคะแล้วก็จะได้มาร่วม congratulate กับเขาด้วยนะคะซึ่งตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับทีมฟินแลนด์แล้วนะคะนั่นก็คือคุณดิกรีวันนี้เรามีล่ามด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวให้น้องล่ามได้แปลสักนิดหนึ่งนะคะ
สวัสดีค่ะ So everybody today we had an honor to be with our winner of the day so we're going to interview him how does he feel of the day
แน่นอนนะคะว่าพอได้คะแนนสูงสุดขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับ1ของตารางเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
So basically how do you feel when you become the winner or having the top score of today
I guess it's a good feeling. I mean, it's only the first day, so there's like 3 times more games to go, so just first day.
ค่ะสำหรับเขานะคะวันนี้ถือว่าเป็นแค่วันแรกค่ะยังไม่เสร็จศึกอย่าเพิ่งนับศพนะคะเหลืออีก3วันค่ะ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็ทางนี้ต้องบอกว่าจากการแข่งขันครั้งที่แล้วเนี่ยก็คือ PNC ในปี 2019 เนี่ยก็คือเขาอยู่ในอันดับที่ 16 เนาะแต่ว่าพอมาในปีนี้ค่ะปี 2022 ขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับ1ของตารางนะคะก็คือมีกลยุทธ์อะไรที่ทำให้วันนี้เนี่ยสามารถขึ้นมาทำคะแนนอันดับสูงสุดเป็นอันดับ1ของตารางได้
So you were on the 16th place for the PNC 2016, right? But you did a very great job today. So what's your tactic?
I mean, last time the roster was completely different, so I guess this roster is just better.
ค่ะก็คือคราวที่แล้วนะคะแบบบางทีอาจจะรู้สึกgot distracted ก็คือเหมือนกับว่าไม่สามารถโฟกัสได้ในบางช่วงอะค่ะก็เลยรอบนี้จะทำได้ดีกว่าเพราะว่าโฟกัสมากกว่าค่ะ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึ่งเลยเนี่ยแน่นอนว่าการแข่งขันในระดับประเทศหรือว่าแบบ national หรือว่าเป็น Nations Cup แบบเนี้ยคือสมาชิกในทีมอะค่ะคือก็จะมาจากหลากหลายทีมที่มารวมตัวกันเนาะแข่งขันเพื่อระดับแบบทีมชาติอะไรอย่างเงี้ยทีนี้มีการจัดการหรือมีการวางแผนยังไงนะคะกับแต่ละคนในทีมบ้างให้เราสามารถเล่นร่วมกันได้
So since sometimes we have the different members from the different team to play together, right? So how did you manage to play as good as one team while you're all from the different team?
Can you repeat the question?
It seems like you guys come from the different members of the team in the different team to play as a nation team, right? So like how did you find the way to manage to play well together as one team?
We had good a bit over a month practice and we figured out everything quite well, I would say. We had some issues in the early phase, but we figured the issues and we play well as a team.
ค่ะก็มีเวลาประมาณ1เดือนนะคะในการฝึกซ้อมร่วมกันค่ะจากนั้นเราก็จะมาหากลยุทธ์แล้วก็ดูว่าปัญหาตรงไหนที่เราจะต้องแก้ไขด้วยกันค่ะแล้วก็เล่นร่วมกันค่ะ
โอเคสุดท้ายค่ะไฟนอลนะคะมีอะไรจะฝากถึงสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันถัดไปหรือว่ามีอะไรจะพูดทิ้งท้ายไว้หน่อยไหมคะ
So finally could you please give us the last message before like the competition of tomorrow
We are coming for everyone.
ค่ะก็
That's a short word
Again please
Okay a
what did
little
you
bit
say
more
again?
a little bit more like you want to say something but there are 3 days left so you want to say something to like the other teams or for your teams or anything
Not really.
Not really โอเคก็คือไม่มีอะไรจะบอกนั่นเองนะคะขอบคุณมากๆนะคะ
จับไม่ทันเลยทีเดียวนะ
จริงๆถึงกับต้องช่วยน้องล่ามกันเลยทีเดียว Thank you Thank you so much Thank you ก็ทั้งนี้นะคะสำหรับต้องบอกว่าการแข่งขันในวันนี้เนี่ยเป็นเพียงแค่วันแรกเท่านั้นนะคะเรายังมีอีก3วันนะคะรอทุกคนอยู่นั่นเองค่ะซึ่งวันนี้เนี่ยโอ้โหต้องบอกว่าหลายทีมนะคะก็คือเซอร์ไพรส์มากๆกับการแข่งขันแล้วก็รวมถึงความสามารถของเขาที่ได้ดึงออกมานั่นเองนะคะดังนั้นก็เดี๋ยวเราติดตามกันได้เลยค่ะยังคงเหลืออีก15เกมให้คุณได้ติดตามกันนะคะแล้วก็นอกเหนือจากนี้ค่ะก็สำหรับในวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะมีพรีโชว์นะคะตอน 5:30 แล้วก็เดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันนะคะตอน 6 เย็นเวลาของประเทศไทยนะคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เราชมในเวลาประเทศไทยนั่นเองนะคะก็ฝากเอาไว้ด้วยจะได้มาร่วมลุ้นร่วมเชียร์กันนะคะส่วนวันนี้ค่ะแพนเองนะคะก็ขอตัวลาไปก่อนแล้วก็คุณติ๊กเกอร์ตรงนี้นะคะแล้วก็รวมถึงก็ขอ congratulations นะคะให้กับทีมฟินแลนด์อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะในการแข่งขันในวันแรกนี้ด้วยเดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะบ๊ายบาย
Vamos caralho! Porra! Vamos caralho! Mennään vaan.
Ai, let's go! Vitulla.